Een Nanzhou immediately went back to report to Commander Een. When Commander Een heard that Luo Yi was going to take care of her family, he couldn't help but think deeply. Dad, Een Nanzhou urged, you need to think of a way. We can't let Yi keep acting like this. And Xiaofan, he's really too much, always following Yi and causing trouble. Commander Een looked displeased and sighed helplessly. Go do your work first. I understand this matter. The department responsible for military families didn't review Xiaofan's divorce application right away. Instead, they secretly reported to Commander Een. They were just trying to flatter him, waiting for his reply. If Commander Een approved, they would approve it. If he didn't, they wouldn't. Sure enough, they soon received Commander Yin's order. Absolutely do not approve. Een Nanzhou wasn't sure whether he intervened because he cared more about his daughter or envied the Luo family more. Less than half a day after Een Nanzhou left, Xiaofan and Luo Yi learned that the application was rejected. The news was brought by Captain Cheng. He was a bit confused when he heard about it, but after seeing how Xiaofan and Luo Yi interacted, he was even more confused. Were they a married couple planning to divorce? They seemed more loving than newlyweds, yet he was told they were breaking up. He wouldn't believe it no matter what. Since you two can't get divorced, why not come and share my wedding feast, he suggested. Really, so soon? Xiaofan was shocked by Captain Cheng's quick response.
What are you talking about?
I got married a year after you, so how is that fast? Commander Cheng rolled his eyes at him. When is the wedding? Luo Yi asked. The day after tomorrow. Commander Cheng patted Xiaofan's shoulder. Come with your wife and bring Xiao Xiao and I. He quickly went home to prepare after sharing the good news. The wedding was a bit rushed. Luo Yi didn't understand why. Even though her divorce application hadn't been approved, Old Ji still found out about it. She had planned to tell Old Ji and the others after her divorce was finalized, but now that Old Ji came to see them voluntarily, she had to meet him. Xiaofan wanted to go out with his wife, but his leg hadn't fully healed yet, so he had to stay home and let his wife face the criticism alone. He could already imagine how Uncle Ji and Aunt Jiang would scold his wife. They would definitely give her a stern talk. Don't worry, they wouldn't be mean to me, Luo Yi comforted him. Xiaofan, are you sure? All right, just stay at home and take care of the kids. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it later. Xiaofan leaned on his crutches at the door, watching Da and I nap in her room, and reluctantly held his wife close. Luo Yi teased him. Since your divorce hasn't been approved yet, you seem so attached. If it does go through and I leave for several years, what will you do? Of course, she knew deep down she wouldn't be gone for that long. By the end of 1978 at the latest, everyone should be able to return to their own lives gradually. If old Luo and the others were lucky, they might soon return to the capital, just like Old Ji and the others. Old Ji received a call from Commander Een, who said Luo Yi wanted to go to Hangzhou to take care of her family and was insisting on divorcing Xiaofan. Old Ji was initially surprised but quickly understood. Commander Een, seeing Old Ji silent, became anxious and begged him on the phone to persuade Luo Yi not to act impulsively. Old Ji had been in Zhao's village for so many years and knew well what kind of trouble people like them could face. He immediately agreed to Commander Yin's request. Zhang Yao saw Luo Yi and understood her intentions. She didn't blame her. You silly girl, your parents just want you to escape suffering. They don't want you to go back. I just want to go back and see how they are. In her heart, she had already considered Old Man Luo and Jinzhu as family members. Especially after learning that they were not her biological relatives, her feelings for Old Man Luo and Jinzhu grew even stronger. For children who are not their own, they always try their best to send her away.
In contrast, Nandi.
I know you're a good girl, but don't worry, your parents won't stay in Hangzhou for long. Ji Lao finally spoke after a long silence. He knew some inside information but couldn't reveal too much. Luo Yi and Zhang Yao are both smart. Considering Ji Lao's situation, they understood immediately. Xiaofan is the same, just keep you company and have fun. Zhang Yao's tone was a bit urgent, but she meant no blame. No matter what the two elders said, Luo Yi listened quietly. After all, they had already given enough guidance, and she would naturally be allowed to leave. Sure enough, after an hour, Ji Lao and Jiang Yao confirmed that Luo Yi wouldn't cause any more trouble, and they let her go. Luo Yi took Ji Lao's words to heart and finally felt a bit relieved. She planned to get some health tonic for old man Luo and Jinju, hoping they could get through this. Quickly posted tomorrow's content today. Please go easy on the criticism, I was wrong. Oh, after the scolding, Luo Yi finally took the groceries she had just bought and went home. As soon as she entered, she saw Xiao Fan sitting at the door waiting for her. Waiting for me? Luo Yi touched his serious face. Didn't we agree not to divorce? Why does it look like you're about to? Xiao Fan's face looked worse. He put all the groceries from Luo Yi on the ground at the door, then picked her up and sat her on his left thigh. Worried she might accidentally hurt his right leg, Luo Yi reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck. Will you still dare to mention divorce in the future? I won't dare anymore. Xiao Fan buried his head in Luo Yi's neck. His newly grown stubble tickled her.
Don't move.
If you move again, I might lose control. Luo Yi wanted to roll her eyes. This person really is. Of course, she didn't dare to move and definitely didn't want to be the one on top anymore. The news of Luo Yi's divorce from Xiao Fan spread among some people in the military compound. The Tang family and Tan family came to find her. Xiao Fan, why does everyone seem so calm? Or rather, so accepting? Isn't divorce a serious matter these days? Yes, Xiao Fan replied thoughtfully. Zhou Zhou's mother was in the same situation. She divorced shortly after Zhou Zhou was born and then moved to her parents' countryside home. Loi. In the big courtyard, several families have similar stories. They don't trust their parents-in-law, so they divorce and move to take care of the elderly. The children and husbands stay in the capital, waiting for the day they can reunite. Xiao Fan gently held Loi's hand and stroked it softly. They almost separated. I see, Loi said. She had thought of this simple solution herself. It seems many others feel just as helpless. On the day of Commander Cheng's wedding, the neighbors in the military housing area seemed even more enthusiastic when they saw Loi. Loi had no idea how the people in the courtyard praised her behind her back, that she chose to go to the countryside to care for her foster parents instead of staying with the commander's family, and that she might not even be able to have her own children. But thinking about it, Loi was able to do this because her foster parents were kind. After all, she only got her husband Xiao Fan through strong connections. Feelings are mutual. You treat me well, and I treat you well. Everyone looked at Loi with admiration, not pity or mockery. Meanwhile, not far away, the Yin family was whispering. Although everyone called Commander Yin and Yin Nanzhou warmly, their hearts were still curious. Thinking about the behavior of the Nancher sisters and Shin Man, even if Commander Yin and Yin Nanzhou behaved properly, people would still talk behind their backs. I want to sit between you and brother-in-law Xiao Fan. Little Bao suddenly ran over and pushed aside the two, forcing his way in. Xiao Fan. Loi moved slightly to the side. When she tilted her head, she saw Commander Tang's wife sitting at a nearby table, smiling apologetically at her. She looked back at Xiao Fan and suddenly asked curiously, since Commander Cheng is getting married, why are all the commanders here? Old Cheng's grandfather was a hero from the older generation. The whole family is mostly in the military, so they know a lot of people. Oh, I see. So, who is his wife? She's so mysterious. Loi looked around but only saw Commander Cheng greeting guests. She didn't see the bride anywhere. Are you all getting married without the bride showing up? Roy turned to Xiao Xiao on the other side and asked. Of course she will come. Sister-in-law, have you never attended a wedding before? Xiao Xiao asked casually. Seems like. Not really. I don't know if the original owner ever went to a wedding, but probably. Yes, Roy thought. Seeing Roy looked a bit down, thinking she might regret not having a wedding feast, Xiao Xiao gently held her hand and whispered, let's have a wedding ceremony later. Little Bao excitedly nodded. Yes. I want to be Yi's bridesmaid. No, I mean best man. Roy was speechless. From a distance, Commander Yin saw everyone laughing and talking and felt a bit jealous. He asked his son, Yi and Little Bao from the Tang family seem to get along very well, right? Yes, She interacts with both the Tang and Tan families, Nanzhou replied with a bit of sourness. His sister mostly keeps away from the family, but is friendly with others in the military compound. Commander listened but said nothing, occasionally glancing at Roy's table. Just before the meal started, Captain Chung finally brought out the bride. It was surprisingly Su Nian. Wow! Little Bao was even more shocked than Roy. Realizing he had spoken out loud, he quickly said, I need to go to the bathroom. Later, I'll go with you. Roy understood that Little Bao was genuinely going or just making an excuse. Captain Chung happily led Su Nian out to toast the elders and leaders of the Chung family. Su Nian had 2 braids tied with red bows, wearing a military green outfit. Standing next to Captain Chung in his military uniform, they looked quite matching. She wore a faint smile, but Roy couldn't tell if it was genuine or a fake. Finally, Captain Chung led Su Nian to Roy's table. Xiao Fan punched him on the shoulder and said, So, the bride is Su Nian. I thought you had taken Xiao Xiao. Captain Chung chuckled foolishly. Although each table only drank 1 toast, he seemed very happy, full of excitement. Sister-in-law, Nian Nian said she wanted to surprise you, so she didn't tell you earlier. Roy was speechless, but she only felt surprised. Congratulations, Xiao Xiao said with a smile to Su Nian. She was genuinely happy for her. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. Su Nian sincerely thanked Xiao Xiao. If Xiao Xiao hadn't helped her deliver the letter, she probably wouldn't have married Captain Chung so quickly. Congratulations. Luo Yi graciously congratulated Su Nian and Captain Chung. For her, Su Nian marrying Captain Chung wasn't a bad thing. At least, Su Nian probably wouldn't be entangled with Xiao Fan anymore. Actually, during their first meeting at Zhao's village, Luo Yi could tell from Su Nian's tone that she didn't plan to have anything to do with Xiao Fan anymore. But Luo Yi never expected that. Even though Su Nian said she didn't like officers, she would turn around and marry Captain Chung. After the newlyweds went to another table to toast, Luo Yi remembered to ask Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, the letter you sent to Captain Chung before, was it for Su Nian? Yes. Xiao Xiao suddenly tilted her head, a bit confused. She leaned close to Luo Yi's ear and whispered, I thought Su Nian just wanted to be pen pals with Captain Chung. How did they suddenly get married? Luo Yi exchanged looks with Xiao Bao. Neither of them knew what Su Nian was up to, but as long as she didn't stab Luo Yi in the back, it was fine. Xiao Fan kept watching his wife's every move, worried she might get emotional. When he saw she wasn't interested all evening, he became even more anxious. At the end of the wedding banquet, Luo Yi and the others left in Captain Zhou's car. Nanzhou wanted to help but couldn't find a chance. Even without Captain Zhou, Xiao Bao from the Tang family kept shouting, let my brother-in-law take you home, Captain Zhou not only took Xiao Fan close to his home, but also helped him inside. Luo Yi followed behind with a cane, while Xiao Xiao held hands with Da Ni, who kept looking back. Luo Yi felt distracted all evening, and Xiao Bao was the same. The next morning, Xiao Bao ran to Xiao Fan's house, forgetting to eat breakfast. Aunt Li awkwardly said to Luo Yi, sorry to trouble you. Xiao Bao was crying early this morning, wanting to come to your house for breakfast. She also handed Luo Yi a basket of eggs, saying, Xiao Bao always comes to your house to eat. These eggs can cover his breakfast expenses. Don't be polite. Luo Yi simply accepted them graciously. She often let Xiao Bao bring some snacks home anyway, and she was quite familiar with the Tang family. After breakfast, Roy directly handed Danny to Xiao Fan, then took Da Huang, and went out with Xiao Bao to walk the dog. As soon as they stepped outside, Xiao Bao couldn't wait and asked, how did Su Nian get close to Captain Chung? Roy replied, Captain Chung liked Su Nian when he visited Xiao family village last time, but at that time, Su Nian wasn't interested in him. So, Su Nian only liked Captain Chung after her rebirth, Xiao Bao asked. Probably. No, unless she had contact with Captain Chung in her previous life, but Roy didn't know how to explain. But what? Just say it, Xiao Bao urged anxiously. But Captain Chung doesn't seem like someone who would worry about a friend's wife. TSK. This plot is definitely falling apart. Roy looked up at the sky in frustration. Do you think there's a chance that Captain Ching took extra care of Su Nian in her previous life, making her? Xiao Bao was about to continue, but then denied it. Forget it. The most important thing now is whether Su Nian, coming to the capital, will be a threat to you. Roy shook her head. I don't think so. She was somewhat confident. Don't be too optimistic. Su Nian was killed by Shin Man in her previous life. Even though Shun Man has been punished now, the Yen sisters who protected Shin Man are still fine, and the Yin family is still doing well. And Xiaobao looked at Roy and suddenly became worried. Do you know if Su Nian now knows you're the daughter of the Yin family? Roy was stunned. I forgot about that. But don't worry too much. You and the Yin family have made your boundaries very clear. Everyone knows you don't want to deal with the Yin family members. Xiaobao quickly comforted her, trying to reassure himself as well. Su Nian's target is the person who condoned Shin Man's violence. Logically, you are also a victim, so you shouldn't worry. Then why do you keep saying should? Roy raised an eyebrow and asked back. Are you worried that the author might write something crazy? Xiaobao was speechless. Su Nian's sudden appearance made both of them nervous. They wondered if the author would suddenly give Su Nian some crazy powers next. If Su Nian doesn't attack them, it's fine. But what if the author gives her special abilities and she starts attacking everyone indiscriminately? However, what puzzled them was that on the day Su Nian got married, none of her family members from her hometown showed up. Later, they also didn't hear that Commander Chung was going to accompany Su Nian back to her family. In short, Su Nian didn't live in the military housing area, and she had no contact with their lives. They didn't pay much attention to her anymore. Instead, Xiao Xiao mentioned twice at home that Su Nian had no relatives in the capital. Why didn't she come to visit her? Luo Yi comforted her naive little sister-in-law, saying, Su Nian just got married to the capital. Of course, she needs to build a good relationship with the Chung family first. Maybe in the future, she will come to visit you. But Xiao Xiao tilted her head, looking unsure whether she should say more. Come on, I know you're holding something back. Xiao Xiao quickly moved next to Luo Yi, looking curious. Sister-in-law, yesterday after school, I actually saw Su Nian. She was holding hands with Madame Yin, and they were walking and talking happily. Luo Yi was silent, thinking to herself that Su Nian might really be here for revenge. All right, I understand. For now, don't go looking for her, Luo Yi said, worried that Xiao Xiao might interfere with Su Nian's plan. If she started a surprise attack, they, as the supporting female characters, should stay out of it. Okay, I got it, Xiao Xiao muttered reluctantly. In her mind, Madame Yin was a bad person, and Su Nian was laughing and talking with her. She found it hard to accept. Luo Yi wanted to visit Xiao Bao the next day to complain about this, but Xiao Bao had just arrived home, and Yin Nanzhou was there too. He grabbed Luo Yi's hand and said, Mom is not doing well. Please come with me to see her one last time. Luo Yi was stunned and didn't react immediately. Yin Nanzhou thought she was unwilling and quickly begged, please, I'm begging you. Just see Mom one last time. She knows she made mistakes. She wants to see you before she leaves. Xiao Fan also heard the noise and came out of the kitchen. After 2 months of rest, his leg was almost healed. Actually, he could walk normally half a month ago, but he couldn't participate in daily exercises. The leaders considered that injuries to muscles and bones needed 100 days to recover, so they made him rest longer. Since Xiao Fan's leg healed, he had taken on all the household chores. Now he was washing dishes in the kitchen when he suddenly heard Yin Nanzhou's voice. Yin Nanzhou needed Xiao Fan's help, so he said, Xiao Fan, please help me persuade Yi. My mom has been poisoned, and the doctor says she might not make it. She just wants to see Yi one last time. Xiao Fan, knowing his wife's temper well, turned to Luo Yi and said, If you want to go, go. If you don't want to, no one can force you. Yin Nanzhou was speechless and thought it would have been better not to ask him, as it only caused more trouble. Mom has been poisoned by Auntie. She's holding on to her last breath now. Please go see her, okay? Yin Nanzhou suddenly choked up. He felt regretful. He knew Nan Yan's intentions were not good, yet he still let his confused mother go with her. Now, it was too late to change anything. I'll go with you, Luo Yi said, turning back to Xiao Fan. You stay at home and watched Oni. I'll go alone. The Yin family couldn't morally pressure her, but if Xiao Fan showed up, they would try to do so. I want to go too, Little Bao said simply, just wanting to see what was happening. After all, Nandai was poisoned by Nanyan. Just hearing that made it seem like there was something interesting to see. When Luo Yi and Little Bao arrived at the hospital, several police officers were standing in the corridor, and Nanyan was there, being held by a police officer. What was curious was that Su Nian and Commander Chung were also present. However, Luo Yi could guess the whole story just by recalling what Xiao Xiao had said earlier. Su Nian looked tearful, leaning on Commander Cheng's shoulder, crying and acting distressed. Her performance was quite convincing, but then again, she was someone who had been reborn, so she could handle small scenes like this. Commander Cheng comforted her tenderly. Nian Nian, don't be afraid. It's not your fault. No one can blame you. Nanyan looked up and saw Yin Nanzhou leading Luo Yi into the room. She suddenly pointed at Luo Yi and shouted, "It must be her. It's her. She's the one who ordered that wicked person to frame me. Catch her." Yin Nanzhou protected Luo Yi behind him. Ignore that crazy woman. He was so angry he wanted to kick Nanyan to death. Before entering, Little Bao even made a funny face at Nanyan, making her furious. As soon as Luo Yi entered the ward, she saw Nandai lying weakly on the bed. Commander Yin was bending down beside her, whispering, "Xiao Dai, Nanji is here. Wake up." Nandai's eyelids fluttered, and she struggled to open her eyes, only able to open one half. Nanji is here?" Yin Nanzhou pushed Luo Yi in front of Nandai. Seeing Nandai reach out to hold her hand, Yin Nanzhou quickly pulled Xiaobao's hand away from Luo Yi and then placed Luo Yi's hand near Nandai's. "Xiaobao. Nanji, is that you?" Nandai's voice was choked with tears. Her vision was blurry and she couldn't clearly see her daughter, so close. Yin Nanzhou anxiously nudged Luo Yi, signaling her to say something. Luo Yi simply responded with a soft, Honestly, she didn't feel sorry for Nandai at all. All of this was Nandai's own doing. Who could she blame? Nanji, my daughter. Mom knows she was wrong. Can you forgive Mom? Only at this moment did Nandai feel deep regret. Luo Yi stayed silent. Commander Yin looked at her with pleading eyes. Seeing that Nandai was about to give up, he hoped she would say something nice to comfort her. Unfortunately, Luo Yi was not as they wished. She casually said, "Your daughter has been gone for a long time. Maybe she can't accept your apology anymore."
Yin Nanzhou immediately scolded her.
Nandai forced a bitter smile, tears streaming down her face. "Nanzhou, don't be mean to Nanji. It's normal that she doesn't forgive me. It's my fault. Her hand reached out in the air, but didn't grasp Luo Yi's. In the end, she gave up, her voice full of regret and exhaustion. "Nanji, if there is a next life, I will definitely protect you." Luo Yi didn't respond further. She didn't know if the original owner could hear Nandai's remorse, or if she would forgive her. Although the original owner hadn't been tormented by a terrible mother, Nandai's actions and harsh words would have happened to anyone, even the original owner. Even if it hadn't happened, other unhappy things would have occurred because Nandai's confused nature was like that. But now, talking about it was pointless. However, Luo Yi wouldn't forgive Nandai. To her, a belated apology was worse than a worthless apology. Moreover, she didn't need Nandai's apology at all because she never cared about Nandai. Not caring made her apology meaningless. The Yin family father and son hoped Nandai could leave peacefully. They kept signaling to Luo Yi with their eyes, wanting her to say something nice to comfort Nandai. Chloe remained indifferent. She had no right to forgive Nandai, the confused mother of the original owner. Since she had decided not to have any dealings with the Yin family, she had already said everything she needed to say and didn't want to stay any longer. As for who poisoned Nandai, it was either Nanyan or Su Nian, and most likely Su Nian. Even if Nanyan was involved, she was probably encouraged by Su Nian. Luo Yi took Xiaobao's hand, planning to leave this place of trouble. Xiaobao had eaten enough of the melon and was satisfied, obediently following Luo Yi out. Yin Nanzhou hurriedly caught up and stopped Luo Yi. Mom doesn't have much time left. The doctor said her kidneys are almost completely failed. Can you stay and be with her for her last moments? I'm begging you. Before Luo Yi could answer, Nan Yen, who was being detained by the police nearby, started shouting again. Go and catch her. It must be her teaming up with that little troublemaker to poison my sister and then blame me.
Didn't you see?
My sister is dying, and she doesn't even want to stay. She must hate me so much. The police initially didn't suspect Luo Yi, but Nan Yan's words made sense, so they stepped in to block Luo Yi's way. Sorry, we need to ask you some questions. That's fine. Luo Yi was not afraid at all. In fact, she was glad to get this chance to find out the truth. I will stay with you, Xiaobao insisted. He wanted to stay with Luo Yi no matter what, worried she might be in trouble. This has nothing to do with my sister. Please don't accuse anyone falsely, Yin Nanzhou said, although he was upset that Luo Yi didn't forgive their confused mother. He couldn't just watch her be attacked by Nan Yen. Luo Yi was not ungrateful. She told Yin Nanzhou, go inside and stay with Madame Yin. I'll handle these small matters myself. It's not like I poisoned anyone, so I have nothing to fear. In the end, Yin Nanzhou hesitated for a moment before nodding and turning back to the ward. The police had just arrived. They received a report that someone had been poisoned, and Sun Yan was the person who reported it. Comrade police, feel free to ask me anything. Honestly, I'm quite curious about how Madame Yin was poisoned, Luo Yi said, repeatedly calling her Madame Yin. To outsiders, she seemed cold and unfeeling, not caring that Nan Dai was her biological mother. The police were fairly polite to Loi. They said, don't worry. If you didn't do it, you won't be wrongly accused. Surely it was her. She hates my older sister. As you saw just now, my sister is almost gone, and she doesn't want to stay by her side. Nan Yen firmly claimed that Loi and Sun Yan teamed up to poison Nan Dai. Why would I hate Lady Yin? Just because she said a few harmless words to me? Honestly, I have no feelings for Lady Yin, whether it's hate or anything else. To me, she's just a stranger. If I hate anyone, it's not really possible. Loi wondered if the police would believe her words. You can check if I have any serious grudge against Lady Yin. If you want to say I have a deep hatred for someone, it's probably your daughter, Shin Man, Loi said with a teasing look at Nan Yen. You probably want me dead to avenge your daughter, right? But what if I can't kill you, and instead, I kill the person who gave me life? Why you? You. Nan Yen was so angry she almost lost her temper. She had indeed thought about such a thing. She couldn't argue with Loi, so she kept insisting that Loi and Sun Yan were involved. They used to be old friends. It must be that they teamed up to poison my sister. It has to be. You need to catch them. Yes, I am indeed an old acquaintance of Sun Yan. Loi paused and pretended to be serious. But I didn't know that my friendship with Sun Yan had reached the point where she would poison and kill for me. Nan Yen was speechless. Although Loi's words were hard to refute, she still insisted. Police officers, it must be them who harmed my sister. It has to be. The police looked at Nan Yen and then at Loi. It seemed that Loi's explanation made more sense. I am indeed an old friend of Loi, Sun Yan suddenly spoke to clarify for Loi. But since I came to the capital, I've only met Loi once at the wedding. I haven't seen her since. If you don't believe me, you can check. Moreover, I only recently found out that Loi is Lady Yin's daughter. I had no idea before, Sun Yan added. She was right. When she learned the truth, she was shocked for a long time and even considered changing her plans. Yes, my wife rarely goes out. She's never been to the military compound, and my sister-in-law has been at home taking care of Captain Xiao. They wouldn't have had the chance to plot anything. Captain Qing never believes anything, not even that his wife would poison someone. Although he fell in love with Sun Yan at first sight and they had only been together a short time, it didn't stop him from understanding her better. He also knew about the false accusations from the woman from Nan Yen and the bad reputation of the Nan sisters. He had even seen it with his own eyes. Sun Yan bit her lip and looked directly at Nan Yen, almost breaking down. She said, "Police officer, it was her who poisoned. I was there at the time." Mrs. Een couldn't save her daughter, and she argued with Mrs. Een. Then, she held a grudge and poisoned her. Now I suspect my tea might have been poisoned too, but luckily I wasn't thirsty. Su Nyen finished crying and patted her chest, still scared. "I didn't do it. I would never hurt my older sister." "It wasn't me," Nan Yen said nervously, shaking her head. But no one believed her. "It was her," Een Nanjo said as he came out of the hospital room, looking sad. He pointed at Nan Yen and said loudly, "It was her. My mother said it herself. She poisoned her because she was angry that my mother couldn't save her evil daughter." After speaking, Een Nanjo went to Luo Yi and hesitated before speaking again. Once he calmed down, he said, Mama's gone. She said she's sorry. If there is a next life, she won't make the same mistake again. If you want to stay, that's best. If not, my dad, and I won't force you." Een Nanjo thought about what his mother said before she died. She said that she was happy just to see Nanji one last time before leaving. No matter if Nanji forgave her or not, she could accept it. She just wanted to see Nanji again and say sorry. With a mother so confused, it was normal for Nanji not to want to recognize her. "Then I won't stay," Luo Yi said. She didn't think it was necessary to stay and pretend for others. Nandai was just like a stranger to her. She didn't want to fake tears or act like a fool. She knew she wouldn't cry. Een Nanjo had already guessed that Luo Yi wouldn't stay. So he asked the police, "Can my sister leave now? The doctors inside can also confirm that my mother just accused Nan Yen of poisoning her. Big sister, how could she?" "No, I don't believe it. My big sister wouldn't do this to me." Nan Yen struggled and tried to rush into the hospital room. Unfortunately, from the moment Commander Een and Een Nanjo appeared, South Butterfly and South Swallow were separated. South Swallow is too clever, and they worry that South Butterfly might be harmed by South Swallow, so they want to help her escape. "I am willing to cooperate with your investigation," Su Nyen suddenly volunteered. "Do you need me to go back with you for the investigation?" The police nodded. "Yes, that is necessary. I want to accompany my wife." "Is that okay?" Captain Chung was worried about Su Nyen. Although the Een family now seems determined to punish South Swallow, there might be unexpected problems later. Su Nyen shook his head at Captain Chung, indicating he was fine, but Captain Chung insisted on staying with him. "Nyen Nyen, don't worry. No one can falsely accuse you." Luo Yi. TSK, goosebumps all over. Little Bao looked at Luo Yi with annoyance. She probably knew. When she was with Xiao Fan, they were just as clingy and sticky. Although South Swallow claimed she was innocent, the police didn't believe her and took her away directly. As South Swallow was taken, she cursed Luo Yi and Su Nyen fiercely. Luo Yi didn't care much. South Swallow was about to die anyway, so she just let her vent her anger. When Su Nyen left, he surprisingly said to Luo Yi, "My condolences." Luo Yi. She realized late and replied, "Thank you." But to Xiao Bao, their conversation sounded very strange. After Een Nanjo finished dealing with South Swallow, he went straight back to the hospital room. Commander Een was deeply shocked. Now only Een Nanjo could handle South Butterfly's affairs. Luo Yi and Xiao Bao, seeing that there was nothing more for them, silently left the hospital. Inside, they were full of thoughts, holding back their feelings, waiting to discuss everything after leaving the hospital. After all, this place was crowded and noisy. If they met someone they knew and overheard their conversation, they might be scared to death. But just as they reached the second floor, they saw two familiar people, Tan Shirue and Zhou Zhou. Luo Yi wanted to nod and leave, but Xiao Bao went forward to say hello to Zhou Zhou. "Zhou Zhou, what's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Luo Yi really wanted to roll her eyes. Wasn't Zhou Zhou always that little bossy expression? Besides, who would dare to bully him? The aloof Zhou didn't speak. Tan Shirue gently touched the little boy's head and smiled, saying, "No one is bullying Zhou. It's just that his grandfather is sick, and he's worried." Luo Yi suddenly became interested. She had recently heard about Zhua's family situation. Based on Tan Shirue's words, Zhuozhua's mother and her parents should have returned to the capital. Suddenly, a woman in her 20s ran out from a nearby hospital room. When she saw Luo Yi and Xiaobao, she was first surprised, then looked at Luo Yi with some caution. Luo Yi. The woman approached Tan Shirui, swinging the scarf in her hand. Zhuozhua forgot his scarf, she said, then helped him put it on. After tying the scarf, she casually asked, "Do you know each other?" Tan Shirui immediately introduced her. "This is Commander Zhao's wife, Luo Yi. She's saved Zhuozhua before. This is Xiaobao, the son of Commander Tang." He looked at Luo Yi and added, "And this is Zhuozhua's mother, Mo Qi." But just as Tan Shirui turned his head, he missed the surprise that flashed across Mo Qi's face. Mo Qi smiled and greeted Luo Yi. "Hello, Luo Yi. Are you the Luo from Wushan Luo Water and the Yi from Jinjia Yi?" Luo Yi. Xiaobao. I want to be included too. My name is Tang Xiaobao, with Tang as my family name, Xiaobao as my given name, and Bao as my nickname. Xiaobao was so excited, he almost jumped into her arms. All three looked excited, but they hid their feelings well. Luo Yi took Xiaobao's hand and said casually, "We're going home for lunch now. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, Xiaobao and I will go to the park next to the military hospital to walk the dog." Xiaobao loves sitting on the bench by the lake watching the big dog run around. Tan Shirui felt that Luo Yi's words sounded a bit strange today. Although they were childhood friends, there was no need to explain all this to him. He didn't think much of it, just assumed Luo Yi was upset after learning that Nandai had been poisoned. So he nodded to Luo Yi and Xiaobao. As they left the hospital, Luo Yi and Xiaobao's eyes sparkled, and they said in unison, "Mo Qi." Mo Qi was the name of her close friend. Mo Qi must have come to your house to find us, and just like me at that time, she also got transported into a book. Little Treasure looked at Luo Yi with a sad expression. "Being transported into a book is fine, but can I not have a child's body? I can't do many things. All right. You'll live 20 more years than us, so be content," Luo Yi comforted casually. When you die, we'll probably go too," Little Treasure replied. "Don't try to fool him. Although he's an art student, he's not stupid. Come on. Let's go home to eat. After we see Chi-Chi at 2 o'clock, we can talk properly," Luo Yi said, grabbing Little Treasure's hand and hurrying home. She was already eager. It was great. They three had reunited in the story. She didn't know when Chi-Chi arrived or if she suffered during her rural trip. Luo Yi was full of questions. Mo Qi also felt restless from the moment she saw Luo Yi and Little Treasure. When Luo Yi got home, Xiao Fan had already prepared lunch. It wasn't as tasty as hers, but the ingredients from the space were always good, no matter how they were cooked. Xiao Fan sat down awkwardly, looking unsure whether to ask questions. Finally, he couldn't hold back. Madam Yin, she was poisoned to death by Nan Yen," Luo Yi said flatly when mentioning Nandai, with no emotion. After a while, she suddenly looked up a little nervous. "Xiao Fan, do you think I'm cold-blooded?" Xiao Fan shook his head and gently patted her head to comfort her. "No," Little Treasure made a sound. TSK, all the goosebumps are falling off." "Really?" Luo Yi didn't believe it. In Xiao Fan's eyes, she was Nandai's biological daughter. Could she really be so indifferent to her own mother? "Yes, really," Xiao Fan explained. "Madam Yin brought this on herself. You're not cold-blooded. You even wanted to divorce me to take care of your parents." Luo Yi was silent. The first part was okay, but the latter was unnecessary. Little Treasure kept eating silently, while Da and I took a bite and secretly fed De Huang. After lunch, Luo Yi took De Huang and Little Treasure out again, claiming they were just walking the dog. Xiao Fan and I looked unhappy. "We can walk dogs too," they thought. Bringing us along wouldn't be a problem. Mo Qi had been waiting in the park next to the military hospital. She was worried about not finding a good spot, so she left an hour early and was almost anxious with impatience. When the three of them met, they immediately hugged each other. "Loi, let's find a quiet place first, and then we can chat somewhere else." Yes, let's change the place." Xiaobao happily pushed Mo Qi, bouncing around, something kids his age would do. Emochi barely had time to blink when they moved from behind the wall to a new spot. Where are we? She asked curiously. Xiaobao, Yi's space. Surprised, huh? All three of us have entered the world of that silly book he was reading. Loi could only awkwardly chuckle. His main concern was whether Emochi had suffered. Chi, did you have a hard time during your trip? Not too bad, just a few small troubles. Emochi shook her head casually. I'm just glad to be back. Seeing you all is so good. I thought I had traveled to another world, but it turns out I just entered a book. Did you think you were the main heroine traveling through time? Now you find out you're just a minor character who doesn't even have a proper name. Are you feeling disappointed? Emochi angrily pinched Xiaobao, then started teasing him. That's still better than you. You're just a little kid. Xiaobao choked, then looked at Loi for help. You should tell Chi. She's always disliked me. Watching the bickering and joking, Loi suddenly felt like he was back in the real world. They used to fight and tease each other like this. Emochi had entered this world 2 months ago. She couldn't contact Loi or Xiaobao, so she went to Loi's house to find them. Later, when she opened her eyes again, she was inexplicably here. When I woke up, I saw someone trying to harm me. I was so scared. Emochi patted her chest, still looking a bit frightened. Later, I found out it was the village chief's son who wanted to do something bad to me. She suddenly chuckled. But now, he can't do any more bad things. The original owner of Emochi's body was a girl named Emochi. She died from suffocation after being choked by the village chief's son during a struggle. After her death, Emochi became the owner of this body. She already knew some martial arts because her family ran a martial arts school. In the end, the village chief's son was beaten to death by her. Emochi, who knows medicine, quietly handled the situation without anyone suspecting her afterward. At least I've avenged the original owner and done right by her body, Emochi thought, recalling the unjust death of the original owner with a sigh. All right, let's talk about the future, Xiaobao said, not wanting the meeting to be too sad. He just wanted everyone to be happy. By the way, I heard that your original owner divorced Tan Shirui to go to the countryside and take care of her parents. So, are you planning to remarry Tan Shirui later? Luo Yi remembered what Xiao Fan had told her before and started gossiping. Emochi suddenly looked a little shy. If Shirui wants to remarry, you're going to refuse? Luo Yi thought it was normal for Emochi to refuse. Most people wouldn't accept remarrying someone they've never met. But Emochi smiled mischievously. Haha, refusing? I can get rid of him faster than he can. Luo Yi and Xiaobao looked at her speechless. Emochi's character is like someone who chats online and brags. Am I just a little short of followers? I have a friend who wants to see, but in real life, she's nervous even about making eye contact with guys. Carrot, please don't take this too seriously. Just a fun character. Xiaobao was quite annoyed with Emochi's naive attitude. Maybe you should wait before making a decision. Even though we're in this silly story, the author probably favors handsome guys. Any male with a role is usually handsome. Luo Yi also nervously agreed. Yeah, don't rush. There are quite a few handsome guys. Emochi was speechless, but nodded obediently. By the way, why are you in the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? Luo Yi suddenly remembered and looked a bit worried. It's not me, it's our old master. He has some arrhythmia, and over the years, his condition worsened after going to the countryside. Emochi sighed and smiled helplessly. I don't know if he can recover now that he's back. Although she had only been in this story for 2 months, the original owner's parents treated her very well, making her feel quickly at home. At this moment, Little Treasure no longer boasted but quickly comforted her. Don't worry. Ease space is medicine. Maybe it can cure your old master. Even if it can't, it might help reduce his symptoms. Yes, let's go. I'll show you the stockpile in the warehouse, said Roy, taking Machi's hand. Little Treasure had been to the space many times before, so he guided them like a tour guide. He has stored a lot of food and supplies. Anything you can think of, as long as it can be bought. She has stored it, Roy said. First, bring some medicine to treat irregular heartbeat for your old master. After I go back today, I'll look in the pharmacy book to see if there are any suitable pills. If there are, I'll make them as soon as possible. Yes, Chi, don't worry. Stay happy. Little Treasure used to comfort the two girls by patting their heads, but now he could only shake their hands gently. Roy walked over to a box and took out a thick stack of money. This is for you. Remember to keep it safe. 10,000 yuan is a lot. After crossing into this world, Machi had never seen 50 yuan before. Suddenly, holding a heavy 10,000 yuan note, she felt overwhelmed with mixed feelings. Use it secretly, don't let anyone suspect. When it's gone, I'll give you more, Roy said, then looked at Little Treasure. And you, if you need money for anything, just tell me. What's wrong? Your sudden change makes me a little nervous. Little Treasure still liked the carefree Roy. Being overly emotional didn't suit them. But Roy looked seriously at the two. You are here because of me. In the future, I will take care of you. Even if you become useless, it's okay. When Roy first found out that Little Treasure had crossed into this world, she already felt guilty. Now, with Chi-Chi here too, she was happy but also full of guilt. Especially Machi, who must have suffered a lot in the countryside. Machi said, "Your kindness is good, but hearing that sounds a bit strange. Taking care of us? Does that mean we'll need to be looked after forever?" Roy stuck out her tongue. Anyway, just understand what I mean. Got it, got it. Anyway, in the future, you'll support me as the main director, and Chi-Chi will go back to her old job, researching medicines or something. Oh, and you could start a pharmaceutical company. Wow, Little Treasure was already dreaming. The three of them talked for a little while before parting ways. Each of them felt a bit reluctant, but they knew they would meet again soon. At least, they were happy knowing the other was doing well now. Loi first took Little Treasure back to the Tang family, then brought Da Huang home. To avoid raising Xiao Fan's suspicion, she even took a coat out of her space and said she bought it for Xiao Fan. But Xiao Fan didn't seem as happy as she expected. He remembered that when his sister wrote to him, she said his wife would make him a suit, but he had been waiting all this time and never received it. The news of Nandi's death caused a big stir in the military compound. People secretly criticized Nandi for being foolish, raising a white-eyed wolf. They said she was unfair to her own daughter, always making things difficult for her, and even refusing to acknowledge her at her mother's funeral. They thought she deserved it. Loi thought that at least one or two people would criticize her, and she had imagined what they might say. But in the end, no one spoke badly of her. Instead, many agreed with her actions. Little Treasure, are the people in the big yard so open-minded? Loi was surprised. Honestly, she had also considered whether to attend Nandi's funeral. But what difference would it make? Even if she went, she would just be pretending, it would be fake. Moreover, she didn't want to pretend in front of the Ian family. If they misunderstood her and thought she had let go of everything, it could cause more trouble. After thinking it over, Loi decided not to attend Nandi's funeral. My grandma said I should do this. Why should I forgive her? If you make a mistake, you should be punished. Otherwise, it's too easy for them to just die and get away with it. Little Treasure wasn't just comforting Loi. He truly believed this himself. Oh, have you seen Sun Yan later? He asked again. Loi shook her head. No, but I heard Xiao Fan say that Captain Chung is applying to transfer to another military district. He doesn't plan to stay in the capital anymore. So, Sun Yan has finished her revenge and is planning to retreat? Little Treasure didn't dislike Sun Yan's revenge, but he just didn't like her. Maybe. Loi's tone softened as she said, she married Captain Chung, but she didn't let her parents attend. Maybe she came to the capital with a sense of hopelessness. Xiao Bao was confused. Then she doesn't plan to seek revenge on the Yin family anymore? The Yin father and son didn't act, which allowed Shin Man to get away with it. They are also partly responsible. Loi paused thoughtfully and said, maybe there's a chance that the Southern sisters came to my family in a past life, and perhaps they said many harsh things to Sun Yan. After all, Nandi could say such things to me. So for someone like Sun Yan, the words might have been even worse. If that's true, then the Southern sisters brought it on themselves. Sun Yan is justified in seeking revenge or holding grudges. Still, Xiao Bao was a bit worried about Loi and gently advised, please don't get involved. As long as Sun Yan doesn't bother you, just pretend you don't know. Let's focus on our own peaceful life. Loi clearly understood Xiao Bao's concern and nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I will definitely stand my ground, Xiao Bao. After sending Xiao Bao home, Loi just opened the yard gate and saw Emo-chi standing there, happily watching the vegetables she had planted. Seeing Loi returning with Big Yellow, Emo-chi pretended to be serious and said, Comrade Loi, I came to thank you for saving Zhou earlier. Oh, Emo-chi, please come in. Loi awkwardly smiled and led her inside. As soon as they entered, they saw Xiao Fan sitting with two children. Emo-chi had also brought Zhou, showing her thoughtfulness. Danny was so happy to see Zhou that she clung to him tightly. Zhou sat there seriously, acting like a boss. Xiao Fan brought some fruit for the children. Worried that Danny might get too close to Zhou, he watched from the side. Seeing Loi return, Xiao Fan quickly said, Zhou's mom came specially to thank you and brought a lot of things. Loi glanced at the basket on the table and smiled politely. It's no big deal. Just came by, no need to be so formal, Xiao Fan. His wife usually didn't talk like that. Emo-chi pointed at Big Yellow, who was following Loi, and happily stepped forward. Did you just walk the dog? It's so cute. I want to pet its head. Loi immediately responded in sync. If you like it, I can take you out for a walk with it. Emo-chi smiled happily and turned to her son, saying, Zhou, Andy Roy and I are going out for a walk with the dog. You can play with Dara and I for a while. Zhou. Dana. Carrot Xiao Fan. Wow, are you that friendly with strangers? As soon as they stepped outside, Roy said, Sorry, I just sent Xiao Bao home. Emo-chi lowered her voice and said, It's okay. I'm not looking for him. I want to find you. My husband has been taking the tonic you gave me, and he looks much more energetic. Do you have more? Yes, Roy nodded. I made some medicine for arrhythmia based on the pharmacopoeia, but not much. Take it home and try it. If it works, I'll make more. If not, I'll keep experimenting. Thank you, Emo-chi said gratefully, but she kept a calm face. If I visit you often, will others start to suspect something? Roy was a little amused.
Probably not.
You already have a good excuse for coming. Her son's savior was a perfect reason. Roy looked at Emo-chi's pale skin and felt sorry for her. I'll give you some beauty pills later. We were in such a rush last time, I forgot. These beauty pills work very well and can help you attract Tan Shirui with your charm in the future. After their last meeting, Roy had wanted to visit Mo-chi again. She hadn't had time to give her many good things. Luckily, Emo-chi was clever and found her own way to come to her. He. Emo-chi started imagining how Tenshirue was completely captivated by her. Roy was a bit annoyed and quickly poured cold water on her hopes. Don't be too optimistic. Tenshirue is in a meditative state. I heard he was in an arranged marriage with the original owner and has no emotional connection. You should think carefully. If you remarry him, he might just see you as a decoration. Emo-chi was excited just a second ago, but then she deflated. My parents told me the same thing. Well, at worst, we can just be respectful friends. Roy. By the way, I heard a gossip from my parents yesterday. It turns out the Nan sisters also had designs on Tan Shirui. But your rival, Shen Man, didn't like him, so nothing happened, Emo-chi said. She had heard about Roy's connection with the Een family and subtly mentioned it to her parents afterward. Unexpectedly, the usually quiet and reserved elderly couple suddenly started talking eagerly, criticizing the South sisters. It turns out that the Mo family had plans to marry their children to the Tan family, but the kids had never met each other. However, the South sisters barged in and brought up how Een Nanjo had once saved Tenshirue and caused Een Nanji to get lost. Luo Yi calmly said, Don't worry. Even if the Tan family pressures Tenshirue, he won't marry Shen Man. Tenshirue knows very well what kind of person Shen Man is. But why does it seem like the South sisters are everywhere? Emo-chi said with a hint of disdain, mostly feeling unfair towards Luo Yi. Luo Yi and Emo-chi took a walk with De Huang in the big yard. Luckily, De Huang was strong and healthy, or he would have been exhausted. After returning home, Tan Shirui found that Zhou was not there and asked where she had gone. Bai Aunt said. Emo-chi came by. She said that since Luo Yi saved Zhou's life, We should buy some gifts and thank him together. Tan Shirui looked at his elderly mother with suspicion. Did Emochi really say that? It didn't seem like her. She was usually indifferent to everyone. Could it be that after going to the countryside, she changed completely? When Tan Shirui saw Emochi at the hospital before, he felt she was different, more lively. He was a bit worried about Zhou, so he planned to visit Xiao Fan's house. But just a few steps out, he saw Emochi and Luo Yi talking and laughing while walking the dog in the yard. Tan Shirui. When Emochi saw him, she froze and looked nervous, losing her previous cheerful expression. Why are you here? I came to see you, Tan Shirui said, then nodded at Luo Yi as a greeting. Look who? Emochi suddenly stammered, completely different from the fierce tone she had yesterday. Luo Yi looked speechless. Can you be a little more promising? Tan Shirui was confused and asked, Where's Zhou? Emochi suddenly looked defeated. At Luo Yi's house, Tan Shirui nodded and followed the two. The cheerful atmosphere disappeared once he joined, and everyone fell silent. Tan Shirui. He originally wanted to ask whether Emochi planned to take Zhou back to her parent house for a few days to help the child get used to the new environment. He also wanted to find a good time to talk with Emochi about getting back together. However, since Emochi returned from the countryside, she always seemed a bit shy around him. He wasn't sure if she was willing to remarry him. Of course, he wouldn't force her, but Zhou has been raised in a single-parent family and he worries about influencing the child's development. This child has been different from other kids since he was young, calm and serious, like an old officer with no playmates his age. But now, Dayanai can be considered a friend. After Luo Yi sent Tan Shirui and Emochi away, she saw Xiao Fan waiting seriously for her. I received a notice from above today. I have to go out on a mission again soon, but are your legs and arms okay? Luo Yi was worried. If Xiao Fan couldn't move well or got hurt again, it would be bad. Xiao Fan looked back to check that Dayanai and Xiao weren't around, then hugged his wife. Don't worry. I won't get hurt. Just stay at home and wait for me. Luo Yi didn't say anything, just silently hugged him. She had just been mocking Emochi, but now she wasn't much better. Xiao Fan tightened his grip on her arm, feeling a bit reluctant. I'll go back to the team tomorrow. The mission should only take a few days. Remember to take good care of yourself. Luo Yi nodded silently. Xiao Fan was pleased to see her dependence on him. He couldn't help but lean down to kiss her. As he kissed, he picked her up and held her close. But suddenly, his wife pushed him away. Then, there was a loud bang and a shout from the room. Sister-in-law, I didn't see anything. Luo Yi glared at Xiao Fan and then left him behind. At dinner, Luo Yi specially prepared a big table of dishes. The vegetables in the yard were gradually ready to eat. She also delivered some vegetables to a few good friends, who all praised the taste. He Qingqing and Aunt Bai, who lived in the apartment building, were complaining. They said they wished they hadn't moved and could grow tasty vegetables in their yard instead. Luo Yi made 2 more meat dishes, and the family ate like it was New Year. Xiao still followed the same routine as when she was in Zhao's village. After dinner, she packed her vegetarian lunch for school the next day before starting to eat. Roy hasn't cared much about Xiao's studies for a long time. After all, he has already gone over all the high school knowledge points with her, so there's nothing more to teach. Now, it's all up to her. After dinner, Xiao Fan took on the household chores willingly. Xiao helped Dayanai with her washing and brushing. Recently, Roy only needed to walk the dog and cook. He didn't have to do anything else. However, when lying in bed, Xiao Fan suddenly asked, are you tired? Roy didn't catch the hint in his words and naively replied, not tired. You guys finished all the work. What do I have to be tired about? Xiao Fan suddenly turned over and pressed her down, supporting himself with his hands on her sides. His voice became more intimate. Then, it might be a little hard for you next. Before Roy could react, he covered her lips, skillfully parted her teeth, and explored every corner with a nearly possessive touch. Xiao Fan was experienced. Before kissing his wife, he made sure to shave his beard clean, or he might make her cry with his love. Roy was tossed around by Xiao Fan until late at night before she finally fell asleep exhausted. After she was asleep, Xiao Fan got up to clean up the mess. He looked at the used condoms in the trash can and smiled helplessly. Then, he hurried back to bed, hugged his darling, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Xiao Fan returned to the army. Before leaving, he prepared breakfast for Roy. When he saw Da and I wake up, he fed her breakfast too. He then told Da Huang to take Da and I to play in the main hall, not to disturb Roy in the room. As he was leaving, Xiao Fan kissed his wife's cheek with reluctance. He couldn't help but smile. In the past, he didn't quite understand the saying, "The king does not attend court early," but now he fully understood. Every time Roy was intimate with Xiao Fan, she felt like her whole body was about to fall apart. She was now curious. Are all soldiers this physically fit? Unfortunately, Emochi and Tan Shirue hadn't remarried yet.
Wednesday deo. Hehehe.
When Roy got up, it was already late morning. Denai couldn't just eat baby food and formula anymore, but Roy was too tired to get up and cook. She simply took a takeout meal from the space, split it in half with Denai, and ate lunch like that. In the afternoon, she took Denai and Da Huang outside to enjoy the sun. Going out to walk the dog? She was so funny that she couldn't even move her legs. When Xiao Fan returned home in the evening, Luo Yi noticed a small change on his red shoulder badge. "What's this?" "Guess what? Your man got promoted to deputy regimental commander." Xiao Fan hugged his wife from behind as she was washing vegetables, gently nuzzling her slender, fair neck. "Since you don't want to be the daughter of a commander, how about considering being the wife of a commander instead?" Although it sounded sweet, it still made Luo Yi feel a bit embarrassed. She pushed him away with her elbow and teased, "Maybe you should think about being married to the richest man." Xiao Fan thought Luo Yi was joking, but to make her happy, he nodded respectfully and said, "Yes, my wealthy wife." Because they were being overly affectionate, several dishes at dinner got burnt. This time, Xiao Xiao didn't foolishly ask questions like last time. She just focused on eating. Seeing her brother and sister-in-law so close made her very happy. She hoped they could have a baby soon, so Do and I would have a companion. However, Xiao Zhao's wish didn't come true, though she wasn't the only one hoping for this little baby. The next day, after Xiao Fan left for the army, Su Nian suddenly came to their house. "Luo Yi Jie, won't you invite me in for a visit?" Su Nian smiled, but Luo Yi couldn't quite read her expression anymore. She smiled and moved aside. "Come in, Duranai, where's she?" Su Nian asked casually after entering. "She's napping." "It's her usual time," Luo Yi replied with a faint smile, but inside, she felt somewhat resistant towards Su Nian. "Luo Yi Jie, I'm here to say goodbye today," Su Nian said as soon as she sat down. "You're leaving?" Luo Yi wasn't sure what Su Nian meant by goodbye. She and Xiao Bao had discussed Su Nian before. Their guess was that after avenging herself, Su Nian might kick out Captain Chung. Su Nian looked a little sad. "Yes, I just arrived in the capital, and now I have to leave." She paused and then said, "I don't like the capital, so old Chung and I plan to move to a southern city to live." This sentence sounded much more sincere than when she first entered.
Luo Yi understood.
For Su Nian, the capital was a place of sadness. She had lost her life there in her past life, and every corner of this place was filled with painful memories. It was better not to stay. If it were Luo Yi, she probably wouldn't want to stay in such a sad place either. "When are you leaving?" Roy asked.
Tomorrow, Su Nian replied.
The two of them fell silent at the same time. After a long while, Su Nian said, "Sister Roy, in my heart, I've always considered you the closest person, whether you believe it or not." "Yes," Roy nodded without hesitation. "I believe you." Even if she didn't believe, she had to say she did. Su Nian was no longer the same person she used to be. Now she was Nyo Hulu Su Nian. When Su Nian was about to leave, Roy couldn't help but say, "Captain Chung is a very good person. I hope he can bring you happiness." "I know." Su Nian suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. After saying, "Thank you," she hurriedly left. Roy was left silent. Su Nian's departure was expected. That evening, Roy learned from Xiao Fan that the verdict for the South Yen poisoning case had been announced yesterday. She poisoned the commander's wife, and the evidence was clear. She was sentenced to life in prison. Strange, isn't it? Xiao Fan recalled some gossip he heard from another comrade. Shinman heard about South Yen and South Dai's trouble somehow, and she's gone crazy in prison. Roy was silent. Who else could it be? It must be Sun Yen behind it all. While Xiao Fan was packing his things for his departure the next day, Roy leaned lazily against the doorframe, watching this man who was being fought over fiercely by the women, feeling a mix of emotions. After Xiao Fan finished packing, he immediately came over to hug his wife. Stop, stop, stop. Roy pushed him away. Not today, really not convenient. Seeing his wife like this, Xiao Fan probably guessed what was going on. He reached out and pulled her back into his arms, but didn't make any moves. Does your stomach hurt? Should I go make you a bowl of red sugar water? It doesn't hurt, Roy shook her head. She rarely experienced menstrual pain. It used to happen before, but now she rarely had cramps, just some soreness in her waist. Then, Xiao Fan was still thinking about how to say it. Just say it. Roy knew very well that he was leaving tomorrow, and tonight he wouldn't let her go easily. Sure enough, Xiao Fan, holding her, pouted and said, help me take a bath. I probably won't be able to bathe for a long time. What? Not afraid I'll peel off a layer of your skin? Xiao Fan chuckled happily. Not afraid. He brushed aside his wife's hair and kissed her neck again and again. Loy felt tingly and numb from his kisses, and in the end, she could only agree. Xiao Fan felt he was becoming more and more attached to his wife. Even if he did nothing but quietly hold her, he felt very happy. Loy prepared a big basin of spiritual spring water for his bath. Actually, Xiao Fan didn't want to scrub his back. He just wanted to stay with his wife longer. Anything was fine. Before taking a bath, Xiao Fan also brought a small stool and placed it next to the bathtub. One of them bathed, and the other sat nearby talking. Since I took the medicine you gave me, my old scars have faded quite a bit, he said, pointing to show Loy. Loy nodded casually. She wasn't sure if it was the medicine or the spiritual spring water that helped. Maybe both. Also, be careful with your friends, Xiao Fan worried. If something happens to your friends, it could involve a lot of people. I will tell her, Loy replied. This mission is a bit tough. Captain Zhou and Captain Yin are going too, Xiao Fan said, flicking water from his hand and taking Loy's hand. His tone was full of reluctance. It will take quite a while. Be good at home and wait for me to come back. Oh, Loy responded calmly and quietly. Though she seemed calm on the outside, she was actually thinking about what kind of protective medicine she should bring Xiao Fan. The next day, when Xiao Fan left, Loy took out a few hemostatic pills. These are from the last time I bought medicine. They help stop bleeding. Seeing Xiao Fan look at her doubtfully, Loy emphasized, buy 20, get 1 free. These are the 5 free ones. Keep them safe. I really hope you won't need to use them. Xiao Fan put the pills into his pocket and then kissed her passionately again, until he almost made her gasp for air. Only then did he release her. Be good. Wait for me to come back. Loy's voice also carried a hint of reluctance. Xiao Fan thought that after he went on his mission, his wife would miss him a lot. There would be an adjustment period. But unfortunately, he was overthinking. As soon as he left, Little Bao and Emochi came over to Loy's house for dinner, and they were extremely happy. Loy locked all the doors and windows, then took out high-quality takeout from a fancy restaurant and started preparing it. Danny was happy as long as there was good food, and she often secretly fed some to De Huang. Come to my house tomorrow and fill my water tank with spiritual spring water, Mochi said, listening to Xiaobao talk about the benefits of spiritual spring water. She was very envious. Loy raised a glass of fresh juice. No problem. If it weren't for my parents not being able to accept it, I would take everything from home, Mochi said dramatically. I really envy you. With her husband away, her little sister was naive, and her niece didn't understand anything. No one at home suspected her. Loy was flattered and waved his hand. Oh, you'll have that too someday, Mochi. Feeling proud.
Stop envying.
No matter what, you're better than me. The worst part is me. I have to wait at least 15 years, Xiaobao said sadly. Around him were handsome guys, but he couldn't make a move. The three of them felt like they had gone back in time, eating, drinking, and joking around. They spent the whole afternoon like that. If he didn't have to go to the hospital to take care of old Mo, Machi would have wanted to stay at Loi's house. Loi, I'll visit you at the hospital tomorrow. Go back quickly. My little sister is about to return. Xiaobao, acting drunk, shook his head. Your tone makes it seem like your little sister is coming back to catch you doing something wrong. Feske sneaky. In the end, Machi had to leave reluctantly. After Xiao returned home, Loi asked her to watch Danny while he took Xiaobao back home. When they were near the Tang family, Commander Yin just got off the military vehicle. Loi and Xiaobao immediately slowed down, in sync. Their pace was as slow as a snail.
Clearly,
Commander Yin looked much older overnight. His bodyguard carefully helped him down from the car, reminding him to watch his step. Commander Yin saw Loi, but since Loi deliberately slowed down to avoid contact, he could only walk quickly back to his own home. Xiaobao suddenly said seriously, I suddenly feel a bit sorry for him. Loi. It was a lucky coincidence that old Ji and Jiang Yao were also there. Come, I just mentioned you. Old Ji waved to Roy. This is Uncle Mo and Aunt Shen. Roy politely stepped forward and greeted. Hello, Uncle Mo, hello, Aunt Shen. Then she asked Danny to call people over, making the two elders from the Mo family very happy. This is our daughter, Jiang Yao said, holding Roy's hand and smiling at Xin-Qin. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that you already know Chi-Chi from your family. Mo Chi introduced Roy again to the elderly couple from the Mo family. Only then did they realize that Roy had also saved their precious granddaughter, and they expressed their thanks once more. Old Ji and Jiang Yao looked very proud. They saw Roy as their adopted daughter. Child, you came just like that, and you even brought something. Usually, we should be the ones going to thank you, Xin-Qin said, liking Roy more and more. This child clearly has a good heart. Their proud Chi-Chi rarely makes friends. It's nothing, just accept it. It's a small gift from our daughter. Old Ji nodded approvingly, thinking she was very sensible. It turned out that Jiang Yao and the elderly couple from the Mo family were colleagues at the same research institute. Including Old Ji, the four of them had all studied abroad at some point. They shared common language, beliefs, and even similar experiences. Fortunately, they all gradually returned home. The four elders were chatting happily when Mo Chi took the opportunity to say she wanted to go downstairs with Roy for a walk, but in fact, she was taking Roy home to unload her things. Jiang Yao rarely saw Danny, so she kept her to hold and play for a while. Roy was very happy to do so, as it was more convenient without Danny. Once they arrived at Mo Chi's house, Roy directly told her to go into her space and pick things out. Unfortunately, Mo Chi didn't dare to take too much out. She looked pitiful and said, My parents don't hide any secret savings. The money for hospital bills is all provided by the organization. I can't just buy things in large amounts. Roy smiled softly. It's okay. When you and Tan Shirui get back together, you'll have an excuse to buy whatever you want. Just ask for Tan Shirui's salary. Mo Chi felt even more discouraged, her face falling. Forget it. It's easier to just find a job quickly. Mo Chi said sadly, I feel like Tan Shirui doesn't really like the original owner. Forget it, I won't talk about him. Isn't there supposed to be a lot of handsome guys here? Fortunately, Mo Chi quickly forgot the trouble Tan Shirui caused her. Now, she just wanted to find a job so she could have an excuse to go shopping at home. After Luo Yi and Mo Chi returned to the hospital, Elder Ji and Jiang Yao followed her straight to the military housing area. Elder Ji said he hadn't eaten her cooking in a long time, but he was actually worried she might be bullied by the high-ranking children in the area and wanted to support her. He had a private car to pick her up, but he insisted on walking. Jiang Yao shook her head at Luo Yi, letting him do as he pleased. Luo Yi felt a bit amused and helpless. How could she explain to Elder Ji that even if she hadn't acknowledged her connection to the Yin family or attended Nandai's funeral, no one in the area had bullied her? Not many people in the military housing area knew Elder Ji, but those who did held important positions. Elder Ji was very pleased. With this, no one would dare to bully the girl in the future. He wouldn't tolerate Luo Yi bullying others, but he definitely wouldn't let her be bullied. When Xiao Xiao returned home, she saw two elders and felt a little uncomfortable. It was okay before, but since learning about Elder Ji's status, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but feel nervous. Tonight, Luo Yi cooked dishes that Elder Ji and Jiang Yao liked. The family was happy and harmonious. There was nothing more joyful than this. Seizing the relaxed atmosphere, Luo Yi gently suggested applying for cultural heritage protection. She knew Elder Ji had a lot of power now. With just a word from him, someone would handle the application. China only joined the list of countries protecting cultural heritage in 1996. If this world had joined earlier and successfully had China's cultural heritage recognized, they wouldn't have to worry about the shameless Western countries rushing to claim it. Elder Ji immediately chuckled. What a joke. Movable type printing was invented by our ancestors in China. How could other countries steal that achievement? That's just too shameless. Anyway, he didn't believe anything he said. Impossible, impossible. Elder Ji waved his hand with a smile. Our ancestors invented movable type printing, and everyone knows that. How could other countries have the nerve to claim it as their own? Loy nodded quickly and said, there are indeed some shameless countries like that. They don't have much history, so they are very jealous of countries with a long history. They always want to take over other cultures. Old Ji, Xiao Tao's worries are not unreasonable.
It's not a bad thing.
Just tell your people to be more careful. Jiang Yao quickly spoke up, seeing that Loy's concern was genuine. In Jiang Yao's view, Loy was just giving a suggestion, not interfering with the organization's work. Good suggestions should be listened to, and bad ones can be ignored. Old Ji thought for a moment and nodded meaningfully. Don't worry, I understand. I'll have someone pay attention to this tomorrow. Loy finally felt relieved, but didn't show it too much. Every time she thought about the theft from Western 8 countries, she couldn't help but curse. The cultural losses that had already been stolen in reality couldn't be recovered, but here, since she was now involved with the power center, she couldn't let Western 8 countries succeed. Loy spent a few days relaxing at home, planting vegetables, raising children, having meals together, and occasionally delivering some good food to Old Ji and the elders. One afternoon, she was walking her big yellow dog with Xiaobao and Danny in the military compound when suddenly He Qingqing hurried over, looking anxious. Concerned, Loy asked, Sister Qingqing, what's wrong? It's Deputy Captain Su. No, Captain Su. Something happened. I can't explain now. I need to rush home to pick up Dongzi, He Qingqing said hurriedly, rushing toward home. Soon, she was seen pulling Dongzi down from the stairs, with Aunt Zhou running behind her. He Qingqing turned back and said to Aunt Zhou, Mom, you don't need to come. I'll take Dongzi to the hospital. She was too old to bump into things. Aunt Zhou followed a few steps but couldn't keep up and stopped, just in time to see Loy and the others nearby. Grandma Zhou, what happened? Xiaobao immediately pulled Loy closer. It's Dongzi's dad. Aunt Zhou sighed, her eyes red. Captain Su. I heard he just came back from the front line. The situation isn't good. Loy immediately understood. Captain Su must have been badly injured. He Qingqing was so anxious and hurriedly took Dongzi to the hospital. Perhaps the worst had already happened. Loy stepped forward and took Aunt Zhou's arm, saying, Aunt Zhou, I will help you go home first. Xiaobao held Danny's hand and kindly comforted her. Grandma Zhou, don't be sad. Major Su will be fine. Aunt Zhou nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, Major Su will be okay. Dongzi is still so young. But soon, news of Major Su's sacrifice spread. Originally, the organization planned to bring Major Su's parents to the capital for mourning, but considering their old age, they decided to send Major Su's ashes back to his hometown for a funeral. The army arranged for Colonel Jiang to handle the funeral in Haisher, Major Su's hometown. He also asked to go along. She couldn't just leave Dongzi with a group of men, even though Dongzi was very sensible. She just didn't feel at ease. Unexpectedly, He came to Loy's house, asking if she could go to Haisher with her. Loy, would you like to go to Haisher with me? My mother-in-law is quite old, He said directly, not beating around the bush. So I was wondering if you could come with me. Danny will stay with my mother-in-law for now. Loy looked hesitant. If you really can't go, it's okay. I can find someone else. Seeing Loy's hesitation, Haching understood her request was a bit much. She waved her hand and said, It's okay, Loy. Really, it's fine. I'll go back now. She needed to leave early tomorrow, find someone else, and pack Dongzi's things. Loy wasn't unwilling to go, but she was caught off guard and didn't respond immediately. However, once she thought about how Haching had only left the capital to get married at Zhou's house, she understood right away. She quickly stopped her, saying, Sister Haching, I'll go with you to Haishur. Thank you so much, Haching said excitedly grateful. Loy patted her shoulder gently and said kindly, Sister Haching, go home and pack for Dongzi. I know you're busy now. Haching no longer hesitated and hurriedly went home after thanking her. After school, Xiao heard about Major Su's death and suddenly started to worry about her brother. Previously, she never knew that joining the army could be so dangerous. It was only after coming to the military family compound and hearing from neighbors that she learned the full story. Don't worry, your brother won't be in danger. Luo Yi gently patted the sentimental Xiao and reminded her of some precautions. She also told her that all the family money was kept in the bedroom drawer, and if anything was needed, she could buy it herself. Anyway, whatever Luo Yi said, Xiao just nodded. When He Qingqing went to find Luo Yi, Xiao Bao was there too. So, as soon as Xiao Bao returned to the Tang family, he kept insisting on going to Haishur with them. His simple reason was to keep Dongzi company on the way. Actually, he was worried about Luo Yi and wanted to stay with her. The Tang family couldn't stop Xiao Bao from going out with Luo Yi, and that night, they asked Luo Yi for help. Since this wasn't the first time Xiao Bao had gone out with Luo Yi, and this time there were several soldiers accompanying them, the Tang family didn't need to ask Lao Jin to them. The next morning, the team held a simple farewell gathering for Lieutenant Su, and then Luo Yi and the others boarded the train to Haishur. Dongzi remained silent the whole time. No matter how He Qingqing comforted him, he wouldn't speak. Finally, Xiao Bao couldn't bear it anymore. He sat beside Dongzi, silently staying with him, without saying a word. The train arrived in Haishur the next morning. As soon as they got off, a special car was waiting for them at the station. Luo Yi held Xiao Bao's hand, He Qingqing held Dongzi, and Captain Jiang carried Lieutenant Su's urn. Lieutenant Su's parents had already been notified the day before. They only had one son, Su Gang, and the elderly couple almost fainted from crying several times. Seeing Dongzi, the Su couple fainted again on the spot. Dongzi, tears in his eyes, helped the elderly couple back to their room with He Qingqing. Luo Yi stood at the door of Lieutenant Su's house, looking at the plaque in the main hall that honored a hero of the first class. Suddenly, she was a bit stunned. Xiao Bao worriedly tugged at her sleeve. Luo Yi turned her head, looked down at him, and whispered, I suddenly have a selfish thought. Xiao Bao knew what she was worried about, but some things are not about fear or worry. They are about duty. Xiao Fan is a soldier with his own mission. Captain Su's funeral was very grand and lively, even featuring a special performance by a funeral procession. The military leaders not only asked Commander Jiang to handle the funeral, but also required him to manage the follow-up comfort work. So, after Captain Su was buried, Commander Jiang and others did not return to the army immediately. They had to stay in Haishur for a few more days. Dongzi stayed close to the grieving elderly couple, saying, Grandpa, Grandma, get up and eat something. He kept company with the elderly couple, while He Qingqing stayed with Dongzi. Seeing how responsible and busy he was, He Qingqing felt very sad and comforted the two elders, saying, Yes, people who pass away can't come back. Dongzi is still young and needs your care. You should try to cheer up quickly. She had taken care of Dongzi for so long that she almost regarded him as her own son. How could she not feel heartbroken now? She also looked anxiously at Luo Yi, hoping to ask for help. Luo Yi stepped forward and stood behind Dongzi, advising the two elders, I know you're very sad now, but the person who has passed away is gone. The living must continue to live. Dongzi is still young. If you fall apart, who will take care of him? The elderly couple finally listened to some advice and started eating. Perhaps they were exhausted from crying, feeling weak and needing Dongzi to feed them. He Qingqing couldn't bear to watch anymore. She quickly took the bowl from Dongzi's hands and said, "Let me do it. You go rest for a while." Dongzi didn't let go and whispered softly, "Aunt Qingqing, I can do it." Aunt Qingqing couldn't help but see how responsible he was. Other children his age are carefree and still spoiled by adults. Why does Dongzi have to suffer so much? Tears suddenly streamed down her face. Afraid of affecting everyone's mood, she quickly let go of the bowl and hurried outside. Luo Yi patted the little boy's shoulder, signaling him to stay and keep Dongzi company, while she went out to find He Qingqing. He Qingqing was hiding in a corner of the yard, crying. When Luo Yi found her, she couldn't hold back anymore. She hugged her and whispered through her tears, "Luo Yi, why does such a good child like Dongzi have to suffer so much? He's really so responsible. Luo Yi, I feel so heartbroken for him." Luo Yi didn't know how to comfort her at first. She could only hold her and let her vent her feelings. When He Qingqing finally got tired of crying and released her emotions, she awkwardly smiled at Luo Yi. "Sorry for making you laugh. It's okay," Luo Yi said, having already thought of a solution. He asked, "Qingqing, do you want to continue taking care of Dongzi?" "Of course I do," He Qingqing replied without hesitation. "Then you should adopt Dongzi. Not only him, but also his grandparents. Bring them all to the capital," Luo Yi said carefully. "The old couple in the Su family only has this one grandson. You and Captain Zhou should bring their whole family to the capital and then apply to the higher-ups to see if Su Lianzhang's house can stay in the family." Yes, He Qingqing suddenly understood. Even if Su Lianzhang's house isn't approved, they can live with us. We don't have a big yard right now, so we can move out of the apartment building and find a small house outside. Yes, I didn't think of that. She excitedly held Luo Yi's hand. "Thank you, Luo Yi. I'm glad you came with me." Otherwise, Luo Yi thought this plan might work, but he wasn't so optimistic. Qingqing, the old couple from the Su family, might not want to go to the capital. You need to talk to them carefully. If they were willing, they would have gone with the army long ago. He Qingqing's face fell again, but it was okay. Now there was hope, and she couldn't wait any longer. "Should I go now and talk to Dongzi's grandparents?" Luo Yi nodded and went inside with her. The old couple from the Su family had already finished eating. Dongzi was nearby, keeping company, and little Bao had taken an empty bowl to the kitchen. Only they were at home now. Captain Jiang and the others had gone early in the morning to handle Su Lianzhang's affairs, like applying for special policies for the Su family. He Qingqing nervously walked to the bed, cleared her throat, and carefully said, "Uncle, Auntie, I want to take you to the capital to take care of you and Dongzi." The old couple looked at her in confusion, not understanding what she meant. "During the time Su Lianzhang was on duty, Dongzi has been living with me. My mother-in-law and I have been taking care of him," He Qingqing explained. Easton nodded nearby and said to the two elders, "After Dad went on his mission, Qingqing Auntie, Grandma Zhou, and Uncle Zhou have been taking care of me. They are very kind and treat me like family. Uncle, Auntie, why don't you come back to the capital with me? From now on, I will let old Zhou take care of you when you grow old." "What do you think?" He Qingqing spoke sincerely, and Roy was moved by her words. Just as the elderly couple from the Su family hesitated, a voice suddenly came from the door. "Big sister, don't believe her lies." Roy looked toward the door and saw a large family rushing in. The person speaking was the old woman walking at the front. She glared fiercely at Qingqing and immediately advised the elderly couple from the Su family earnestly, "Big sister, please don't be fooled. She isn't related to you, so how could she be so kind-hearted?" The old man beside her echoed, "That's right, big sister. We are family, and we won't hurt you. Don't be tricked by outsiders' sweet words. Aunt Qingqing is a good person. You shouldn't say such things about her." Easton immediately stepped in front of Qingqing and frowned at the newcomers. Qingqing initially felt a little wronged, but hearing Easton speak up for her, she felt her grievances fade away. All her care for Easton was worth it. "Big sister, look at this. Easton has been spoiled by her and is talking to elders like this." The old woman started stirring trouble again. "Easton, hurry up and call the people," said the father of Commander Sue, looking a bit embarrassed and displeased. Easton stubbornly pursed his lips. Ching gently patted his small head and softly advised, "Be good. We should be polite and well-behaved children." Reluctantly, Easton called out a long string of titles: Uncle, Grandpa. Roy immediately realized that this old woman was probably Commander Sue's aunt, the one who introduced her niece to him. Auntie Tian Xiang's aunt? Ching also understood. She looked at Roy, and they exchanged a knowing glance. The old woman sat down on the edge of the bed and started stirring trouble again, saying, "Big sister, look at what Easton has become. Does he still listen to you?" Roy was speechless. "Don't say such things about Aunt Ching." Easton was very angry and wanted to go forward to push his wife away, but Ching quickly stopped him. "Big sister, in my opinion, you should teach this child well in the future. If he gets spoiled, you'll be the one suffering later." The old woman sighed and said earnestly. Ching was so angry she almost couldn't speak. Easton looked sadly at Ching behind him. It was his fault that Aunt Ching was being scolded. Luo Yi shook her head at Ching, telling her not to mention going to the capital for now. Major Sue's aunt was just causing trouble and would ruin everything. Luo Yi's meaning was clear to Ching, who immediately nodded in agreement. But Major Sue's aunt seemed to be in a hurry, worried that her chance might slip away. She held Major Sue's mother's hand and said firmly, "Big sister, don't be afraid. Even if Brother Gang is no longer here, you still have us. No one can deceive you. If anyone tries, I won't agree. Yes, Andy, from now on, you can treat me like your own child. I want to see who dares to deceive you." A sneaky-looking man suddenly jumped out and scolded Ching. "You just want to get Brother Gang's pension, huh? Well, forget it, Ching. It was the first time someone had spoken to her like that, and it was all about money. She was so angry, she couldn't say a word for a long time. "Got you figured out, huh? I knew you had bad intentions. I tell you, forget it." The man spat in frustration. "What's going on here? Someone is after Major Sue's pension and is even lying first." Luo Yi sneered. She reached into Ching's pocket and suddenly pulled out a large stack of money. "It's just money. We're not short of it." She confidently took out the money and then, in front of everyone, put it back into Ching's pocket, though actually, she put it into her own space. Ching was stunned but quickly regained her composure. She said confidently, "My husband is the regiment commander. We get an extra 200 yuan a month, plus other benefits during the new year. We're not after Major Sue's pension. Of course, 200 yuan was the maximum, and normally they didn't get that much, but she had to pretend confidently now." The old couple from the Sue family, including Major Sue's aunt, were all stunned. How could a woman carry so much money? Ching knew this was probably another trick Luo Yi was playing. Once, during a chat, Roy suddenly took a small orange from his left pocket and put it into his right pocket, then told her it was a magic trick. Ching he tried to stay calm and sincerely said, "Uncle, Auntie, you should save the condolence money from Lieutenant Sue for Dongzi to use when he gets married. For your daily expenses, my team leader Zhou and I will take care of them. Just come with Dongzi to live in the capital, and we will handle everything else." She thought she was being very sincere, but the old couple from the Sue family seemed more hesitant. Plus, Sue's aunt kept stirring the pot, saying, "Sister, don't believe what an outsider says. How could there be such good people in the world? Annie Ching is such a good person. She wouldn't lie. Grandpa, Grandma, let's go to the capital with Auntie Ching. The people in the military housing in the capital are all very kind." Dongzi looked at the elderly couple with hope, hoping they would agree. "She doesn't seem like a good person." Can a good person be interested in other people's children? Sue's aunt firmly claimed that Ching was not a good person. "Are you a good person? You introduced a good niece to Lieutenant Sue, but you also betrayed him? The good niece you raised hurt Dongzi so badly? Are you really a good person?" Roy questioned repeatedly. Sue's aunt was very upset. She looked at Sue's parents and said, "Sister, it was you who worried so much about Gongzi that you couldn't sleep. That's why I introduced Ah Xiang to him. I didn't know Ah Xiang would. If I had known it would cause trouble, I wouldn't have interfered. I only did it because I was worried about you and felt sorry for you. After saying this, she felt wronged and added, Sister, be honest. When Ah Seong took Dongzi with her, was he very obedient? Was he? Sue's parents nodded slowly, confirming it. Seeing them agree, Sue's aunt became more excited. Even though Ah Seong did something shameless, she didn't do anything wrong in raising Dongzi. Isn't that how your husband raised Gongzi? They say a son is made under the rod, but look at Dongzi now, he's been spoiled. The old couple from the Su family was finally convinced by their wife. They looked at Dongzi with a serious face and said, Dongzi, you're still young. The outside world is too complicated. It's better for us to stay in our hometown. They had spoken politely, almost accusing Qingqing of having ulterior motives. Qingqing still refused to give up and suggested, let's take Dongzi away. I will often bring him back to see you, or you can come to see him. Don't worry, I won't ask you to spend a penny. No. The elderly couple from the Su family repeatedly shook their heads. We absolutely won't let you take Dongzi away. Don't you have children yourself? Always thinking about other people's kids, Su Lianzhong's aunt suddenly scolded Qingqing harshly. You don't look like a good person. You're not welcome here. She also pushed Qingqing roughly, almost causing her to stumble. Luo Yi quickly supported her and asked, Are you okay? Dongzi and Xiaobao hurried over to help support Qingqing, anxiously calling out, Auntie Qingqing. The old woman's son suddenly grabbed Dongzi and pulled him away, pretending to be kind. Dongzi, don't be fooled by a bad woman. The more beautiful a woman is, the less you can trust her. Let go of me. Auntie Qingqing is a good person. You're not allowed to say bad things about her. Let go of me. Dongzi, still a child, couldn't break free from the adult man's hold. Worried that everyone might get into trouble if they stayed longer, Luo Yi quickly took Qingqing and Xiaobao to leave. Qingqing looked at Dongzi with some reluctance. Dongzi shook his head at her, signaling he would be fine. As soon as they left the Su family's house, Qingqing couldn't hold back her tears and started crying loudly. She held Luo Yi's hand and asked, Dongzi will be okay? They won't hurt Dongzi, will they? How can I take Dongzi away? Suddenly, she burst into tears and laughter at the same time. Yes, I can have children. I just want Dongzi to be my son. Luo Yi was truly frightened by Qingqing. He and Xiaobao hurriedly comforted her, saying, Qingqing, don't be sad. Everything will be fine. It will all be okay. Luo Yi, am I a bad person? On the way here, I was thinking about how to make Dongzi mine. Am I too selfish? But I really want a child. I can't have children anymore. Qingqing broke down in tears, looking exhausted and drained. Xiaobao stepped forward to wipe her tears, but they just kept flowing, more and more. Luo Yi, not good at comforting people, could only hold Qingqing and let her cry as much as she needed. Until Qingqing was tired from crying and finally calmed down, she suddenly remembered that Loi had just boldly taken out a stack of money. She immediately warned, Loi, next time you're alone, you must not show off your wealth. Seeing her mention it, Loi put her hand into her pocket and, using the space inside, took out the same stack of money. Take a close look. Can you see anything unusual? Xiaobao also came over, pushed Qingqing gently and said, Aunt Qingqing, I want to see too. Qingqing let Xiaobao get closer and carefully examined the stack of money. Suddenly, she thought of something, pinched a corner and exclaimed in surprise, It turns out that only a few bills on the outside are real. The rest are fake. But why would someone do that? Loi pretended to be mysterious. Because I worry about meeting bad people. If I encounter a villain, I just throw the money. While they're busy picking it up, I have a better chance to escape. Loi didn't know if Qingqing believed her nonsense, but Xiaobao cheered her on, praising, Yi is so clever. Wow, Yi is amazing. Actually, Loi had prepared these fake bills a long time ago. It was to protect herself from being robbed in the black market. If Lin Wu finished collecting the goods and secretly sent someone to rob her, she would throw the fake money. While those people were busy picking up the money, she would sneak into her space. Fortunately, Lin Wu had never betrayed her. After all, the people under Uncle Quan's command still followed the rules and kept their integrity. At this moment, Dongzi was also feeling uncomfortable. When he saw He Qingqing crying earlier, he felt even worse than her. He had never been this upset even when his father passed away. Aunt Qingqing and Grandma Zhou were probably the best people in the world to him, better than his father. They always treated him unconditionally, trusted him. Big sister, brother-in-law, you can't be fooled by outsiders. That woman just wants to steal Gongzi's pension. Don't be fooled by how much money they suddenly have. Who knows if it's stolen or fake? Su Lianzhang's aunt continued to try to deceive the old couple. Don't say that about Aunt Qingqing and Aunt Loi. Dongzi finally broke free and angrily pushed Su Lianzhang's aunt. The child's strength seemed full of effort, but was ineffective, yet it gave Su Lianzhang's aunt more reason to complain. Big sister, brother-in-law, look at what Dongzi has become. He wasn't like this before. When you lived with us, he was so well-behaved. The sneaky-looking man suddenly grabbed Dongzi, held his hands captive, and started to brainwash the elderly couple. Yes, Auntie, as the saying goes, you can tell a person's character at 3 years old. If Dongzi is spoiled, it will only cause you trouble in the future. The elderly couple looked at their grandson, who was so angry his eyes turned red. The more they thought about it, the more they agreed with what their relative said. Dongzi used to be obedient, always quiet, doing whatever he was told. But now he has learned to push elders around. After Captain Jiang and his team finished helping Lieutenant Su's family with various applications, they returned home and saw 3 people sitting on the field ridge from afar. He immediately went forward, picked up little Bao, and turned to ask the 2 women, especially He Qingqing, whose eyes were swollen from crying. Sister-in-law, what happened? He Qingqing knew her request had been rude first, so she stayed silent. But not speaking didn't mean no one told on her. Little Bao was very good at this. He looked upset and said, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Qingqing was bullied. They falsely accused her of trying to take Lieutenant Su's pension. Nonsense. Captain Jiang almost lost his temper. He knew what kind of person He Qingqing was. Her good character was well known in the military family compound. Let's go inside and see, he said in a serious voice. The group followed Captain Jiang back to Lieutenant Su's house. His aunt probably had already convinced the elderly couple. When they saw Jiang and the others, she calmly got up to greet them. Leader, please sit. Come, sit here. No need, Captain Jiang said calmly. But when he looked at the elderly couple, his expression was respectful, not arrogant. After all, they were the family of a martyr, and they deserved respect. Uncle, Auntie, we went to the county today. Rest assured, if you face any difficulties in the future, people from the county will send help immediately. Jiang explained everything they did today and told the elderly couple who they could turn to if they needed help. Having done all this, their mission was complete. It was time to return to the capital. He Qingqing hesitated for a long time but finally asked, unwillingly, Uncle, Auntie, are you really not considering coming back to the capital with me? Don't worry, I'm not after Lieutenant Su's pension. I just can't bear to leave Dongzi. The elderly couple from the Su family had already been completely influenced by Auntie Su's words. When they heard He Qingqing again, they lost their patience and even started to scold her, saying, Forget it. We won't be fooled by you. Yes, you liar. You look decent, but who knows if you're full of bad intentions, the sneaky-looking man echoed. Captain Jiang couldn't get angry at the elderly couple, so he scolded the sneaky man. Watch your mouth. Do you know what you're doing? You're insulting a military wife. If you keep this up, I can have the police arrest you. The sneaky man immediately lost his bravado and hid behind the elderly couple, saying, Auntie, Uncle, I only want to help you. Captain Su's mother quickly stepped in to protect them, saying, Don't worry, don't be afraid. Then she looked at Captain Jiang and his group and said somewhat impolitely, Since you've finished handling the matter of Xingzi's death, you can leave now. Captain Jiang nodded and said nothing more. He turned to Luo Yi and the others and said, Let's head back to the capital now. We'll leave for the county town first. Wait a moment, He Qingqing begged, looking at Captain Jiang. Captain Jiang, can I see Dongzi again? After returning to the Su family, they hadn't seen Dongzi anymore and didn't know where the Su family had hidden him. No. Almost immediately after He Qingqing finished speaking, Several voices responded in unison, all saying no. Where is Dongzi? Where did you hide him? I just want to say a few words to say goodbye. Why won't you let me see him? He Qingqing asked tearfully. Captain Zhang also looked a bit unhappy. He wanted to say a few words to Dongzi too, but his grandparents had hidden him, and there was nothing they could do. It wouldn't look good if they caused trouble now. In the end, Captain Zhang could only comfort He Qingqing, saying, Sister-in-law, maybe we should leave first. There will be chances in the future. Uncle Zhang, I have a toy I want to give to Dongzi myself. He's my good friend. He's the first good friend I've ever had, little Bao insisted stubbornly. Captain Zhang hesitated for a moment and then looked at the elderly couple from the Su family. Then let Commander Tang's son go see Dongzi. He can go alone, right? He emphasized that it was the commander's son. The elderly couple from the Su family thought for a moment and finally nodded, signaling the sneaky man to take little Bao to see Dongzi. Little Bao reached out to Roy, saying, Please give me the toy you have. He knew that when Roy heard him mention a toy, he was probably already prepared. Roy calmly took out a small toy from his bag and looked at He Qingqing. Is there anything you want me to tell Dongzi? He Qingqing had no other choice but to pass on all her messages to Bao for Dongzi. The Su family couldn't stop them anymore. First, Bao was the son of the commander, and second, he was just a child who didn't understand much. Bao was taken to a neighbor's house by the wife of the sneaky man. It turned out they had hidden Dongzi somewhere else. When Dongzi saw Bao, he immediately struggled to run over, but was held back tightly by the neighbor. After the sneaky man's wife nodded, they finally let go. Dongzi, free at last, quickly ran to Bao and asked sternly, but with concern in his voice, What are you here for? Bao handed him the toy and said softly, I'm here to say goodbye. This is my favorite toy, and I want to give it to you. After saying that, he pretended to hug Dongzi and whispered in his ear, There should be money inside the toy. If they treat you badly, find a way to contact us. We will come to pick you up. Dongzi also hugged Bao and whispered back, Thank you, Bao. I understand. Please comfort Aunt Qingqing for me, okay? The two children, like good friends, hugged each other tightly, feeling sad to part. On the train back to the capital, He Qingqing sat silently by the window, her eyes swollen from crying. Bao remembered Dongzi's words and said softly, Aunt Qingqing, if Dongzi knew you were upset and couldn't eat because of him, he would be even more sad. Yes, eat a little. Roy pushed a lunchbox toward He Qingqing. Don't worry. If you're still uneasy when we get back to the capital, I can come with you to Haishur again, okay? Bao nodded in agreement. I want to go with Aunt Qingqing to see Dongzi too. He Qingqing's face finally softened a bit. She obediently ate half of the rice, and the other half she put away. After a long pause, she suddenly seemed to accept her situation and said in a relaxed tone, Loy, maybe I won't have children in this life. Some things are just meant to be. Loy, who isn't good at comforting others, quickly looked at Little Treasure. At her command, Little Treasure moved closer to He Qingqing and anxiously said, Auntie Qingqing loves children so much. Maybe Little Treasure can be your son. He Qingqing was amused and politely declined. I wouldn't dare hope for Little Treasure. Loy also smiled. Yes, Grandma Tang was the first to lose patience. Qingqing, you're still young. Children will come someday. He Qingqing pursed her lips and gently shook her head, looking out the window with a bitter smile. There won't be any. Although Little Treasure knew he shouldn't ask about others' private matters, he had spent enough time with He Qingqing to like her. He pretended to be innocent and asked, Auntie Qingqing, why? He Qingqing's expression was complicated. Loy patted Little Treasure's head and chided, Why are you asking so many questions? Loy thought changing the subject would make the topic go away, but He Qingqing eventually revealed the reason. She looked down at her flat stomach and gently said, Old Zhou and I had a child before. Her voice was full of regret. At that time, she and Old Zhou had just married and soon became pregnant. But before the pregnancy was stable, it was lost. Maybe it was because they were too young. Old Zhou liked to drink with his friends when he was happy. He didn't have a strong alcohol tolerance and often got drunk. Loy and Little Treasure listened quietly. Little Treasure occasionally patted He Qingqing's back thoughtfully. One time, Old Zhou got drunk again. When Loy helped him into the room, He accidentally pushed him, and later, the baby was gone. He Qingqing looked up, smiled bitterly, and shook her head. I was very angry. After that, I told old Joe that if he didn't quit drinking, I wouldn't have children with him. Old Joe was stubborn like Loy. He didn't stop drinking, so she secretly took medicine. When she reached a sad part, He Qingqing started to sob softly, then cried loudly. She even disturbed the neighboring compartment where Captain Jiang was staying, who came to knock and ask what was wrong. Lloyd just said she was upset about Dongzi's matter, and Captain Jiang left, feeling reassured. Roy, the doctor said I damaged my body and I won't be able to have children in the future. But I really love children, He Qingqing said, hugging Roy and crying so hard she couldn't breathe. She had thought she could still take care of Dongzi. Taking advantage of her distraction, Roy gently held her wrist to check her pulse. Xiao Bao saw Roy frown and knew things might not be good, but for some reason, he really hoped He Qingqing could have a child. He thought that in this life or the next, he probably wouldn't have children, but that was his choice. Though it was a pity, he didn't regret it. He's not a bad person who would deceive someone into having a child for him. He Qingqing's situation made Xiao Bao feel very sympathetic. He looked at Roy and asked in a way only the two of them could understand, Aunt Qingqing is such a good person. She will definitely have children someday, right? Roy understood what Xiao Bao meant. It was a difficult situation, but maybe there was a way. So she nodded and comforted He Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, my mom had a similar problem when she was young, but later she used a special recipe and had my younger brother and sister. Really? He Qingqing was desperate and willing to try anything. She asked, Roy, do you still have that recipe? I'll ask my grandfather when I get back. Qingqing, if you want to get pregnant, you need to stay positive. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Being too tense all the time makes it harder to conceive. Xiao Bao, encouraged by Roy, immediately started trying to cheer her up. Aunt Qingqing is such a good person. She will definitely have a smart and well-behaved little baby. Thank you, He Qingqing said with a smile, patting Xiao Bao's head. I hope the little baby will be as smart as you. Xiao Bao, proud of being called smart, suddenly asked a not-so-smart question. Aunt Qingqing, do you hate Uncle Zhou? Roy. That was a sensitive topic. He Qingqing was momentarily stunned but shook her head without thinking. No, I don't hate him. We were both too young back then. She looked up at Roy and said, Old Zhou. He's a good person. When he found out I was taking medicine that was damaging my health, he immediately quit drinking. He became more steady, though it came at a big cost. He feels more guilty than I do, so I can't blame him anymore. He Qingqing quietly explained, Old Zhou has always been very kind to me, both before and now. Other people's matters, Luo Yi has no right to judge, but she was worried Luo Yi might misunderstand Captain Zhou, so she quickly explained, Old Zhou was only addicted to drinking when he was young. His alcohol tolerance is really poor, but now he doesn't drink at all. He always listens to me and never lets his mother-in-law bring up having children in front of me. Luo Yi smiled and praised. Captain Zhou is really lucky to marry Sister Qingqing. He Qingqing blushed a little from the compliment and muttered, You're just flattering me. After Luo Yi returned to the capital, he first went with He Qingqing to her home to pick up Dara and I. Aunt Zhou saw only them returning and asked with some sadness, Qingqing, has Dongzi's arrangement been made? He Qingqing didn't want to tell her mother-in-law about Su Lianzhang's top-notch relatives, so she just nodded and said, Mom, don't worry. Dongzi's grandparents will take good care of him. Good, then I feel at ease, Aunt Zhou said, pretending to be reassured, but she was worried that Dongzi might be bullied because he lost his father. Luo Yi knew that Aunt Zhou also cared for Dongzi sincerely and didn't want her to be sad. He hurried to comfort her. Aunt Zhou, don't worry. If you have free time later, let's go to Haishur to see Dongzi. Aunt Zhou smiled and quickly agreed. Yes. Qingqing, when Brother Zhou is free, we'll go see Dongzi together. I want to go too. Take me. Little Bao cheered and jumped happily. He also wanted to see Dongzi. This little kid was so adorable and heartbreaking. Okay, then bring little Bao along, He Qingqing said with a smile, patting his head. Da and I waved her arms and shouted, Brother Dongzi, Da and I wants to see Brother Dongzi. Luo Yi picked her up and promised, All right. We'll bring you too. Everyone finally had smiles on their faces. Luo Yi held Da and first took Little Bao back to the Tang family. Aunt Li happily invited Luo Yi inside to sit for a while. Luo Yi was eager to go home and take a hot bath, politely saying, "Next time," then left with Da. Da Huang had been alone at home during the day these past few days and was very happy. He didn't have to take care of the children. After finishing meals, he would lie by the sunny window and bask in the sun, living quite freely. When she heard a noise at the door, Da Huang's ears twitched. She lazily got up to greet her owner. Da Huang, Da Huang. Da jumped down from Roy and immediately pounced on Da Huang. These days, Da has been staying at Captain Zhou's house, while Xiao lives with Da Huang. Da Huang patiently endured being pinched and fussed over by her little master, who also liked to squeeze her ears. "Fine, as long as you're happy." Roy asked Da Huang to play with Da in the main hall. She quickly went to the space to take a hot shower, changed into clean clothes, then moved a stool to sit by the window where Da Huang used to rest. She sunbathed and looked through the medical book. He Qingqing was injured, and because she didn't recover well afterward, her nutrition was poor. She was also very stressed, which made her unable to conceive. Roy found a suitable medicine recipe for He Qingqing's body. She planned to prepare her medicine in the next few days. But the problem was, how could she get He Qingqing to take the medicine? On the train back to the capital, the recipe Roy mentioned actually didn't exist. She just wanted to give He Qingqing a simple, nourishing formula. Even if someone found out later, it would just be an ordinary tonic, and no one could blame her. If He Qingqing believed in this recipe, her mood would improve. When her mood is good and she takes real pills, the effect would be even better. But Roy was worried about how to make He Qingqing take the pills without noticing. It's not that she didn't trust Qingqing, but the less danger, the better. Xiao came home from school and was very happy to see her sister-in-law, circling around her. All right, I feel dizzy. Help me pick some scallions in the yard." Roy quickly sent her sister-in-law away. Xiao finally got to eat the meal her sister-in-law cooked. She wondered, why is her sister-in-law's cooking so delicious? She accidentally ate 2 big bowls of rice and rubbed her belly, saying, "By the way, sister-in-law, Chi came to visit you the day before yesterday." Roy nodded to show she knew. She left in a hurry then and didn't have time to tell Chi. She didn't know if Chi had something to ask her. The next day, Roy took Da to Chi's house to find her. Old Master Mo was still in the hospital. Qin was there with him, and Chi was responsible for delivering meals and changing clothes. Sometimes, she would swap shifts with Qin. When Roy arrived at Machi's house, she was home alone. Machi, seeing her as a savior, hugged Roy's arm and said, "You're finally back. What should I do?" Tan Shirue told me to remarry him, and I impulsively refused. Roy couldn't help but laugh and say, "Do you like Tan Shirue?" Probably just his face. Machi shyly shook her head. "I don't know. I just refused him, but now I regret it after thinking about it." What was Tan Shirue's reaction? Roy's curiosity was burning. Machi huffed and complained. What reaction could he have? He's just like Zhou. When have you ever seen either of them show a reaction? Roy chuckled and nodded in agreement. That's true. They both have that cold, bossy look. You're laughing? Help me think of a way. Machi was very frustrated now. She hesitated and asked, if the original owner comes back, will she remarry Tan Shirue? If I don't remarry him, will Zhou lack maternal love? But if I remarry Tan Shirue and we have no feelings, will that affect Zhou even more? Roy could only force herself to comfort her. Things will work out naturally. Machi looked at Roy and said insincerely, "Thanks. Never mind, I'll go ask Xiaobao for advice. He's like a part-time relationship expert." Roy. She couldn't give Machi any good advice, so she just helped her stock up. She filled her water jar with spiritual spring water and gave her lots of vegetables from her garden. Although Machi preferred eating meat, vegetables were easier to explain. She told Machi and her parents that these vegetables were grown in Roy's own yard. After leaving Machi's house, Roy went to visit the old master, hoping for a chance encounter with Hua Yishuan. But he was busy and only returned home late at night. After confirming a delivery time with him, Roy took Da and I back to her own house. In the following days, Roy first gave Hee Ching a simple, nourishing recipe to try, so she could start eating it. Then, she invited Hee Ching over to taste her new dishes, which were mostly failed dark cuisine experiments. But Hee Ching is very honest in this matter. Even if the food is not tasty, she will finish her small portion given by Luo Yi and encourage Luo Yi to keep trying. Because of this, Luo Yi found a chance to give Hee Ching medicine. Someone else might have stopped eating after the first bite if it tasted bad. But Hee Ching was afraid of hurting Luo Yi's motivation. She always ate all the food with the medicine, and even if it was hard to eat, she would just smile and say, "It seems a little bitter." Luo Yi would pretend not to notice and ask with a frown, "Really? No way, is that true?" Half a month passed like this. Hee Ching was no longer as upset as when she first returned from Haishur. She even calmly sent Dongzi's old clothes and the new spring clothes she made for him to Major Su's hometown. Although she always said, as long as they treat Dongzi well, they're Dongzi's family, they will definitely take good care of him. Dongzi is so obedient and well-behaved. Everyone will like him. If Dongzi is smart and things aren't going well, they will contact us. But Luo Yi knew that Hee Ching still couldn't let go of Dongzi. It's understandable. If someone suddenly took Da and I away from her life, she wouldn't be able to let go either. A month later, Xiao Fan returned safely from the front line. Luo Yi's heart finally felt at ease. Before leaving, Xiao Fan had a bad premonition, which is why she prepared medicine for him. "What's wrong? Looking so worried?" Luo Yi was seeing Xiao Fan off after a mission for the first time. She didn't know if soldiers always looked this worried when they came home. Xiao Fan gently hugged her and slowly said, Captain Yin is in trouble." Although Luo Yi said she didn't want to be involved with the Yin family, Yi Nanzhou had been very kind to her. She still hoped Yi Nanzhou was okay and didn't want him to get hurt.
What happened to him?
Xiao Fan asked Luo Yi to sit down, then sat beside her. "Our mission this time was much harder than usual. Captain Yin and I drew the most dangerous route. He was worried I might be in danger, so he left early with his team without saying a word, and he was always the first to go ahead." Xiao Fan's voice was low and heavy. As for what the task was, he couldn't reveal it, only showing a sad expression. Captain Yin. After the accident, he kept holding my hand and told me to take good care of you. He was most worried about you and Commander Yin. Actually, Yi Nanzhou said some other things, but Xiao Fan didn't want to tell Luo Yi for now. He didn't want to pressure her. "How is Captain Yin now?" Luo Yi asked. "Not very well. He lost a lot of blood. I secretly gave him the hemostatic medicine you gave me." Xiao Fan took the remaining medicine from his pocket. "I gave him 3 pills and he spit out 1. Take me to see him," Luo Yi said. "Do you want to see him?" Xiao Fan asked, feeling he might get scolded by his wife. But Luo Yi only replied calmly, "Let's go. Seeing him sooner might increase his chances of recovery." Okay. Xiao Fan didn't dare to waste time and immediately took her to the military hospital. Xiao hadn't finished school yet, so they could only bring Danny along too. Yi Nanzhou was taken to the capital military hospital and underwent another surgery. He hadn't woken up yet. His bodyguard was in the ward with him. The bodyguard knew Luo Yi's identity. He greeted Xiao Fan with a smile and saluted him first, then greeted Luo Yi. Not knowing what to call her, he simply said, "Comrade Luo Yi, hello. I'm Captain Yin's bodyguard. Just call me Xiao Wang." Luo Yi nodded. "Hello, Xiao Wang." She then pointed at Yi Nanzhou lying on the bed, seeming to ask casually, "How is Captain Yin?" "Our captain just finished surgery. He's still under anesthesia," Xiao Wang replied honestly. Luo Yi turned to Xiao Fan. "I'll go out for a bit." After speaking, she was about to leave.
Comrade Luo Yi?
Comrade Luo Yi. Xiao Wang hurriedly chased after her. If the captain woke up and saw his sister there, he would be very happy. He wanted to stop Luo Yi at all costs. Luo Yi looked back in surprise. "Is there something? Well, Comrade Luo Yi, could you wait until the captain wakes up before leaving?" Xiao Wang begged nervously. Luo Yi said, "I'll just go to the doctor's office." I'll be right back. Xiao Wang immediately nodded gratefully. Okay. That's fine. Roy went to the doctor's office to ask about Yin Nanzhou's condition and also requested some test reports and related information. When Xiao Fan arrived carrying Danai, Roy was looking at some data on a piece of paper. When no one was around, Xiao Fan quietly asked, can you understand this? Roy didn't look up but replied vaguely, guess, Xiao Fan. So, you can understand it. Yin Nanzhou was likely hit hard. He had internal bleeding and some damage to his leg bones. His condition was worse than Xiao Fan had thought before. After reviewing the information, Roy returned the documents to the doctor and asked Xiao Fan as he left the office, is he awake? Xiao Fan. Yes, I heard you came to see him, and he seemed pretty happy. When Roy entered Yin Nanzhou's hospital room, he saw him looking at the door. As soon as he saw Roy, he forced a small smile. Xiao Wang thoughtfully left the room, giving them some space. Xiao Fan was thinking about whether he should also carry Da and I out when Roy said to Yin Nanzhou, rest well. I'll have Xiao Fan bring you breakfast tomorrow. Without waiting for a response, Roy turned and left. Xiao Fan pointed in the direction Roy had gone and awkwardly said to Yin Nanzhou, well, Yin Nanzhou had just woken up and was weak, so he only nodded slightly. His smile grew broader. He didn't expect his sister to be so awkward. He thought she was a decisive person. Xiao Fan quickly caught up with Roy, carrying Danai, and asked, what's going on? Don't overthink it. I'm just bringing him some food, Roy emphasized, then added, you said yourself that his injury is partly your fault. Yes, Xiao Fan hurriedly agreed, making sure to give his wife some face. Of course, if Captain Yin hadn't risked himself to go ahead, he might have been the one injured today, or it could have been another comrade. When they got home, Xiao Fan handed Danai to Huang and then asked his wife with concern, can Captain Yin's leg be saved? Roy looked at her suspiciously and calmly said, I don't know. I'll ask my friend. The leg can definitely be saved. Yin Nanzhou's current condition isn't too bad. With proper care for a year or so, he could recover. But his leg will probably be useless, and he definitely won't be able to serve in the army anymore. The next morning, Roy prepared a nutritious breakfast for Yin Nanzhou. Instead of sending him to the hospital himself, she asked Xiao Fan to go instead. Yin Nanzhou had just finished surgery. Roy made him a glass of black soybean milk using ground black soybean powder from early morning, along with a smooth steamed egg. This was the first time Yin Nanzhou had tasted food made by his sister. He was so excited he almost cried but stubbornly told Xiao Fan, don't get the wrong idea. It's just that Yi's cooking is really delicious. Xiao Fan. Since he was his brother-in-law, he said, well, Yi will probably bring you lunch again at noon. Really? Yin Nanzhou was almost too happy to think straight. Probably, Xiao Fan replied, suddenly unsure after he asked. But since Yin Nanzhou was a patient and needed comfort, Xiao Fan added, actually, Yi is just stubborn. She always knows who treats her well. Thank you. Yin Nanzhou sincerely thanked Xiao Fan. He knew Xiao Fan had probably spoken well of him. Otherwise, with his sister's temper, it would be hard. Xiao Fan politely responded, you're welcome, and then left for the team. When Xiao Wang came in to help Yin Nanzhou tidy up, he noticed that Yin Nanzhou had finished his breakfast completely. He was curious, was it really that good? Yin Nanzhou saw his curiosity and proudly said, my sister's cooking is especially delicious. It was truly tasty. Tan Shirui hadn't lied to him. Xiao Wang smiled apologetically. Yes, it looks very tasty. As the leader, you're always right. Yin Nanzhou curled his lips, not believing it if he didn't want to. When Tan Shirui arrived at the hospital, Yin Nanzhou, subtly, glanced at the insulated container on the table. Yi's cooking is really good. Xiao Fan said she'll bring me lunch again today, but I don't know what delicious food she'll make. Tan Shirui. Okay, I get it. It seems he doesn't need his comfort anymore. Anyway, I have to go now. There are things at the team, Tan Shirui said, half-truthfully. Yin Nanzhou looked at him with dissatisfaction. Are you my brother? Stay and chat with me. Tan Shirui finally pulled over a chair and sat down, frowning. How are you? Feeling better? I won't die, Yin Nanzhou replied, then fell silent. After a long while, He looked at his legs wrapped in bandages. I don't know if I can stand up again. Believe in miracles, Tan Shirue said confidently to comfort him. Didn't doctors also say Xiao Fan's leg would definitely be crippled? Look at him now. Honestly, he seems to be in better shape than before. Nanzhou thought carefully and felt a bit confused, but then hope sparked again. Truly, Xiao Fan looks much stronger than before. Tan Shirue stood up and patted his good friend's shoulder. Don't worry, you will also create a miracle. Nanzhou grinned. I'll take your words as a good sign. Seeing him stand up, he asked, You're leaving so soon? Won't you stay a little longer? Tan Shirue turned and said, I'm going downstairs to see Emochi's dad. Nanzhou immediately perked up and asked, When do you and Emochi plan to get back together? Emochi refused, Tan Shirue said with a self-deprecating smile. She was very firm about it. Nanzhou seemed to expect that. Honestly, you and Emochi are not really a good match. Both of you are cold by nature. Besides, you only had a child to meet your elder's wishes. What's the point of getting back together? I think you should find someone lively, someone who compliments you, but she is Zhou's mom, Tan Shirue replied. Since Emochi doesn't want to, don't push her. Zhou can stay with both of you on alternating days. You don't really understand Emochi's personality. The more you pressure her, the more it will backfire. Nanzhou also remembered how Emochi always seemed cold and distant when he saw her before. Tan Shirue smiled sadly and then left the hospital room. I'm leaving. If anything comes up, just ask Xiao Wang to find me. Last night, Luo Yi carefully studied the medical texts again. After Xiao Fan left, she handed Da and I over to Da Huang and then hid in her space to prepare medicine. All the necessary herbs were in her space. She had already gathered all the materials last night, so today she just needed to do some work. In less than 2 hours, she brewed a small batch of medicine. Luo Yi carefully poured the medicine into bottles, then left her space and tidied up to prepare lunch. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang in the hospital asked Nanzhou several times what he wanted to eat for lunch, but each time, Nanzhou said he wasn't hungry yet and to wait a little longer. Fortunately, Luo Yi arrived at the hospital just in time for mealtime, so he didn't have to wait in vain. Nanzhou was still a bit surprised and happy. He didn't expect his sister to come and bring him food. He was so excited, he didn't know what to say. Are you hungry? Luo Yi also felt a little awkward. Neither of them was in perfect health. Somewhat, he replied. To ease the awkwardness, Nanzhou gently patted the spot beside him and said, Da and I come over here with Uncle, Luo Yi. Uncle? Da and I looked at her aunt and, seeing her nod, obediently walked over and sweetly called out, Jojo. Nanzhou smiled so much he couldn't close his mouth. Good girl, when Uncle gets out of the hospital, I'll buy you something tasty. Da and I also happily nodded. Luo Yi placed all the food from the thermos on the table. There was a ginseng chicken soup and some vegetarian dishes. These dishes are suitable for someone after surgery. If you find them hard to eat, I can adjust the flavors to suit your taste. Although they were mainly vegetables, they were all made with care. The chicken soup had 100-year-old ginseng added, and although only a few pieces of meat were inside, all the nutrients were in the broth. Eat as you like. Nanzhou was worried that if he spoke too slowly, his sister might misunderstand. Your cooking is really good, truly, he emphasized again. Oh, Luo Yi nodded a little awkwardly, handed him the bowl, and asked uncertainly, Can you eat by yourself? Why yes, I can. Nanzhou took the bowl. Although eating was a bit difficult, he didn't want to seem too helpless and scare his sister away. Luo Yi frowned and looked at him for a while. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and picked up the small bowls on the table, bringing them close to Nanzhou's chopsticks. Although she didn't feed him herself, in Nanzhou's heart, it felt just like his sister feeding him. When he finally finished eating, Luo Yi got up to close the hospital room door. Before closing it, she looked outside. Nanzhou suddenly felt nervous, unsure of what his sister was about to do. Luo Yi walked over to him, her face serious. Do you trust me? Actually, she should have asked first, Can I trust you? But she knew that Nanzhou could completely trust her when it came to her matters, so she simply asked the next question. Yin Nanjo thought for a moment and nodded immediately. Of course, although his sister didn't talk much to him, he trusted her and knew she wouldn't harm him. After hearing his answer, Luo Yi took a pill from her pocket and sternly said, "Take this. Don't ask what medicine it is, where it came from, or anything else." Yin Nanjo immediately let out a long breath, thinking his sister wanted to tell him something, but it turned out to be this. I know my situation now."
Don't worry about me, he said.
But he didn't want his sister to be upset, so he told her not to worry, even though he still obediently took the medicine. Luo Yi didn't bother explaining the medicine further. The more she explained, the more confusing it became. Anyway, as long as he took it, that was enough. While packing her things, she asked, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll bring it to you later." Yin Nanjo felt a little happy again. Does she care about dinner? But he asked in a delicate way, "Would that be too much trouble for you? Then forget it," Luo Yi said, not used to his fussiness.
He's not like Xiao Fan.
Hey. Yin Nanjo felt embarrassed and wanted to slap himself. Why act so pretentious? Now, he's in trouble. Whatever you make, I'll eat. You decide for yourself, he said. Luo Yi nodded, and then left with Da and I. Before leaving, Da and I said to Yin Nanjo, "See you, Jujo." That made him very happy. Nanji was also so obedient and sensible when she was young. However, this grown-up Nanji, who wasn't as obedient and sensible, went to check if Mo-chi was at the hospital visiting her grandfather before leaving the inpatient building. When she reached her grandfather's ward, she saw Mo-chi and Tan Shirue talking from afar in the corridor. Obedient and sensible Luo Yi quickly pulled Dai, who wasn't so obedient and wanted to interrupt their conversation, and hurried away. That evening, Luo Yi and Xiao Fan came together to deliver food to Yin Nanjo. Luo Yi made blackfish soup and 2 stir-fried dishes. Xiao Fan didn't know what to say and decided to break the awkward silence casually. "Captain Yin, how is it? Is Yi's cooking good?" Yin Nanjo. Is he showing off in front of him? Doesn't he remember whose sister she is? He should have let Xiao Fan taste the pain of divorce. Xiao Fan immediately understood Yin Nanjo's look. Danger. Luo Yi stood nearby watching. After Yin Nanjo finished eating, she handed him a pill. He swallowed it with water and then looked at Xiao Fan with a hint of caution. Xiao Fan. Lloyd didn't want to bother with their teasing and went outside to the bathroom to get a basin of hot water. Of course, the water was just a distraction. In reality, she used her space to summon a basin of warm spiritual spring water. Why didn't you let me do it? Xiao Fan immediately felt sorry and took the basin when he saw Loi bringing it in. Yin Nanjo was somewhat satisfied, thinking he still knew how to treat his wife well. Xiao Fan, can you help Captain Yin wipe himself? Loi finished her instructions and left the ward, leaving the space for the 2 men. Yin Nanjo refused. No need. Just leave it there. Xiao Wang will be back soon, but Yi asked me to help you. Xiao Fan also refused. Yin Nanjo. On the way home, Loi sat in the back seat of the car, hugging Xiao Fan's waist with both hands. It was almost May now, and the evening breeze on her face was not cold at all, but rather quite comfortable. Xiao Fan thought carefully and finally asked, did you visit your friend today? Loi's face was pressed against his back, and she softly responded. Be careful, okay? Xiao Fan said it himself. He wouldn't interfere too much, so he could only remind her to stay safe. While the road was quiet, Xiao Fan rode the bike with one hand, and the other reached behind to gently rub his wife's face. Loi playfully grabbed his hand and asked, Can you ride with both hands off the handlebars? Of course I can. Xiao Fan immediately boasted proudly, but since he was carrying his wife, he had no intention of demonstrating. When they got home, Xiao had already fed Da and I dinner and was waiting for her brother and sister-in-law to join. During dinner, Loi casually asked about Xiao's school. Suddenly, she said, Sister-in-law, I saw Mo-chi at school today. It seems she became a teacher there, teaching high school second-year students. Xiao nodded, a bit puzzled, and asked, Sister-in-law, Mo-chi is so impressive. She graduated from high school herself, But she can teach high school second-year students. Oh, Loi elongated her tone. Then your sister-in-law isn't impressive. Xiao Xiao immediately lowered her bowl and chopsticks, eager to throw herself into Loi's arms. Sister-in-law is definitely the most impressive, the most impressive of all. Roy then nodded happily. That's more like it. He casually added a big chicken leg to her bowl. Xiao Fan. Turns out my wife also likes to hear flattery. Looks like I should praise her more in the future. The next morning, Xiao Fan was still bringing breakfast to Yin Nanzhou. After their honest talk last night, Yin Nanzhou no longer felt embarrassed around Xiao Fan and even praised him. Xiao Fan, you're really lucky to marry our Yi. Xiao Fan didn't dare to show off in front of Yin Nanzhou. Knowing his wife's temper, even if she didn't officially recognize Yin's ceiling, she would eventually meet Yin Nanzhou. He preferred not to offend his big brother-in-law. So he nodded politely and said, Yi can make many local snacks. Once she's more experienced, she should cook for you. Really? Yin Nanzhou looked forward to it, even ignoring the pain from his recent injury. Yes, especially when she's in a good mood, Xiao Fan said, sitting by Yin Nanzhou's bed since it was still early. When Yi is happy, she likes to cook delicious food, but she's best at making snacks that kids love. Yin Nanzhou. Are you joking with me? Captain Yin, don't misunderstand. That's what Yi said. She said those snacks are unhealthy junk food, but once you start eating, you can't stop. Have you tried them? Yin Nanzhou asked irritably. Yes, I did. Just this morning I ate some. Yin Nanzhou. Thanks, you can leave now. At noon, Roy brought Da and I to deliver lunch. Yin Nanzhou eagerly asked, I heard you can make a lot of junk food? Roy. Although it sounds a bit strange. Do you want to try some? She asked. Yin Nanzhou didn't say whether he wanted to eat or not. Instead, he asked Da and I, do you want to try some junk food? Da and I. Roy thought Yin Nanzhou might still be a bit confused. Delivering meals to the hospital every day is tiring. Maybe I should ask Xiaowang to pick some from your house, so you don't have to run back and forth. Roy couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. I thought you would tell me to stop making food. Yin Nanzhou. My sister is good at everything, but she has such an annoying mouth. By the way, with your injuries so serious, why hasn't Commander Yin come to see you? Yi was worried before about going to the hospital to deliver food to Yin Nanzhou, fearing he might meet Commander Yin. But 2 days passed, and Commander Yin never appeared. Yin Nanzhou seemed used to this and spoke calmly, without sadness. Dad went to the south for an inspection. He cleared his throat and added, don't think that Dad is forgetful when it comes to household chores. He's more responsible at work than anyone. Of course, I'm not just saying good things about him. It's true. You can ask Xiao Fan later. Yi nodded casually. Yin Nanzhou hurriedly said, even after knowing you came back, Dad didn't rush home immediately. He just finished his work quickly and came back early. If I were injured, I think I would wait until all my work was done before returning to the capital. Yi was silent. Suddenly, Yin Nanzhou said to Yi, this time I got hurt. It's not just for Xiao Fan. As Dad's son, I should face difficulties head-on. You understand, I have to work harder than anyone else to shut others up. Otherwise, they might say behind my back that I only became a battalion commander because Dad is the commander. Yi nodded seriously and suddenly felt a bit sorry for him. I will personally bring you food. I don't trust others with that medicine. Yin Nanzhou had never paid much attention to the medicine before, but seeing how careful Yi was now, he asked, does this medicine really heal my leg? Yi didn't answer directly but said, anyway, Xiao Fan is taking that medicine and doing well. Yin Nanzhou was silent. That evening, when Yi and Xiao Fan brought food to Yin Nanzhou, he suddenly took out a stack of money. The medicine you gave me should be quite expensive. Here, take this money first. If it's not enough, tomorrow I'll have Xiaowang bring the proof and withdraw all my savings from the bank. Xiao Fan instinctively tried to push the money back, but then he heard his wife say, just take it, okay? He immediately took the money and handed it politely to his wife. Yin Nanzhou looked surprised. But it was good. That's enough, Yi said, taking the money without hesitation. If it's not enough, I'll tell you. Yes, yes, CE, don't worry about money. I have a lot saved, all from Lee Nanjo's wife. Don't worry, I won't be polite with you, Lee Nanjo. He didn't understand how his sister was so bold and how she managed to make Xiao Fan obedient. He had thought that his sister spent every day working hard to prepare sick meals for him. It wasn't until 2 weeks later, when Lee Nanjo was discharged and Xiao Fan took him home to stay, that he realized how much his family knew how to enjoy life. It turned out that his sick meals were just a simple version. Probably, his sister spent all her salary and allowances on food. Lee Nanjo suddenly felt worried that his sister might spend Xiao Fan into poverty. He immediately started planning to give some of his salary to his sister in the future. Commander Ian was really focused on work. When he heard that his son went straight to Xiao Fan's house after leaving the hospital, he cared even less about Lee Nanjo's well-being. Originally, he planned to visit the capital after the inspection, but now he went directly to the next place for inspection. He had some small thoughts. Since Luo Yi could bring Lee Nanjo home to take care of him, it meant there was still a chance to accept this daughter back. He decided to let the siblings develop their relationship naturally, no rush. Lee Nanjo stayed at Xiao Fan's house, enjoying good food and drinks with the family and playing with the clever big dog, De Huang. It was like living in heaven. He suddenly started to look forward to getting married. Before, he only knew about missions, but now he envied Xiao Fan. This man always circles around Yi when he gets home. When Emochi came to Luo Yi's house to eat, she suddenly saw Lee Nanjo sunbathing in the yard. She knew who Lee Nanjo was, but didn't expect Luo Yi and Xiao Fan to bring him home to recover. She nodded slightly at Lee Nanjo and then went inside to find Luo Yi. Lee Nanjo was very surprised. Emochi, who was usually indifferent to everything, actually came to visit his sister.
See?
His sister is truly outstanding. He had only been there for 2 days and already saw many visitors like the Tan family, Tang family, Zhou family, coming to see his sister one after another. Look at how popular she was. No wonder she was his sister. Why is Lee Nanjo at your house? Emochi leaned close to Luo Yi's ear and whispered. Soldiers have good hearing, so she had to be careful what she said. Luo Yi was braiding Denise's hair and replied without looking up, he paid money. Emochi. She felt like she was being bullied for having no money. She raised her pinky finger, poked Roy's head, and teased, you're saying one thing but meaning another. She stretched her neck to look into the kitchen. Is there anything tasty? Hurry up and satisfy my craving. Roy finished braiding the last small braid on Moki's hair before turning to ask, are you in a hurry? If not, stay for dinner. No rush. My husband was discharged yesterday, so tonight they'll cook for themselves, Moki said happily. The vegetables you helped me plant in the yard are growing pretty well lately. Roy nodded with a smile. Once I finish eating the vegetables from my yard, I'll do the same. That day, when they tried to plant vegetables in Moki's yard, they found the soil hadn't been used for years and was very hard. Neither of them wanted to loosen the soil, so they secretly took some soil from the space and used it to plant vegetables. With the help of spiritual spring water, the vegetables grew very well. So, Roy planned to spread a layer of space soil in the yard next time and plant vegetables there. Is there anything special you want to eat? Can I order some steamed buns?
Yi, a really crave steamed buns.
Boo-hoo, Moki begged Roy, determined to eat steamed buns today. As long as she could eat them, she was willing to do anything. Roy chuckled. What a coincidence. I asked Xiao Fan to find someone to make a flat-bottomed iron pan, perfect for making steamed buns and pot stickers. Actually, she also wanted to eat steamed buns and pot stickers, so she asked Xiao Fan to find an old friend to help. Following Roy's drawings, they made a flat-bottomed pan. The pan was delivered less than a week ago. Roy planned to try making pot stickers first, but since Kiki wanted steamed buns, she decided to start right away. Although the space's storage was full of buns, they were too big for making steamed buns. Roy and Moki preferred the small, crispy ones. Making buns was simple. Roy prepared 2 types of fillings, pork and chive with egg. The processes of chopping meat and kneading dough were done with the space's food processor. They only needed to focus on making the buns. Moki only knew how to make wontons, and, at most, She could make dumplings. That was her limit. She was inexperienced but eager to help. After making several very ugly buns, Roy still smiled and praised her, saying, "You did a good job, but don't make them next time. Emochi." Roy tore off a small piece of dough and handed it to her, without hesitation, telling her firmly, "You and I can play with this small piece. There won't be more. Emochi. Don't I?" Carrot. Worried that Emochi might cause trouble again, Roy quickly told Da and I to take her away. Da and I, holding the dough in one hand and pulling Emochi with the other, hurriedly urged, "Emochi, Andy, let's go." She was even worried that her aunt might take the dough back, so she wanted to take Emochi outside to play, hoping to hide far away. Emochi, although feeling a bit helpless, couldn't refuse when pulled by Da and I, who was so eager. She was happy to play with Da and I, but her limit was playing in the main hall. She definitely didn't want to go outside to play with dough. Meanwhile, Tan Shirui helped Yi Nanzhou into the house and saw the scene. Emochi animatedly teaching Da and I how to make dumplings, wontons, and those terribly ugly buns. Yi Nanzhou whispered, "Could it be that Emochi is cooking tonight?" No. He still preferred the meals made by his sister. He glanced at Tan Shirui and said, "Help me to the kitchen quickly. I want to check." He was worried and needed to confirm. Originally, Yi Nanzhou only asked Tan Shirui to help him back to the main hall, but now he wanted to go to the kitchen. Tan Shirui could only helplessly support his arm, while his eyes kept flicking toward Emochi. Emochi thought Xiao Fan had returned, so she never expected Tan Shirui to appear at Roy's house. She didn't even lift her head, and kept giggling with Du and I. What are we eating tonight?" Yi Nanzhou helped Tan Shirui move toward the kitchen. "Have you ever had pan-fried buns?" "Tonight, we'll make pan-fried buns and cold noodles," Roy said, head down, focused on her buns. Yi Nanzhou was attracted by his sister's skillful hands. Thinking about how good she was at cooking, he realized she must have suffered a lot over the years. He immediately felt sorry and secretly vowed to treat her even better in the future. If it weren't for Shinman's heartless actions, his Nanji would still be the little princess at home, and their mother wouldn't have been deceived and confused by Shinman and her daughter. If only he could start over again, how wonderful that would be. Seeing Yi Nanzhou hesitating and staring intently at the buns, Roy thought he also wanted to try making some himself. She hesitated and said, "We will be making cold noodles later, so there isn't much dough left. If you really want to try, go to Denise' place." Yi Nanzhou. Is he really that childish? Luo Yi looked up and suddenly saw Tan Shirui supporting Yi Nanzhou, but his gaze was fixed on Emochi not far away. Luo Yi. Wow. She quickly thought of an idea and asked, "Captain Tan, why don't you stay for dinner with us?" Tan Shirui was surprised to hear Luo Yi calling him and paused for a moment. Emochi also heard Luo Yi and looked up. When her eyes met Tan Shirui's, she immediately felt awkward and shy. She quickly handed the dough to Da and I, rubbed her hands, and hesitated, saying, "Hi." Then she looked angrily at Luo Yi, as if asking, "Why didn't you remind me?" Luo Yi shrugged. She had just realized Tan Shirui was at her house. Yi Nanzhou and Tan Shirui watched the two girls exchange glances easily. Although they had many questions in their hearts, they didn't ask anything aloud. Xiao Fan returned home and saw everyone waiting for dinner. He greeted Tan Shirui and Emochi quietly, then went to the kitchen to find his wife. Xiao was helping in the kitchen. Emochi was also helping earlier, but she kept messing up, so Luo Yi sent her out to take care of the kids. Now she was awkwardly staring at Tan Shirui. Xiao Fan gently tugged Luo Yi's apron and said softly, "Are you tired? Do you want me to help?" "I'm not tired," Luo Yi replied, then turned to tell Xiao to serve the dishes. Taking the chance when no one was looking, Xiao Fan quickly hugged his wife and kissed her softly. Luo Yi still held the spatula, her cheeks flushed as she pretended to poke him and warned, "No teasing, Xiao Fan." At this moment, Tan Shirui, who was seated at the table, was already stunned. Xiao habitually announced each dish as she brought it out, and he loved watching his sister-in-law describe them, especially that look of someone who had never seen the world. Cold chicken strips, pan-fried pork buns, pan-fried chive and egg buns, cold noodles, chives with mung bean sprouts, spicy and sour potato strips, cold lettuce, mushroom greens, fragrant herbs, stir-fried broad beans. Although most dishes were vegetarian, Luo Yi's cooking skills were excellent, and her vegetarian dishes were even tastier than ordinary meat dishes. Mo Chi watched eagerly, drooling as she saw Luo Yi and Xiao Fan sit down. She was surprised and asked, "You made cold noodles?" "Yes, there's some in the kitchen." "Later, you can take it home for Uncle Mo and Aunt Shen to try." Luo Yi pointed to the fried buns. "There are more pork-filled fried buns, and I also prepared one for you." "Wow, Yi, you're so kind." Mo Chi was excited but then realized she had overdone her act. She had already lost her composure in front of her parents, claiming that after killing the village chief's son, her personality changed a lot. Her parents didn't suspect anything. They only felt sorry for her, thinking she must have been very scared at the time, which caused her to lose control. But in front of Tan Shirue, Mo Chi still tried to keep her calm and elegant image, even though she was close to breaking it. Tan Shirue, that quickly the food will get cold. Luo Yi quickly changed the subject. Xiao Fan took on the host role, warmly greeting Tan Shirue and Mo Chi. Xiao was busy eating, thinking that since her sister said she didn't want to socialize, she could just focus on her food. At the small square table, everyone was happily eating together. Luo Yi and Xiao Fan on one side, Xiao and Mo Chi on the other, then Tan Shirue and Yi Nanzhou, and finally Da and Da Huang occupying one side, with Da Huang waiting to secretly feed her. Xiao Fan occasionally helped Luo Yi reach for dishes she couldn't reach, and also served Xiao. Yi Nanzhou thought he was already familiar with Luo Yi, so he confidently helped himself to her food. Tan Shirue didn't know what was happening to him. Seeing Luo Yi and Xiao being served by others, and noticing Mo Chi quietly eating, he suddenly felt a change. His hand moved faster than his mind, and he helped Mo Chi reach for the mushroom that was farthest from her. Mo Chi looked up at him. Tan Shirue awkwardly said, "If you can't reach, I can help you." Then he went back to eating. Mo Chi. She looked at Luo Yi for help. Luo Yi just watched quietly, not giving any opinion, though she was fine with shipping the couple. Yi Nanzhou ate most of the fried buns with chives and eggs, praising each one. "Yi's hands are so skillful. I could eat this every day and never get tired. This is so delicious. Next time, when you make it again, I'll help knead the dough." When it was over, he looked at Xiao Fan with a sad expression and said, "You really are lucky." Although Xiao Fan was happy inside, he didn't dare to show off. His brother-in-law was even more shameless than him when it came to teasing. When Mo Chi left, Tan Shirue also left with her. Luo Yi watched their backs and couldn't help but smile. You get along well with Mo Chi?" Yi Nanzhou leaned back in his chair. Seeing his sister's mood, he couldn't help but smile. "Yes." Luo Yi turned around, took a pill from her pocket, and handed it to him. "Take this." Yi Nanzhou obediently took the pill and nervously asked, Can my leg really get better?" Xiao Fan just finished washing the dishes and came out of the kitchen confidently. He said, "Just take the medicine and it will get better." Then he added, a bit harshly, "Yi told me the same thing to comfort me." Yi Nanzhou. Who needs your comfort? He just wanted to tease his sister. Luo Yi nodded with a smile and made a thumbs-up gesture at Xiao Fan. He immediately happily ran over to his wife. What should we do next?" Yi Nanzhou. "Xiao Fan is still a dog. No need. You should help Captain Yin back to his room to rest," Luo Yi said directly, handing Yi Nanzhou over to Xiao Fan. Then she went to Xiao Zhao's room to check on Ni. Seeing her still fussing, she scolded her a few words. It was just about how children who stay up late don't grow tall or are more likely to wet the bed. Ni believed her aunt's words completely. Every time she was scolded, she obediently went to sleep. Yi Nanzhou remembered the first time his sister tried to scare the kids, and he was speechless. Fortunately, Xiao Fan was sensible and didn't think his sister was being unfair to their children. When Xiao Fan returned to his room, he looked like a wise monk. Ever since Yin Nanzhou moved into their home, Xiao Fan had been sleeping very properly every night. Luo Yi couldn't help but want to tease him. She first kissed his face. Seeing Xiao Fan's calm reaction, she could tell he was probably a bit flustered inside. So, Luo Yi took his hand and guided it inside her clothes. Xiao Fan's forehead veins bulged as he trembled and said softly, "Yi, Captain Yin is still next door." Luo Yi didn't stop and even kissed him again. Xiao Fan felt his whole body heat up from his wife's teasing and playful touches. He quickly lost his resolve and dismissed Captain Yin, telling him to go away. Luo Yi saw Xiao Fan's smile becoming more wild and mischievous. Suddenly, she gently pushed him away and said seriously, "Captain Yin is still next door, Xiao Fan." His wife was turning naughty, but he liked it very much. So, he forcefully picked her up and kissed her repeatedly until she was very obedient. Then, he gently pinched her chin and said fiercely, "You started it first," but Xiao Fan didn't dare go too far. He just gave her a small punishment to make sure she could get out of bed tomorrow morning. Otherwise, he could easily imagine his brother-in-law's intimidating stare. The next morning, Xiao Fan finished all the chores his wife usually did. Then, he quietly carried her to wash up. Since Xiao Xiao had gone to school, Da and I was still sleeping, and without anyone to carry her, no one could leave the room. Luo Yi leaned tiredly on Xiao Fan's shoulder, mumbling sleepily, "So tired." Xiao Fan felt guilty and didn't dare speak, so he helped his wife brush her teeth and wash her face. But Yin Nanzhou, who had sharp ears, had already heard his sister's complaints. That all morning, Yin Nanzhou kept subtly asking Luo Yi questions. The main point was, "Does Xiao Fan treat you well?" Luo Yi was speechless. How could he tell that Xiao Fan wasn't good to her? In the afternoon, someone unexpected came to the house. When Luo Yi opened the door, it felt like she had returned to Xiao family village. So unreal. Xiao Zhigua was the first to speak, calling her sister-in-law. Luo Yi felt that this sister-in-law sounded strange. Usually, others called her sister-in-law only when they were with Xiao Fan. But Xiao Zhigua's sister-in-law sounded like he was just calling her the same way Xiao Xiao did. Luo Yi smiled politely and asked, "Zhigua, long time no see. Why are you here?" "Brother Wang asked me to come." Xiao Zhigua raised a bag in his hand. "Brother Wang went out today on official business for Captain Yin, so he asked me to deliver something." "Are you in the army?" Luo Yi asked, then immediately regretted it. He was already dressed in military uniform. How could she ask such a silly question? However, she really didn't expect that Xiao Zhigua would come to the capital to join the army. Yes, Xiao Zhigua followed Loi into the room, walking politely, but his eyes kept searching for something uncontrollably. When Loi led Xiao Zhigua into Yin Nanzhou's room, Yin Nanzhou had already heard their conversation outside the door. He smiled and asked Loi, "Do you know each other?" "Yes, Zhigua is from Xiao family village, the son of the village chief." Hearing his sister casually mention the name of this new soldier, Yin Nanzhou immediately guessed that his sister probably had a good impression of this soldier named Zhigua. He then asked, "What is your surname?" Xiao Zhigua stood at attention, saluted Yin Nanzhou respectfully, and replied, "Reporting, sir. My name is Xiao Zhigua." Yin Nanzhou nodded. "Good, that's a nice name." Loi wasn't sure if Xiao Fan usually spoke to new soldiers like this, but she felt goosebumps rise on her skin. She quickly closed the door and left. Not long after, Xiao Zhigua came out of the room, still carrying Yin Nanzhou on his back. Whenever the afternoon sun was out, Yin Nanzhou would have someone carry him into the yard to enjoy the sun. His sister said that getting sunlight helped strengthen bones. When Xiao Zhigua left, there was still a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Yin Nanzhou was curious and asked his sister, "Are you very familiar with him? Otherwise, why would he look like that?" "Loi was the only person besides Xiao Fan who jumped into the water to save me when I accidentally fell in," Loi explained quickly when she saw Yin Nanzhou's eyes widen. "Don't misunderstand. He was worried that Xiao Xiao might jump in to save me, and if that happened, someone could get hurt. That's why he went into the water. However, I am still very grateful to Xiao Fan for helping me." Loi nodded. Yes, she still appreciated Xiao Zhigua. Yin Nanzhou felt a pang of sympathy when he heard about Loi falling into the water. Are you doing well in Xiao family village? This was the first time he asked about Loi's life before. Only because Loi was now able to talk calmly with him did he dare to bring it up. Honestly, those days in Xiao family village were the easiest for me, Loi said. Back then, Xiao Fan hadn't come home yet, and there was a very naive little girl in the family, plus an older niece who didn't understand much, and a loyal big dog that protected the house. Loi always felt that the days she spent in Xiao family village were the most relaxed and comfortable since she entered this book. It was almost like living in paradise. Yin Nanzhou didn't expect to hear this answer. Could it be that his sister isn't happy living in the capital? During the time he stayed at Xiao Fan's house, although the young couple didn't show affection openly in front of him, he knew they were close. He had hurt his leg, but he wasn't deaf. He could hear their soft sounds of affection. Sometimes, when he was cooking in the kitchen, he would hear his sister complain, "Don't lean on my shoulder, you're so heavy." "Go away." Sometimes, in the bathroom, he would hear her say, "You hurt my face. You need to help me breathe." Sometimes, in the room, he would hear her complain, "Xiao Fan, you're so annoying." Loi noticed Yin Nanzhou's curious look and quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I just meant that life in Xiao family village was easy and happy, but that doesn't mean I wasn't happy in the capital." She was happy in the capital too, just a different kind of happiness. That's good. That's good. Yin Nanzhou's eyes immediately relaxed. But the next second, he suddenly said fiercely, "If Xiao Fan dares to hurt you, I will make him pay, Loi." Not long after, He Qingqing came to their house again. Loi invited her to try her new dishes. Of course, it was probably another failed attempt at dark cuisine. Yin Nanzhou was clever. After watching for so many days, he seemed to understand a little. After He Qingqing left, he smiled and praised, "Re is really smart and kind. Loi, doesn't he find that embarrassing? He treats her like a 3-year-old. Yin Nanzhou also felt it was a bit much. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Captain Zhou's family has been hoping for a child for a long time. If you can get Captain Zhou to hold the baby, their whole family will be grateful. I don't plan to make them grateful. I just feel sad for Sister Qingqing because she often feels upset about not having children." Loi suddenly smiled helplessly at Yin Nanzhou. Being a divine doctor in this era isn't easy. My friend doesn't want to be one. That's true. Yin Nanzhou nodded in agreement. It's good to be careful. Looking at his sister's smiling face, he suddenly fell into deep thought. If only their mother hadn't hurt Yi's feelings right away, maybe Yi would be very kind to her. While they were chatting, Xiao Wang, Yin Nanzhou's guard, came over. He handed a file bag to Yin Nanzhou and respectfully said, "Captain, everything is inside. Is there anything else I can do?" Yin Nanzhou took the bag, glanced inside, and said, "No need," then sent Xiao Wang back to the team. This is for you." Yin Nanzhou handed the file bag to Loi. "What is it?" she asked. "Just some meal money for this period," Yin Nanzhou joked with a smile. Loi didn't really plan to count the money so carefully. Last time she took his money, it was partly because she didn't want him to think he was taking advantage, and partly because buying medicine costs money. Not accepting money might seem suspicious. If she really had to put a price on those pills, they wouldn't be worth just this much. She used high-quality ingredients that couldn't be bought easily outside. "Just take it back. The last amount is enough." Loi didn't want to accept his money again, in case he became overly attached to her. Please accept it. Xiao Fan's salary isn't enough for you to eat and drink like this every day." Yin Nanzhou worried that his sister was spending too much, and that money issues might cause conflicts between the couple in the future. He didn't see much of these problems himself, but he heard a lot from Xiao Wang, who was always talking. Loi, this was indeed a problem. Xiao Fan had similar worries, afraid he couldn't keep providing her with a comfortable life, so he kept thinking about taking on the most dangerous missions.
Take the money back.
"I still have some private savings." Loi used her usual excuse to deal with Xiao Fan. "Did the Luo family give you that?" Yin Nanzhou asked. Loi didn't plan to explain much. Anyway, once Xiao Fan knew she had private savings, he thought the same. Otherwise, how could she have money saved up? "The Luo family is really good to you. Yi Nanjo said sincerely. Yes, they're very kind to me. Loi rarely showed such a look. She truly liked the atmosphere of the Luo family. In her past life, she was an orphan. Since she was young, she envied classmates who had parents' love and the affection of elders at home. The Luo family has been really kind to me, she said slowly again, her eyes filled with a little bit of tears. Whether it was Old Man Luo, the elders, or Uncle Quan and Aunt He, none of them treated her badly. If she had been born into the Luo family, that would be fine, but the key point is that she was just a girl they found and took in. Yi Nanjo didn't know what to say. He knew the Luo family was very good to his sister. His father also wanted to treat her well, but they just didn't have the chance. However, he admitted that the Luo family truly cared for his sister. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used connections to marry her to the Shao family. If it had been another family, maybe they would have left the girl they found in a cattle shed in Hang City, making her work like an ox for the family. Now, the two children who were born to the Luo family were still in the cattle shed in Hang City. He didn't know if those children felt sad or resentful, or if they hated Yi. Yi Nanjo suddenly felt worried. Since the incident with Shun Man, he was afraid of being bitten by a snake and afraid of trouble. He just worried that his sister might be hated for no reason or get into an accident.
Yi, don't worry.
Dad will find a way. The Luo family won't keep us in Hang City for long. Luo Yi thought for a moment and nodded. She didn't know when Old Man Luo and the others would return to the capital. Recently, she had prepared some medicine for them and asked Uncle Quan to send it to Hang City. At least, it could ensure they stayed healthy until they could reunite. In the end, Luo Yi didn't accept Yi Nanjo's money. He couldn't do anything about his own sister. He wanted to give the money to Xiao Fan, but Xiao Fan only listened to his wife. A week later, Luo Yi and Xiao Wang accompanied Yi Nanjo to the military hospital for follow-up. Xiao Wang was worried he couldn't handle everything alone, so he asked Xiao Zhigua to help. Xiao Zhigua came happily, but looked a little disappointed when he saw only Luo Yi and Yi Nanjo. Luo Yi was holding the NI, and she didn't need to give instructions. Xiao Wang had already arranged everything for Yi Nanjo. When they arrived at the hospital, the two men pushed Yi Nanjo in a wheelchair. The scene looked familiar, reminding Luo Yi of the day Xiao Fan had his checkup. Seeing Luo Yi holding Deni's hand and not letting go, Xiao Wang signaled him to stop. He then turned to Denai and said, "Denai, hurry and take Annie with you." Annie? Denai swung Luo Yi's hand a little. Luo Yi bent down, picked up Denai, and nodded at her. Yes, let's go. A few people went straight to the orthopedic doctor's office. After a checkup, the doctor's expressions all turned shocked. This, Captain Ian, your leg. Yi Nanjo's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be hopeless for his leg? Little Wang anxiously held the doctor's hands, deliberately choosing the oldest one. Doctor, please, you must cure our captain's leg. He can't have an accident. Loi. Probably because she's used to observing things clearly, she immediately saw that the doctors were surprised by Yi Nanjo's recovery, not worried about his injury, as Little Wang thought. Sure enough, the doctor quickly explained, Captain Ian, don't misunderstand. We're just amazed by your recovery. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. In fact, the doctor was so excited his hands trembled. Yi Nanjo looked back at Loi standing at the door, full of gratitude, but also a bit sad. The doctors, worried about him, wanted to do a full checkup since he was the son of Commander Ian. After the checkup, the results wouldn't come out immediately, so Yi Nanjo asked Little Wang to push him downstairs to find Loi. Loi was sitting by the flower bed, watching Danny chase butterflies in the distance. Yi, you were just as curious as Danny when you were little. Yi Nanjo couldn't help but remember Nanji crying as a child, wanting to raise rabbits. She was silly, innocent, and kind. Really? Loi wasn't afraid of Yi Nanjo mentioning her childhood. Anyway, the original owner lost her memory when she went missing. Yi Nanjo didn't continue this sad topic. He changed the subject sincerely and said, Yi, thank you. Also, please thank your friend for me. Loi casually nodded. I understand. I'll tell her. Yi Nanjo. Suddenly, he hesitated and asked, Yi, is your friend a man or a woman? Loi. Again? Don't worry, she's a woman. Finally, Loy added, Xiao Fan has already asked about your worries, so there's no need to ask again. Yin Nanzhou awkwardly smiled. He was just worried that Xiao Fan might be jealous. Xiao Fan is clearly a jealous person. Although he sometimes dislikes Xiao Fan, he still hopes his sister doesn't misunderstand him. Yin Nanzhou sat with Luo Yi by the flower bed for a while. They didn't say much, but Yin Nanzhou felt that he was getting closer to his sister. It wasn't until Xiao Wang came to take Yin Nanzhou back to the doctor's office that Luo Yi helped Da and I upstairs. The doctors were all very excited. Recently, many patients they had declared hopeless were recovering one after another, making their authorities seem less certain. Captain Yin, based on the test results, your leg is healing very well. With about a month of rest, it should fully recover and won't affect your movement, said the doctor. He even thought that Yin Nanzhou's leg might become more flexible than before, but he didn't dare make any promises. Thank you, Yin Nanzhou replied calmly, no longer showing any earlier nervousness. He knew deep down that he should be most grateful to his sister and her mysterious friend. When Xiao Wang and Xiao Zhigua took Yin Nanzhou home, Xiao Xiao had just finished school. The moment she saw Xiao Zhigua, she instinctively stepped back. Xiao Zhigua. Yin Nanzhou. That day, after Luo Yi told him about Xiao Zhigua jumping into the lake to save Xiao Xiao, Yin Nanzhou kept it in his mind. When Xiao Wang was busy, he asked Xiao Zhigua to deliver something for him. Yin Nanzhou wanted to help him, but it seemed like unrequited love. Or maybe it was even more tragic than unrequited love. Luo Yi saw Xiao Zhao's exaggerated reaction and almost burst out laughing. What did Xiao Zhigua do to scare her so much? Xiao Zhigua also felt awkward. He hadn't even spoken yet, and she was already hiding behind others. On the way back to the team, Xiao Wang drove the car, while Xiao Zhigua sat silently in the passenger seat. Zhigua, do you think you bullied Xiao Zhao's sister when you were in Xiao Village? Why does she hide from you as soon as she sees you? Xiao Wang asked curiously. Xiao Zhigua. Did he bully her? It doesn't seem like it. Maybe he just teased her a little. Are you interested in Xiao Zhao's sister? Xiao Wang asked with a knowing look. No, that's not true. Zhaogua's face turned red as he firmly denied. Brother Wang, don't talk nonsense, Xiao Wang. I'm just trying to help you. Forget it, not recognizing good intentions, doomed to be single. Yin Nanzhou was settled in the main hall. He watched Xiao Xiao busying around and suddenly asked curiously, Xiao Xiao, did Xiao Zhigua bully you before? If he did, he definitely wouldn't allow Xiao Zhigua to get close to Xiao Xiao. During his stay at Xiao Fan's house, he clearly saw that Xiao Xiao was kind to Yi and also kind to him, her older brother, who wasn't recognized by Yi. Xiao Xiao was startled by Yin Nanzhou's question. She was nervous not only when she saw Xiao Zhigua, but also just hearing his name made her tense. Yin Nanzhou repeated with curiosity, Did Xiao Zhigua bully you before? Xiao Xiao shook her head, then nodded, then shook her head again, and then ran away silently. Yin Nanzhou. Yin Nanzhou looked at Luo Yi, who was trying not to laugh, and asked curiously, what does Xiao Xiao mean? Luo Yi was cooking and didn't answer. She was just listening, not gossiping. After Xiao Fan returned home in the evening, he heard about Yin Nanzhou's re-examination. He seemed very calm, just like Luo Yi's reaction at the hospital. Yin Nanzhou. I told you so early, listen to Yi, and you'll be fine. If she asks you to eat, then eat. If she asks you to take medicine, then take it. Do whatever she says. Whenever he mentioned his wife, Xiao Fan looked proud and uncontrollable. He even turned to ask his wife, do you want to give Captain Yin a bath tonight? Luo Yi replied calmly, no need. Great. Xiao Fan's mouth visibly curved into a smile. But Luo Yi's next words were, wait until he takes off the cast to wash, Xiao Fan. Yin Nanzhou. Can I ask Xiao Wang to help me take a bath? Sure. Luo Yi didn't want to bother Xiao Fan either. Xiao Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Helping his brother-in-law take a bath was really too awkward, even though they were all men, but not only Xiao Fan, but Yin Nanzhou also let out a big sigh of relief. The next morning, He Qingqing suddenly appeared at the house looking worried. Ching Ching, what happened? Luo Yi asked. Roy, do you think Dongzi is upset with me? I sent him clothes twice, but I haven't received any reply. Roy asked He Ching Ching to sit down and talk, then poured her a cup of tea brewed with spiritual spring water. Dongzi is still young and can't write letters. The Su family's old couple have some prejudice against us, so it's normal that they don't reply after receiving things. But He Ching Ching looked sad and hesitated. Roy, I don't know what's wrong. I've been having bad dreams lately. Roy was helping He Ching Ching with her health, hoping she would be happy every day, which would help her get pregnant. He quickly comforted her. Ching Ching, maybe we can wait a bit, and I can go with you to Haishur. Our family's Lao Zhou also said that. He said if I keep thinking about Dongzi and can't sleep well, he might take me to Haishur again. He Ching Ching looked a little sad. Just thinking about those bad dreams made her heart ache for no reason. How about this? Nanzhou suddenly said. I have a retired soldier friend from Haishur. I can ask him to check on Dongzi first. What do you think? Dongzi is Captain Su's son. Although Nanzhou doesn't have much contact with Captain Su, they are in the same army. Captain Su sacrificed for the country, so his family should be well taken care of. That's great. That's wonderful. He Ching Ching excitedly thanked him several times. Nanzhou felt proud in front of his sister. Roy, why does he act like a little kid? When Xiaowang came to deliver things to Nanzhou gave him his friend's contact info so he could help contact the soldier and tell him what needed to be done. After finishing, Nanzhou boasted a little in front of Roy. If there's anything else you need me to handle, just tell me. Xiao Fan. It's just because he's jealous that Haishur doesn't have any friends. The next day, after entrusting the Ni to Anzhou, Roy went out alone to deliver goods to Hui Xuan. This time, Hui Xuan brought good news. Are you saying my parents will be back soon? Roy was very happy. It was only May 1976, and his father and mother could come home early to reunite. Maybe Commander Yin and Old Ji also helped make it happen. Hua Yishuan was happy that Lao Luo's family could be together again. Luo Yi received this good news and was eager to go home quickly to tell Xiao Fan. Today, Tan Shuiwei happened to be out running errands. When his vehicle was approaching the team, his aide suddenly pointed and said, "Isn't that Xiao's sister's bike? Why is she walking with it?" Tan Shuiwei looked in the direction the aide was pointing and saw Xiao pushing her bike, looking a bit tired. He didn't need to stop, but since it was polite, he thought Xiao might need help. So, Tan Shuiwei ordered the aide to stop the vehicle a little ahead of Xiao. He got out of the car, and Xiao saw him, politely greeting, "Hello, Commander Tan." "What's going on?" he asked, pointing at the bike, but implying something else. Xiao's eyes were red, and she held back her tears, saying, "The bike chain fell off. I was about to fix it. Get in, I'll take you there," Tan Shuiwei said, giving a signal to the aide, who immediately got out to help. Xiao wanted to refuse, but the aide had already lifted her bike onto the military vehicle. She had no choice but to thank him and quickly climb aboard. "Did someone bully you?" Tan Shuiwei guessed that Xiao had probably been bullied. After all, there were many children of high-ranking officials at that school, some with poor manners who liked to bully others. Xiao didn't say who had bullied her. She only begged, "Commander Tan, please don't tell my brother and sister-in-law." She didn't want to cause trouble for her brother and sister-in-law. It was better not to get them involved. Tan Shuiwei immediately thought Xiao was sensible, but being bullied often wasn't good. He advised her, "If you don't want your brother and sister-in-law to know, at least tell a teacher. Teachers can't control those students either." Mochi Jia. Xiao suddenly realized she had said the wrong thing and lowered her head in embarrassment. "What about Mochi?" Tan Shuiwei turned back sharply, looking very serious. "Is Mochi being bullied too?" Xiao didn't know how to answer. She had overheard her sister-in-law talking with Mochi Jia. It seemed Mochi Jia was avoiding Commander Tan. "Tell me," Tan Shuiwei said more sternly, his face cold. The service soldier was worried that Tan Shuiwei might scare Xiao, so she quickly comforted her. "Xiao, don't be afraid. Our captain just speaks like that." Loi came home and saw that Xiao Wang, the service soldier from Nanzhou's team, was there. She was in a good mood and greeted Xiao Wang cheerfully. Xiao Wang, here again to deliver something to our captain. Xiao Wang nodded and glanced at Yin Nanzhou. Yin Nanzhou nodded faintly, signaling he could leave. After they left, Loi sat across from Yin Nanzhou and suddenly asked seriously, "Tell me, what's going on?" "It's about Dongzi." Loi immediately held her breath and focused.
Dongzi?
What happened to Dongzi? She shouldn't have asked so directly, but what Qingqing said last time made her worry too.
Yin Nanzhou didn't speak.
He first patted Loi's shoulder to comfort her, then said, "Dongzi has gone missing." Suddenly, two voices sounded, one from Loi and one from He Qingqing at the door. Coincidentally, He Qingqing couldn't wait any longer. She planned to come over while taking Danny home to ask Captain Yin about Dongzi. But as soon as she entered, she heard that Dongzi was missing, and it hit her like a thunderbolt. He Qingqing's body swayed, almost losing her balance. Loi quickly caught her and also took Danny down. He Qingqing's face turned pale instantly. She ignored Loi's help and hurried to Yin Nanzhou, trembling as she asked, "Captain Yin, how could Dongzi go missing?" Seeing her look unwell, Loi hurried over to help her sit down and checked her pulse. Yin Nanzhou was about to speak but was interrupted by Loi. "Sister Qingqing, you're pregnant. If you can't stay calm." Loi didn't want to say the rest, but He Qingqing understood. Loi, are you saying I?" He Qingqing suddenly became speechless, as if she couldn't believe it. She asked again, "Loi, am I really?" "Loi. Yes, Sister Qingqing, you're really pregnant. I'm not a doctor, but I know a little about pregnancy signs. You look like you're pregnant now." "Think carefully. Has an old friend not visited in a long time?" He Qingqing was stunned for a moment, thinking about her period. Her cycle is usually irregular, so she didn't pay much attention when it was late this time. At this moment, the two women acted as if Yin Nanzhou didn't exist, discussing topics they normally wouldn't dare to talk about in front of others. Luo Yi was also happy for He Qingqing. She carefully supported her, afraid she might stumble or hurt herself. He Qingqing kept saying "I" several times but couldn't finish her sentence. Suddenly, she hugged Luo Yi and cried loudly, partly because of Dongzi and partly because she was pregnant. Just as Luo Yi was worried, Xiao Xiao came home from school. Luo Yi immediately asked her to find Aunt Zhou, preferably also bringing Captain Zhou. He Qingqing had finally gotten pregnant, and she couldn't afford any more problems. Luo Yi poured her a big glass of spring water and kept persuading her to drink it. Once He Qingqing finally calmed down a bit, Aunt Zhou and Captain Zhou arrived. Xiao Fan also came home at the same time. Aunt Zhou was still telling Xiao Xiao, "I always felt Qingqing was pregnant, and I was right. These days, He Qingqing often said she was tired, but she kept having nightmares when she slept, so she tried to sleep less, which made her spirits much worse." Aunt Zhou was experienced. She thought He Qingqing's condition these days was very similar to her own when she was pregnant with Zhou Shi, but her son didn't allow her to mention the pregnancy in front of her daughter-in-law, so she kept it to herself. Now, hearing Xiao Xiao say her daughter-in-law was pregnant and that Dongzi had an accident, her mood was a bit off. Aunt Zhou was both happy and worried. She hurried over, afraid that if she was late, something might happen to her daughter-in-law. Captain Zhou was the first to rush into the house. As soon as he entered, he quickly supported He Qingqing and asked anxiously, Qingqing, how are you?" Seeing Captain Zhou, He Qingqing, who had just been calmed, immediately started crying again. She leaned into his arms and said intermittently, "Old Zhou, what should I do? Dongzi had an accident. What should I do?" Captain Zhou was frightened by his wife's appearance. He picked her up to take her to the hospital. He Qingqing tightly held Luo Yi's hand, refusing to let go. She kept shouting, "I won't go to the hospital. First, tell me what happened to Dongzi."
"Tell me."
"I can handle it." Loi was worried that He Qingqing might get too excited and cause harm to the baby. She quickly comforted her, saying, "Sister-in-law Qingqing, you should go to the hospital with Captain Zhou first. I will find out about Dongzi's situation and come to see you right away." He Qingqing hesitated for a moment and nodded. Captain Zhou and Aunt Zhou were already very anxious. Once He Qingqing agreed, they each supported her as they left Xiao Fan's house. After He Qingqing was carried away by Captain Zhou, Loi asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened to Dongzi?" "Dongzi is missing." Nanzhou knew that what he was about to say might be hard to accept. His house caught fire, and Lieutenant Su's parents were burned to death on the spot. But no sign of Dongzi was found at the scene. Some suspect that Dongzi set the fire himself, Nanzhou explained, not wanting to accuse Dongzi unfairly, just reporting the facts. "Impossible," Loi immediately denied. "Dongzi would never do such a cruel thing."
"Yi, don't worry.
"I've already asked Xiao Wang to report this. I believe the leaders will send someone to Haishur to investigate soon," Nanzhou comforted her. It was the first time she saw her sister with such fierce determination in her eyes. "I want to go to Haishur too," Loi looked at Xiao Fan. "Okay, I'll go with you," Xiao Fan agreed. He happened to be free, and since the team would definitely send someone to Haishur, he decided to request to go along. But what about sister-in-law Qingqing? Loi hesitated, unsure how to tell He Qingqing. Even though He Qingqing was pregnant now, her feelings for Dongzi hadn't lessened at all. "Sister-in-law, Dongzi will be fine, right?" Xiao Xiao looked anxiously at her sister-in-law. And I pouted her little mouth. Brother Dongzi, it will be fine, don't worry." Loi patted Xiao Xiao's shoulder, telling her to take good care of Danai, while she and Xiao Fan left for the hospital. He Qingqing had already finished her checkup. Although the results hadn't come out yet, the doctor was fairly sure she was pregnant. The test was just an extra reassurance. After the family was happy for a while, they remembered Dongzi, who was missing. They sat silently by the hospital bed, not speaking. When Loi and Xiao Fan arrived, He Qingqing was so excited, she almost got out of bed. "Loi, what exactly happened to Dongzi?
Please tell me."
"Don't lie to me. I can handle it, really. Just tell me. Don't lie to me." On the way, Roy kept discussing with Xiao Fan how to tell He Qingqing about Dongzi's disappearance, so as not to upset her too much. He believed it was necessary to tell her. Hiding the truth would only make her worry more and harm her pregnancy. Finally, Roy clenched his teeth and said, "Captain Su's house caught fire, and his parents passed away. Dongzi is currently missing. How could this happen?" "How could this happen?" He Qingqing whispered, tears streaming down her face. Captain Zhou and Aunt Zhou were very anxious. He Qingqing had finally become pregnant. If she became too upset and lost the baby, what would they do? Fortunately, Xiao Fan saw that He Qingqing was not feeling well and immediately called a doctor. The doctor was just about to tell them the test results when he saw the heavy atmosphere in the ward. He quickly scolded, "You family members, hurry up and comfort the pregnant woman. Qingqing, don't cry. I promise I will find Dongzi. Rest assured, I swear," Captain Zhou said, feeling very anxious and restless. Xiao Fan also comforted her. "Qingqing, I will apply to go to Haishur later. Yi will go with me. Don't worry, we will find Dongzi. Yes, Qingqing, you must stay calm. Dongzi is a lucky boy. He will be found." Aunt Zhou held He Qingqing's hand, trying to soothe her and comfort her. Roy said, "Qingqing, you should think about the baby in your belly too. We will find Dongzi. Your main task now is to take good care of yourself and the baby. Roy, you must find Dongzi. Promise me you will find her? Please, I beg you," He Qingqing said with tears in her eyes, looking at Roy with bright, pleading eyes. Roy nodded firmly, definitely. She was determined to find Dongzi. No matter who it was, no one could take her away again. Because He Qingqing was in poor condition, the doctor recommended she stay in the hospital for observation. Captain Zhou stayed with his wife, while Aunt Zhou went back to the military housing with Xiao Fan and the others. On the way, Aunt Zhou was worried about Dongzi, her face full of concern and no sign of happiness. Roy didn't know how to comfort Aunt Zhou. Honestly, she had no confidence about finding Dongzi. Mainly, she still didn't know what had happened at Captain Su's house. During their previous trip to Haishur, Commander Jiang clearly told the village chief, who then informed the county officials, to take good care of the elderly Su couple. However, according to news from Nanzhou's comrades, the elderly Su couple had already passed away half a month ago, but they had not received any news. If Nanzhou's comrades hadn't checked on Captain Su's family, they might not have discovered Dongzi's disappearance for a long time. When Luo Yi and Xiao Fan returned home, Little Bao surprisingly came over. He had also heard about Dongzi's disappearance and was sitting angrily beside Yin Nanzhou with a serious face. Little Bao is back, Luo Yi asked. Recently, Little Bao had gone with his sister and brother-in-law to visit their hometown. He probably just returned and came to find Luo Yi. I am going back to the team now. Please see if Da and I should be sent to her grandfather's house, Xiao Fan said before leaving directly. Da and I was easy to arrange, mainly because Yin Nanzhou's leg was still not healed. Don't worry about going out. I will ask Xiao Wan to take me home tomorrow, Yin Nanzhou said. Although he wanted to stay longer at his sister's house, Xiao was just a young girl, and he didn't want to be alone with her. That's fine. Luo Yi nodded and took some medicine out of his pocket, explaining, eat the round one at noon, the oval one before bed, and if you feel low on energy, take a black pill. Yin Nanzhou took the medicine, then looked cautiously at Little Bao. Little Bao. Yin Nanzhou saw that his sister wasn't wary of Little Bao, and thought it was because she believed Little Bao was too young to understand anything. Next, Luo Yi asked Xiao to prepare dinner while he went to pack some of Denise's clothes and things she would need, planning to send her to the old master's house overnight. Little Bao followed Luo Yi into the room. I also want to go to Haishur. I am very worried about Dongzi. You just need to persuade your family, Luo Yi said casually. He didn't mind Little Bao coming along. He wasn't an ordinary child, and it wouldn't be a problem to bring him. Then I will go home now and talk to my grandma, Little Bao said. As long as he convinced Grandma Tang, others wouldn't dare to object. I'll pack up quickly. Let's go together. Luo Yi didn't dare let Little Treasure go home alone, as Grandma Tang would be very angry. It was lucky that Little Treasure hadn't been caught by bad people before. Now, he had to stay within the adult sight at all times. After hearing Luo Yi, Little Treasure decided to help her. He packed Denise's water bottle and other things into a cloth bag. When Yin Nanzhou saw the little master of the Tang family running around helping Luo Yi, he was stunned. In less than 5 minutes, Luo Yi had packed a big bag of things for Da and I. She helped Da and I get on her small bicycle seat, and then left. The Tang family was nearby, so after Luo Yi took Little Treasure home, she rode her bike away. Zhang Yu was just talking about his beloved granddaughter, saying the family would soon reunite. At that moment, his granddaughter came to knock on the door. Mother, he heard that Luo Yi was going on a trip and needed someone to take care of Da and I. Without hesitation, she agreed. It was no big deal. She loved taking care of children. Luo Yi didn't have time to chat with the old master. After leaving Da and I with them, she went straight home. Da and I was very sensible now. She knew her aunt was going far away, so she didn't cry or make trouble. Xiao had prepared dinner, and Xiao Fan had his military ID. They could leave early tomorrow morning. 2 of Su Lianzhong's former soldiers would also go with them. The families sat together for dinner. The atmosphere was unusually quiet, unlike the usual lively and happy scene. Be careful and stay safe when you go out, Yin Nanzhou told his sister, but his eyes looked at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan understood immediately and promised his brother-in-law, "Don't worry, I will take good care of Yi. Your leg needs more rest. It should be almost healed," Luo Yi said to Yin Nanzhou. "Follow my instructions for taking medicine. If there's old ginseng at home, make some chicken soup to help recover." Yin Nanzhou was touched. His sister still cared about him. Luo Yi looked at Xiao, who had finished eating. The girl seemed to have eaten very little today. "Is that all you ate? It was too little." Thinking Xiao was worried, Luo Yi comforted her. "My brother and I are just going to find Dongzi. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Xiao nodded silently. "Yes, sister-in-law. I understand. Be careful and stay safe." Luo Yi gently patted her head. "Take good care of yourself at home. If anything happens, go find Grandpa and the others." She originally wanted to suggest that her family could visit Zhou Tuanzhang's family, but then she thought about He Qingqing being pregnant, and their family would probably be very busy during this time. "Just find me," Yin Nanzhou said, a little bit annoyed, even though he was a reliable person. "Yes," Luo Yi nodded and said to Xiao, "If you need anything, just look for Captain Yin. Okay, Xiao Xiao replied obediently, making sure her brother and sister-in-law had no worries. The next morning, Grandma Tang brought Little Treasure to their home. Seeing Little Treasure looking sad and downcast, Luo Yi knew she hadn't been able to persuade Grandma Tang. Little Treasure was worried Luo Yi would wait foolishly for him, so he came early to tell her he was leaving. Grandma Tang had never seen a child who liked to run outside so much. Her obedient grandson had just come home, and she couldn't possibly let him go far again. Little Treasure pouted and watched Luo Yi and Xiao Fan walk away. Yin Nanzhou was already able to walk a few steps with the crutch Xiao Fan had discarded. He stood in Xiao Fan's yard, reached out, and patted Little Treasure's head. If it had been before, Little Treasure might have been very happy, but this time he couldn't go out with Yi, so he felt a little disappointed and pulled Grandma Tang back home. Grandma Tang walked a little way out and whispered a complaint. Luo Yi, you're still too soft-hearted. Well, if she had a cruel heart, she wouldn't let her grandson follow her all the time. Little Treasure nodded in agreement. Yin Nanzhou, who had good hearing, that Luo Yi, Xiao Fan, and Lieutenant Su's two former subordinates arrived in Haishur the next morning. As soon as the train stopped, staff from Haishur County were waiting for them, including Yin Nanzhou's former comrade. He stepped forward and introduced himself. Deputy Captain Xiao, hello. My name is Gung Qi. Just call me Old Gung. Hello, Old Gung. Thanks for making this trip, Xiao Fan said politely after greeting Old Gung, then introduced Luo Yi and the others. On the way to Lieutenant Su's house, Old Gung shared the news he had received earlier. Lieutenant Su's parents died in a house fire about half a month ago. The neighbors said it happened suddenly in the middle of the night. The whole village was asleep, and by the time they smelled the smoke, it was too late to save anyone. 2 bodies were found at the scene, confirmed to be the elderly couple from the Su family. No children were found. So, the villagers suspected that Dongzi had run away. Some even believed that he started the fire to secretly take Long's pension money. Impossible, a few people from the capital said in unison. Dongzi is not that kind of person, and his grandparents are kind. Loi wouldn't believe anything else. To him, Dongzi is kind and sensible. But there are some things Loi hasn't said. He now has a bold guess. Xiao Fan gently held his wife's hand to show her not to worry. But she couldn't help but worry. The group went straight to Long's house, but the scene was already burned black. The straw huts were all gone, leaving only half a tile house, with blackened walls. When villagers saw outsiders, they quickly gathered around. Loi took out a big white rabbit candy from his pocket and gave 2 pieces to each of the children. Big sister-in-law, I want to ask you some questions, Loi said with a smile. Go ahead, said a few kind-hearted women. Loi asked, did anything special happen before the fire at the Su family? The women shook their heads at the same time. Nothing special. Since their son died, the old couple has been in a bad mood and rarely went out. They used to visit neighbors often, but since the incident with Gongzi, they hardly leave the house. Sometimes relatives come to visit. Only Gongzi's uncle's family still visits occasionally. The old couple hasn't gone out in a long time. Yes. A few days before the fire, I think I saw Dongzi fighting with Gongzi's cousin's child. Later, Dongzi was even beaten by the old man from the Su family. Now that you mention it, I think I remember. When Gongzi's aunt was leaving, she even scolded the old lady from the Su family, right? I saw that too. His aunt isn't a good person. She introduced him to a wife. TSK. Everyone was talking, and Loi listened only to the key points. In summary, the old couple from the Su family and Dongzi rarely went out or almost never did. The Su family only interacted with Long's uncle's family. Dongzi had fought with other children and was beaten by the old man from the Su family. Long's aunt scolded the old lady from the Su family. Next, the group planned to go directly to Captain Su's aunt's house, but the village chief arrived and warmly invited them to visit his home. It was lunchtime, so everyone decided to first eat at the village chief's house before setting out. Coincidentally, as Loi entered the door, he saw a familiar toy. It was the toy that Little Bao had insisted on giving to Dongzi before they left. Xiao Fan noticed his wife's stiff reaction and quietly asked her, Is something wrong? Loi looked at the toy in the child's hand and only said 2 words, little Bao, then signaled with her eyes that there was a problem with the toy. Xiao Fan immediately thought that this toy might have been a gift from little Bao to Dongzi. Loi had told him about it after returning to the city, mentioning that money was hidden inside the toy. Now, Xiao Fan and Loi's eyes looked at the village chief differently. Xiao Fan signaled to Loi to stay calm, then took old Gung out of the house, saying he needed to go outside for a smoke. Soon after, Xiao Fan returned alone. The village chief asked where the others were, and Xiao Fan said old Gung had urgent matters and had gone home. Loi didn't eat much lunch, partly because she couldn't eat and partly because she was more cautious. Just as they were finishing lunch, old Gung arrived with 2 strangers. He looked at Xiao Fan and nodded, indicating that everything he needed to arrange had already been taken care of. Xiao Fan took the toy from the village chief's child's hand and asked directly, "Village chief, where did this toy come from?" The village chief was momentarily stunned, then seemed to stay calm and said, "My wife bought it for her grandson."
Why?
"Do you have a kid too, and want to buy the same one?" Loi, tired of arguing with the village chief, took the toy and quickly pulled out 10 big union notes from inside. "What a coincidence. Your family also likes to hide money in toys. I share the same hobby." The village chief was shocked but still forced himself to stay firm. The child immediately started crying loudly when the toy was taken away. Loi looked at the money inside the toy, her face not looking good. "Xiao Fan, this money wasn't originally hidden like this. Dongzi must have opened it to look, then put it back. So, Dongzi must have checked the money inside, but didn't take it, meaning he thought he didn't need it for now. Don't worry." Xiao Fan comforted her. He and old Gung exchanged a quick look. The people old Gung brought immediately subdued the village chief. 2 of Su Lianzhang's former subordinates looked confused. Weren't they here to find Dongzi? Why did it turn to toys? Roy raised the toy and told the 2 men everything clearly. After hearing this, they were both shocked. They wanted to step forward and demand an explanation. But it wasn't about Dongzi giving the village chief's grandson a toy. 10 big bundles of money in this village are very precious, and it's impossible they would give such things away. But the village chief insisted he bought it. Now only he, his wife, and his little grandson are at home. His son and daughter-in-law are at work. Old Gung told one of them to take the village chief's wife and child into a room and watch them carefully. The others were responsible for forcing the village chief to talk. Seeing that the village chief was stubborn and that gentle questioning wouldn't work, Roy took out a silver needle from his space. When no one was paying attention, he stabbed it into the village chief's pain point with full force. It was so painful that it almost knocked him out, but it didn't kill him. The village chief immediately sat down the ground, sweating coldly all over. His hands trembled constantly. I'll tell you, he said. He'd rather die than suffer this torture again. Roy looked down on him. What a coward. I want to clarify first, it wasn't me. It was Uncle Gongzi's family. I just accidentally saw it. It has nothing to do with me, the village chief said hurriedly, trying to clear himself of responsibility. After all, the people they were trying to harm were the family of a martyr. If the charges stuck, he could be shot. The village chief took a deep breath, trying to stay strong. It was Uncle Gongzi's family. They tried to kill the old couple from the Su family and Dongzi. They want to steal Uncle Gongzi's pension money, and afterward, they even planned to set the house on fire. He suddenly begged Xiao Fan and the others, I really didn't mean to do it. After Dongzi escaped from the Su family, he came to my house for help. I really wanted to help him, but his uncle chased after him and threatened me. If I told anyone, they'd burn me alive too. I was really scared. And what about Dongzi? Roy asked anxiously. Where is Dongzi? Dongzi was taken away by his uncle. He accidentally left this toy behind. I'm telling the truth. If you believe me, that family is too cruel. They dare to burn even their own relatives. I'm really scared. The village chief begged for mercy, fearing he would bring trouble to his family. His son, daughter-in-law, and grandson were all good people, and his grandson was still very young. Xiao Fan and the others did not stay at the village chief's house. They left 3 people to watch over the family, while the others immediately headed to the neighboring village to visit Captain Sue's uncle. As they left the village, Old Gung pointed to 7 or 8 people waiting by the roadside. Deputy Commander Xiao, these are my work friends. I called them all here. One of them is a retired soldier. Xiao Fan didn't trust the group coming to meet them. Since Captain Sue's family had lost someone, the county should have reported it to higher authorities. But it wasn't until Old Gung went to see Dongzi that he learned about Sue's family situation. Overall, something seemed suspicious. Xiao Fan decided to ask Old Gung to find some people to help. The others weren't sure whether to trust them. At this point, they were pretty sure that the trouble with Captain Sue's family was connected to the village chief. Still, they remained cautious out of habit. When they arrived at Captain Sue's uncle's house, they found him having lunch. There was a plate of meat, a plate of fish, and some vegetables on the table. Loi looked on with a cold smile. The meat and fish were probably bought with Sue's pension money. Without saying a word, the group quickly took control of everyone there and searched each room one by one. They held on to hope. Perhaps Captain Sue's uncle's family had only locked up Dongzi. But after searching every room, they still couldn't find Dongzi. One of Sue's former subordinates, ignoring the situation, punched a suspicious-looking man hard. "Are you our Deputy Captain Sue's cousin?" he asked, still calling him Deputy Captain. The suspicious man was a coward who couldn't fight back. He immediately started crying and shouting loudly. His wife, having regained her senses, began to curse at Loi and the others. "Is there no law anymore? I'm going to report you to the police and have you all arrested." Loi had tolerated her for a long time. Was she worried about her son? Then let her feel some real pain. She didn't fear being caught. She could easily say she was sewing with a needle. At this moment, her mind was overwhelmed with hatred. Although her hand holding the needle was covered, even if she was discovered, she wasn't afraid. It was just a sewing needle. The sneaky-looking man was loudly crying out, but Loi didn't feel better and even scratched his face several times. At this moment, everyone saw Loi as a crazy woman, but her actions were understandable. Even if they discussed it later, they probably wouldn't blame her. Maybe just say she was as crazy as a madwoman. Is scratching someone's face really that bad? It was a light touch. The old woman was heartbroken and worried. Commander Sue's uncle was so scared he didn't dare speak. It reminded her of the fire scene from before. He was terrified but dared not oppose anything. "Tell me, where did you hide Dongzi?" Loi was furious. If she hadn't told herself to hold back, she might have killed this sneaky man. In just a few minutes, the sneaky man was almost at the point of passing out from the torture. The old woman was heartbroken but refused to speak, only cursing bitterly. The daughter-in-law of the old woman held the child and was locked in a room by another of Commander Sue's men. When she heard the crying outside, she also gasped in fear inside. Suddenly, there was a knocking on the door. "I know. You released me. I know. I will tell you everything." Commander Sue's man immediately opened the door. Inside was the wife of the sneaky man, looking pleadingly at Loi and the others. "I know. I will tell you everything I know. Just please let me and my son go." Xiao Fan said indifferently. "Tell us what you know first." The woman was a little disappointed but not very scared. She hadn't participated in the fire, and at most, she enjoyed the money without guilt. She wouldn't be punished for it. Thinking this way, she felt less afraid. She pointed at the old woman sitting on the ground and said fiercely, "It's her. Because of her, my husband did those things. You wicked woman. I'll beat you to death." The old woman was angry and tried to hit her daughter-in-law, but she was pushed back and fell her buttocks. It hurt her badly, but she kept cursing. The daughter-in-law immediately argued with her and complained to Loi and the others. "It's all because of that old woman. Tian Xiang's matter made her look bad at her family, and she's been holding a grudge against the Su family. This time, she even wanted to take Su Gang's pension. Maybe she couldn't succeed through persuasion, so she had bad intentions. Where is Dongzi? I just want to know his whereabouts. Everything else can be dealt with later. Right now, the most important thing is to find Dongzi." "Dongzi." The woman nervously swallowed and looked cautiously at Roy, stammering, "Dongzi. My husband pushed him into the river. Roy's mind suddenly exploded. What does it mean to push him into the river? She tightly grabbed the woman's neck. Nearby, Xiaofan also held the suspicious man's neck. Both asked together, which river? Where? The man thought that if he didn't tell the truth, he might escape punishment. He was stubborn, but his wife dared not. She honestly explained, it's the river between Shujia village and our village. Old Gung immediately said, Deputy Captain Xiao, I know the area well. I'll take people to find it first. You guys handle this area for now. Xiaofan nodded and thanked him. One of Su's former subordinates also went with them. Roy's hands trembled with anger. Xiaofan stepped forward and softly comforted her. Dongzi won't be in trouble. Don't scare yourself. If something had happened, we would have heard by now. No news is good news. Yes, Dongzi will be fine, Roy said, trying to reassure herself. But her mind kept flashing bad images she couldn't shake off. The suspicious man's wife broke free from Roy's grip and confidently said, I've told you everything I know. You must keep your word and let me and my son go. Su's aunt-in-law scolded her angrily. You stupid woman. What nonsense are you talking? You, cursed to die, just wait. I'll tear your mouth apart. But the wife was tightly and couldn't move. She could only curse loudly in frustration. An hour later, the police arrived. Earlier, Xiaofan and Old Gung worried that someone might be protecting the village chief because of the village's influence. Now they knew the village chief was afraid of retaliation and had hidden the truth. They immediately sent people to report the case. After coordinating with the police, Xiaofan and the others rushed to the river, where Dongzi fell into the water. The suspicious man's wife was completely stunned. Didn't they say they would let her go? She angrily cursed at Xiaofan and the others, but then Su's aunt-in-law spat several times on her, saying, You fool! It's all your fault. If only this woman had been more careful with her words, they might not have been caught all at once. The two of them, right in front of the police, not only argued but also spat at each other. In the end, the police had no choice but to gag their mouths to prevent injury. When Xiaofan and the others arrived at the riverbank, some police officers had already been sent here, and a few villagers who were good swimmers had gone into the water. Luo Yi stood by the river, looking upset. Xiaofan didn't know how to comfort his wife. Staying on the shore was making him anxious, so he decided to take off his clothes and jump into the river. Captain Su's two former subordinates also jumped in with him, but they searched around the area without finding any clues. In the end, everyone had to come back ashore, feeling helpless. Not finding anything might be a good thing. Maybe Dongzi was saved by someone. Luo Yi tried to comfort everyone, though he was also trying to comfort himself. Yes, our deputy squad leader is such a good person. He shouldn't have died. Dongzi must be safe, the two men said, their eyes turning red. Men often say they don't cry easily, but just thinking about their unlucky deputy squad leader made tears flow uncontrollably. The police officer stepped forward and suggested, maybe we should contact the districts downstream of this river and ask around. The river was long, passing through several cities. Maybe Dongzi was lucky and was rescued by someone on a piece of driftwood or something when he was swept away. But if he was rescued, there should be news about it. Everyone had different thoughts but silently prayed for Dongzi's safe return. Luo Yi knew very well that even if they turned over the entire area now, it might be impossible to find useful clues. He could only hope that Dongzi was rescued downstream. The group waited in Haishur for 2 whole days but received no good news. Meanwhile, Captain Su's uncle's family, after being questioned by the police, obediently explained everything. It turned out that Captain Su's aunt was resentful of Tian Xiang because of her family. They blamed her for not convincing Su's parents, for not saving Tian Xiang, and for bringing shame to the Tian family. In short, the incident with Tian Xiang made Su's aunt hate the Su family completely. When Su was still alive, she didn't dare to do anything to the family, but after Su's death, she gradually developed malicious thoughts. Captain Su's uncle is a weak man who is afraid of his wife. He is always controlled by her and often uses their son's future as a threat. In the end, he just accepts his wife and son's bad behavior. Sue's aunt first tricked the elderly couple into withdrawing a large amount of condolence money from the bank. However, her reason for withdrawing the money was quite funny. She said that keeping money in the bank was unsafe, and some people lost money because they saved too little. In the end, she persuaded the elderly couple to withdraw the money. They believed her and planned to count the money after withdrawing it. If the amount was correct, they would keep it in the bank. If it was less, they would stop saving altogether. Unfortunately, the elderly couple never had the chance. That night, they were set on fire and killed by their wife's family. Because Dongzi was young and quick, he managed to escape. In Sue's village, whenever something happens, people go to see the village chief. Dongzi remembered his grandmother's words and decided to find the village chief for help. But when he reached the chief's house, he hadn't spoken much before his cousin discovered him and chased after him. Later, the village chief agreed to hand over Dongzi. During the struggle, Dongzi's toy fell out of his pocket. 2 days later, there was still no news. The police had contacted several nearby units, sending teams along the river to ask villagers and check everywhere, but there was still no good news. Now, everyone faced the most likely but hardest to accept outcome. The river is long, flowing through many areas before reaching the sea. Although no one wanted to accept it, the facts were clear. Dongzi's chances of survival were very slim. Xiao Fan held his wife's hand tightly, unsure how to comfort her. We should go back to the capital. The authorities had already received Xiao Fan's report, and they told the team to return to the capital. The case in Haishur would be handled by the local police. Captain Zhou also learned about the whole situation from his superiors, but he kept it from He Qingqing and didn't dare to reveal any details. Xiao Fan, I am really very angry at my own helplessness. Dongzi is so pitiful. Since he was born, he probably hasn't had a good day. The old couple from the Su family are so stubborn. With their son Dongzi, things can't go well. But even if we start over, as long as the old couple from the Su family don't agree, we still can't take Dongzi away. The tragedy might still happen. Before leaving Haishur, we cleaned up the graves of the old couple from the Su family. After the incident, Su Lianzhong's family only hastily buried the 2 elders. Su Lianzhong's grave is in the Martyrs' Cemetery in Haishur, not near the graves of the old Su couple. Although it's a bit harsh, Xiao Fan and Su Lianzhong's former subordinates made a special tomb for Dongzi, right next to the old Su family's graves. The tomb doesn't have clothes, only a toy. This is the only thing from Dongzi's life that we could find. On the train back to the capital, Loi started thinking about how to trick He Qingqing. He Qingqing cares deeply for Dongzi, almost like her own son. She is even more unable to accept Dongzi's departure than Loi. Xiao Fan, if I tell Qingqing that Dongzi is back but was a bit scared, do you think she would believe me? As soon as he asked, Loi couldn't help but laugh at himself. As long as He Qingqing didn't see Dongzi with her own eyes, she probably wouldn't believe anything Loi said. Captain Zhou, who shares the same worries as Loi, also started to worry about He Qingqing after hearing about Dongzi's death. Not only He Qingqing, but Captain Zhou also doesn't know how to tell his mother. Usually, when Dongzi was at home knocking around, they felt heartbroken. If they found out Dongzi was pushed into the river, they would probably be so angry they'd blood. It pains him just to think about it, and it's even worse for the 2 soft-hearted women at home. Dongzi's matter was temporarily kept secret by Captain Zhou. He doesn't know how long he can keep it hidden, but he hopes to hide it for as long as possible. On the day Xiao Fan and Loi returned to the capital, Xiao Fan didn't go straight home. He had to report to the team first, where Su Lianzhong's former subordinates were waiting. After Loi finished dropping off his things at home, he rode his bike to the old master's house to pick up Doanai. Before knocking, he heard laughter and joy coming from inside. A middle-aged, beautiful woman came to open the door. When she saw Luo, she was first surprised, then excited, and she hugged her tightly, choking with emotion. My Zhu, who is outside. A deep, strong voice of a middle-aged man sounded from the main room. Zhu, after hugging her daughter, pinched Luo Yi's face playfully and smiled as she took her hand. Come on, your dad has been talking about you these past few days. He refuses to move to the new house and insists on staying in the small courtyard with your grandpa just to see you as soon as possible. Luo Yi finally realized and called out, "Mom." Her voice sounded more natural than she expected. Zhen Zhu's smile grew wider. "I was worried you might not be close to me anymore." Just then, Mother He came out of the main room holding her big daughter. When she saw Luo Yi holding hands with Zhenju, she excitedly shouted inside, "Sir, the young lady is back." The young lady is back. The first voices to be heard were two children shouting, "Big sister is back." "It's big sister." "That's so great." Then Luo Yi saw a young boy run out of the main room, followed by a girl a step behind him. Both of them were smiling happily, calling out, big sister is back." Feeling their excitement, Luo Yi smiled and hugged them one by one. "Where is Yi? Where is she?" Luo Laoyi, walking unsteadily, came out of the main room. "Yi, it's really you. Come here, Dad." Having communicated through letters for a long time, Luo Yi felt no distance from her family and Luo's household. Instead, she felt very close, as if they were truly her family. She obediently stood in front of Luo Laoyi and called out, "Dad." Luo Laoyi couldn't stop smiling. Although he was happy to have found his real family for his daughter, he still felt a little worried, afraid that she might drift away from them in the future. Good, very good." Luo Laoyi nodded happily as he looked at Luo Yi. "Let's go inside and talk. Don't just stand here foolishly." Zhenju helped Luo Laoyi back into the main room. As soon as Luo Yi entered, she saw the old man leaning on a rattan chair, smiling kindly, but with a hint of tears in his eyes. Zhen Yukai never thought there would be a day when the family would be reunited. Even if heaven took him at that moment, he would have no regrets. Loi was pulled to sit between old man Luo and Zhenju, while Luo Er and Luo Shan, who had been sitting quietly on the bench earlier, now gathered around Loi, chattering and asking many questions, making it hard for old man Luo and Zhenju to speak. Finally, Zhenju frowned and told the children to stop arguing so she and her husband could talk to Loi. Does Xiao Fan treat you well?" Even though the old master and Hima both praised Xiao Fan for being good to their daughter, Zhenju was still worried. She needed to hear her daughter's own words to feel at ease. "Mom, Xiao Fan treats me very well." Sometimes Loi even felt that Xiao Fan was a bit too caring, wondering how a husband could be so thoughtful. "Don't defend him too much. If he treats you badly, just watch and see what I do." Old man Luo hesitated, unable to find the right words. Xiao Fan was a soldier, and he definitely couldn't beat him in a fight. Enough, stop showing off." Zhenju glared at old man Luo, who immediately shut up obediently. Zhenju looked back at her fair, tender daughter. The questions about whether she was doing well or not were no longer necessary because the answer was right in front of her. It was enough to know she was doing well. After all, they had sent her out of Hang City to give her a better life. Not necessarily perfect, but at least she wasn't being bullied all the time. "Dad, Mom, are you both doing well in Hang City?" Loi knew things weren't great, but he still couldn't help asking. "Yes, we're fine. We're all very well." Zhenju patted Loi's hand to comfort him. "Don't worry. Uncle Quan has bought some villagers, and as long as we do our part, no one will bother us. Moreover, ever since you brought us the tonic medicine, our bodies have been getting stronger every day. We can handle any work now," old man Luo said with emotion when he thought of the medicine his daughter had sent through Wang Quan. Since we're back home now, we won't need those tonics anymore. Please don't go risking yourself to buy medicine again, okay?" Zhenju didn't want her daughter to take any more risks. It was hard enough for the family to be together. If fate really wanted to take their lives, then so be it. "Okay," Loi nodded happily. He would definitely agree. He couldn't argue with his family now after just reuniting. "Big sister, look at me. See how strong I've become now." Luo pulled her older sister's hand and asked her to feel her biceps. "Move aside." Luo Shan pushed Luo Er gently and smiled. "Big sister, look at me. The scar from my fall on my leg is starting to fade. See?" Luo Shan rolled up her pant leg and pointed at her knee. "Big sister, look." Luo Yi looked at the faint scar on Luo Shan's knee and imagined how scary it must have been before. Seeing the emotions in her sister's eyes, Luo Shan quickly comforted her. It doesn't hurt anymore, really. It just looks a bit scary. It probably still hurt, but Luo Yi didn't dare ask about the scar story. She was worried about revealing too much. Although she had a story ready, it was better not to use it if she could avoid it. Big sister, when can I see brother-in-law? I heard he's the deputy squad leader. Is he the tough type who fights a lot? Luo Air took the chance when her sister wasn't paying attention and pushed her aside. Big sister, what do you think of my build? Do you think I could join the army someday? Of course, Luo Yi replied, only able to praise her enthusiastically. Big sister, I want to be a doctor when I grow up. Look at my fingers. Are they long enough? Do you think I could handle a scalpel? Since their father fell seriously ill, Luo Shan had secretly vowed to become a very skilled doctor. And her dream reached its peak when Uncle Luo Itua sent her some tonic medicine while the family was eating.
Luo Yi.
Isn't playing the piano a better use for long fingers? Their father and Jinju each held their daughter's hands, looking at her from different sides, but never getting tired. Yi, why don't you come stay at our new house tonight? Uncle Quan has already arranged everything with Yishuan. We can move in directly. Yeah, big sister, stay with us tonight. Luo Air and Luo Shan chimed in eagerly. They really wanted her to stay at their parents' house. Luo Yi looked at Junju with a hesitant expression. Mom, I can't tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Seeing a hint of disappointment on her mother's face, she quickly added, but I will stay for dinner tonight. Maybe I can cook. Well, all right. Junju finally smiled a little. Luo Yi awkwardly chuckled and looked at the time. She thought she should go home early tonight, so she started preparing in the kitchen before 4 p.m. Junju wanted to help her, but was refused. She could only hold her little girl, Da-and-I, in the main hall. The little girl was not at all shy. Luo and Luo Shan eagerly took turns helping their older sister. In the end, Luo washed the vegetables while Luo Shan cut them. Both of them, having endured hardships in Hang City, worked quite skillfully. They were even more efficient than Xiao Xiao. The kitchen was stocked with chicken, duck, fish, and meat. The vegetables were grown by Luo Yi in the yard, and now was the perfect time to eat them. When Luo and Luo Shan brought the prepared dishes to the table, only the old master and mother he remained calm. Everyone else was surprised. When did their daughter learn to cook? I heard from Uncle Quan that you can cook, but I didn't believe it, Jinju said with a smile. You don't know, your dad and I were worried you wouldn't learn anything. We thought you'd be disliked by Xiao Fan if you married him. Now I believe it. These dishes look really delicious, Luo Lao Dad said happily, inviting everyone to sit down. Come on, everyone, let's eat. I've been looking forward to tasting Yi's cooking. Seeing is believing. Luo Lao Dad couldn't wait for the elders to start eating. He scooped up a big piece of bass fish and put it in his mouth. How is it? Jinju asked, noticing Luo Lao Dad was just eating without speaking. But he still didn't say anything, so she got annoyed and started eating herself. Luo and Luo Shan saw their parents already eating, so they politely said, Grandpa, Mother He, older sister, we'll start eating now. The old master smiled warmly at the family. It was wonderful. He felt blessed that he could see 3 generations together. Uncle Quan and Yishuan, where are they? I saw Hug Yishuan earlier, but Uncle Quan went to pick up Luo Lao Dad and the others. Why aren't they back yet? Luo Lao Dad rarely took a break and explained business in the south had some small problems. Uncle Quan took us halfway and then went south. After picking us up, Yishuan went to meet Uncle Quan in the south. Jinju suddenly smiled and said, Uncle Quan, on his way to Hang City, found a son. On the way back, he got news that the business in the south had some issues, so he called Yishuan to pick us up and went south himself. She added with a smile, Uncle Quan finally has a child. That kid clings to Uncle Quan all day. Now that Uncle Quan is going south, he's taking him along. Old Lord Luo puffed his beard and glared, saying, What kind of kid is that? I already gave him a new name. Now he's called Wang Jinyu. From now on, just call him Jinyu. The 3 who only had plain ordinary names. Mom, Uncle Quan is already a handsome man at his age. When he was young, he must have been even more handsome than Dad. Why hasn't he married or had children? Luo Shan tilted her head, looking curious as she asked Jinju. Old Lord Luo was a bit speechless.
Can't they stop comparing?
Yes, I'm also very curious. Luo Yi chimed in, leaning forward to gossip, eyes full of eagerness. Tell me, tell me. It's not really a secret. Jinju sighed. When Uncle Quan was young, he fell in love with a girl from a landlord's family in the south. He went south to do business with the landlord and immediately fell for the girl. They met for the first time and liked each other instantly. That sounds very romantic, Luo Yi said with a smile, but she knew there was probably a sad story behind it. The landlord really liked Uncle Quan, but if he wanted him to marry his daughter, he wouldn't agree. Zhenju shook her head helplessly. Not many elders would be as open-minded as the Luo elders, willing to accept a daughter-in-law from such a background. At that time, the father and mother-in-law even wanted to adopt Uncle Quan as their son-in-law, but the southern landlord wouldn't accept that. He refused to let his daughter marry Uncle Quan. Later, the landlord, worried that Uncle Quan might run off with his daughter, quickly married her off to someone else, an official with a scholarly family background. Luo Yi could imagine how deeply Uncle Quan loved her and how sad and hurt he must have been to make the decision never to marry. Old Lord Luo also sighed deeply. Wang Quan was more like a brother to him. He had been weak and sickly since childhood, and it was always Wang Quan and Zhu Zhu who took care of him. Wang Quan and Zhu Zhu were like trusted people the Luo elders had entrusted with the family. They were kind and loyal to old Lord Luo. Actually, the Luo elders had their own reasons. If it had been any other maid in the family, they wouldn't have agreed to her marrying their son. Regardless of the circumstances, Jinju feels grateful to the two elders and wants her and Luo Hanlin to have no regrets, unlike Wang Quan. Actually, your Uncle Quan once had a chance to reconnect with the daughter of the old landlord. Jinju suddenly shares an interesting story. The three children listen carefully, eyes wide with curiosity. The old landlord's daughter's husband passed away when her son was 10 years old. At that time, Hanlin and I advised Uncle Quan to find her quickly if he still liked her so they could get married sooner. Did Uncle Quan go to find her? Luo Shan asks anxiously. He probably didn't, or else Uncle Quan wouldn't still be single now. He did, Jinju nods. But unfortunately, her son was only 10 and strongly opposed to his mother being with Uncle Quan. Uncle Quan is such a good person. Why wouldn't her son agree? Luo Shan secretly resents the child for not understanding. At that time, he was still young and worried about what others might say. It's understandable, Jinju says, not making excuses for the boy. But she suddenly changes the topic. When the boy grew older and became more mature, he finally agreed. However, what happened? Luo Er puts aside his shyness and asks eagerly. When the boy finally agreed, Uncle Quan's health was already poor. He was worried that after they married, he wouldn't have long to live and he wouldn't be able to take care of his wife. After he passed away, his wife might be blamed for his death. Isn't Uncle Quan's health much better now?
He still has time, right? Luo Yi asks.
As long as she's here, Uncle Quan could live another 20 years. With the best medicine, he could be kept alive. No chance anymore. He passed away last year. Old Luo sighs helplessly. Jinju feels a pang of emotion and gently holds his hand to comfort him. Fortunately, Uncle Quan now has children and with so many kids at home, he won't be lonely. Luo Shan immediately shows loyalty. Yes, yes. We will take good care of Uncle Quan, even more than we do for Dad. Old Luo is speechless. That's true loyalty. Jinju just smiles silently. She hasn't seen such a warm scene in a long time. Children arguing and making noise, adults chatting happily. It's such a lovely moment. By the way, Uncle Quan found that child. No, how did Uncle Quan find Jinyu? As Luo Yi was speaking, she sensed her father's sad, longing gaze and quickly changed her words. She was genuinely curious. Previously, the old master had said that if they found another child, they must return him. At that time, Uncle Quan couldn't agree anymore. How could he find a child and then refuse to give him back? We don't know the full story, but we do know that when Uncle Quan found Jinyu, he was covered in injuries, probably from being beaten. Zhanju now feels angry just thinking about it. She saw the wounds on the child's hands, and Wang Quan said the injuries on his body were even more serious. Luo Laoyi also clenched his teeth in anger. If Jinyu's family did this, that's just too cruel. Yes, sister. Jinyu is afraid of everyone and only feels safe in Uncle Quan's arms. We wanted to take him back to the capital to recover, but he refused. Even if he's tired on the way, he insists on staying with Uncle Quan, Luo Er said with concern. Luo Laoyi saw Luo Yi's worries and explained. At first, Uncle Quan hesitated, unsure whether to find Jinyu's family. But then he realized that if Jinyu was hurt like this by his own family, he couldn't send him back. He paused and continued. If someone else hurt Jinyu, then Uncle Quan wouldn't send him back either. Uncle Quan said that Jinyu being so badly injured shows his family can't protect him. So, from now on, Uncle Quan will protect Jinyu. Luo Yi was moved by Uncle Quan's reasoning and nodded. She asked, when will Uncle Quan return to the capital? Maybe I can help treat the child's injuries, and I might also be able to help with his emotional wounds. Zhenju thought for a moment, but wasn't sure. Maybe in about a week. Then our whole family can have a real reunion. Yes, and invite Xiao Fan too, Luo Laoyi advised. And your little sister-in-law. I heard from He Ma and your grandfather that she's very kind. Luo Laoyi had been listening to He Ma and the old master's stories these days and thought their decision was very wise, though luck played a big part. It's great that your daughter married Xiao Fan. Happy couple, caring for each other. Your little sister-in-law is sensible, and your niece is obedient and thoughtful. Oh, and bring Dahuang too, so I can see him. Old Father Luo suddenly remembered the big yellow dog that the old master praised highly. He definitely wants to see it properly. I don't believe there are such smart dogs in this world. Isn't it forbidden for dogs to become spirits after the founding of the country? That evening, Tan Shirui specifically went to a school near the military family compound. His idea was simple. Emochi is Zhou's mother. Knowing she was being bullied, he couldn't stay indifferent. That wouldn't be a man. Moreover, Xiao is protected by Luo Yi. He had already eaten at her house, and they say eating someone's food makes you short of words. After some inner struggle, Tan Shirui decided to teach the school bully a lesson. Is it just bullying because of power? Then he would fight fire with fire to see whose strength is greater. Tan Shirui isn't someone who likes to bully others, but when faced with bullies, this straightforward and effective method seems best. The other side thinks they can bully others because their father has a high official rank. Today, Tan Shirui also wants to use his family's influence to give this person a lesson. So, Tan Shirui had his aides find out in advance. When they saw Colonel Huang get into a military vehicle to pick up someone from the school, he hurriedly drove out. Colonel Huang, being an older father, spoiled his son like most parents who have children late. As long as he wasn't on duty and his son was in the capital, he would definitely go to pick him up. However, while waiting by the car window, smoking and waiting for his child, he suddenly saw a handsome side profile standing not far away, facing the school gate, seemingly waiting for someone. Colonel Huang wondered, why would Commander Tan's son be here? Isn't Tan's grandson only 5 years old? Out of politeness, Colonel Huang got out of the car to greet Tan Shirui. Although his rank was higher than Tan's, his father was a commander, so he had to show some respect. Commander Tan, what a coincidence. Are you here to pick someone up too? Colonel Huang asked as he walked. Tan Shirui slowly turned around and politely saluted him. Colonel Huang, long time no see. Are you here to pick someone up too? Yes, to pick up my useless son, Colonel Huang modestly replied. Of course, in front of Tan Shirui, his son Huang Xiaoqiang was indeed quite useless. Who is Commander Tan picking up? Colonel Huang casually asked.
Tan Shirui responded vaguely.
Although he had divorced Emochi, she would always be Juju's mother. Dad, you're back. Huang Xiaoqiang ran happily out of the school gate when he saw his father. He was so excited, he wanted his dad to get angry for him. When Huang Xiaoqiang reached him, Major Huang introduced Tan Shirui. This is my son, Huang Xiaoqiang. Then he turned to the woman and kindly said, this is Commander Tan. Say hello to Commander Tan, Huang Xiaoqiang reluctantly called out. Hello, Commander Tan. Inside, he couldn't help but think, He's just a commander, but his dad is a major general, such a high rank. His impatience was obvious. Tan Shirue frowned in displeasure. Major Huang quickly corrected himself. This is Commander Tan's son. He's been excellent since he was young. You should learn from him. Under Major Huang's hint, Huang Xiaoqiang became much more respectful. He politely said, "Hello, Commander Tan. Sorry, I had a headache just now." He pointed to his head wrapped in bandages. When Huang Xiaoqiang mentioned his headache, Major Huang felt distressed. He didn't know who was so cruel to beat up Xiaoqiang in the dark of night, but if he caught that person, he would definitely punish him severely. "Does it still hurt?" "Let me see," Major Huang said, checking his son's bandaged head. Seeing no bleeding, he felt relieved and cursed the cruel person softly. Just as Major Huang was about to take his precious son home, Tan Shirue suddenly called out at the school gate, "Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi." Then, amid many curious and eager eyes, he walked toward a woman. Major Huang hesitated for a moment, then decided to stay and say hello before leaving, also wanting to find out some gossip about Commander Tan. Emochi heard someone calling Chi-Chi at the school gate and felt it was a bit unreal. But when she saw it was Tan Shirue calling her Chi-Chi, she felt like she was in a dream. "Why you? How are you here?" Emochi stammered, as if she had done something wrong. "Chi-Chi, come with me." Tan Shirue saw her frightened look and suddenly felt like teasing her. He stepped forward and took her hand. "Come on, let me introduce you." He took Machi to Captain Huang and introduced her with a forced smile. "This is Machi, my child's mother." He also specifically glanced at Huang Xiaoqiang. Huang Xiaoqiang was momentarily stunned. His poor memory caused him to speak without thinking, as usual. "Captain Tan, don't be fooled by this woman. She was divorced before." Captain Huang knew a bit about Tan's family. Seeing his son talk without thinking, he was a little annoyed, but only a little. He just glared at his son. Machi usually didn't bother arguing. Her rule was to act if necessary. Talking too much wastes time, and it might not end well. It's easier to just do things directly, and the outcome is clear right away. So, Machi listened quietly and observed. Should she make her move tonight or wait for another day? Which day would be better? She definitely couldn't hit the head again. That could be dangerous. As for the legs, when Tan Shirue heard Huang Xiaoqiang's words, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his tone became very icy. "Say that again." Huang Xiaoqiang, not noticing the change, wanted to repeat himself, but was immediately interrupted by Captain Huang. He apologized to Tan Shirue with a smile. "The kid doesn't know better. It's okay. When I remarry Chi-Chi, I hope Captain Huang can bring your son to celebrate with us." Tan Shirue smiled faintly, speaking in a rare sarcastic tone, which confused Captain Huang. Didn't he say Tan's son didn't like talking to many people? What's going on today? While Huang Xiaoqiang was still thinking about what remarriage meant, Tan Shirue called out loudly at the school gate. "Xiao Xiao, over here." This time, he didn't go personally to meet her. Xiao Xiao saw Tan Shirue and Machi from a distance. She was first stunned, then happily pushed her bike over. But halfway there, she suddenly saw Huang Xiaoqiang lifting his head. When she saw his face, full of coarse flesh, she instinctively stopped in her tracks. "Come over," Machi said. She wasn't stupid. Tan Shirue appearing here suddenly meant she had to understand what was happening. If she still didn't get it, she would be foolish. Seeing Machi speak, Xiao Xiao hesitated but pushed her bike forward and quietly called out, "Sister Machi, Captain Tan. What's going on? Why are you just standing there blankly?" Emochi gently tapped her head and complained unhappily, but it was clear to everyone that they had a very good relationship. Tan Shirue unexpectedly introduced Huang's leader. "This is Xiao Xiao, the younger sister-in-law of Commander Yin's daughter." "What, Commander Yin's daughter?" "She is obviously old Ji's daughter," Emochi corrected seriously. She didn't like to use her official position to pressure others, but since Tan Shirue was defending her, she couldn't back down. Tan Shirue quickly corrected his mistake. "Sorry, I forgot that Yi refuses to acknowledge Commander Yin." Yes, this is old Ji's daughter's younger sister-in-law." During a meeting, Commander Yin suddenly sneezed. His good friend, Commander Tan, asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The proud Commander Een waved his hand. "I'm fine, keep the meeting going." At this moment, Leader Huang smiled broadly. "So, she's from Old Ji's family. What a joke. What is Old Ji's current status?" He had heard about Yin's family. Even if Old Ji took his daughter away, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble. "By the way, Leader Huang's son, what grade is he in? Does he know Xiao Xiao?" Tan Shirui looked at the dazed Huang Xiaoqiang and asked with a fake smile. "No, I don't know her," Huang Xiaoqiang stubbornly replied. "No way, no way. I saw you bullying Xiao Xiao just a few days ago," Mo Chi said sarcastically. "You bullied a young girl?" Leader Huang's face darkened. No wonder Commander Tan was so sarcastic today. It was aimed at his son. "Dad, I didn't." Huang Xiaoqiang wanted to deny it. "You did. Not only did you bully her, but you also bullied other classmates and even insulted the teacher. You even insulted Sister Mo Chi," Xiao Xiao said, seeing Tan Shirui and Mo Chi defending her. She couldn't hide anymore and kept talking. "You also talked behind Sister Mo Chi's back, said she was divorced, said she was returned, and so on." Leader Huang's face grew angrier. He stared at his useless son and asked sternly, "Did that young girl tell the truth?" Dad, listen to my explanation." "I really didn't know they had such a background," Huang Xiaoqiang said with great grievance. If he had known these two women had powerful backgrounds, he wouldn't have dared to provoke them. Mo Chi listened to Huang Xiaoqiang's excuses and shook her head in disgust, refusing to even pretend to be polite. "Captain Huang, even though you're busy with important matters, you should still find time to teach your children some good lessons. Otherwise, one day, careless words might cause trouble." Captain Huang was suddenly shocked. Yes, in this era, words can easily cause problems. He immediately slapped his son hard. Huang Xiaoqiang had never seen his strict father so angry before. Usually, he would argue back, but today, seeing his loving father's face turning red with anger, he felt wronged and started crying. Mo Chi was speechless. When he had beaten this fool before, he didn't cry and even shouted tough words. Now he was actually crying. Captain Huang was also impulsive. Although careless words are serious, he could have taken his son home to teach him a lesson. Now, he felt both ashamed and annoyed. The story of Huang Xiaoqiang being beaten at the school gate spread quickly, like wings growing on him. Soon, everyone was talking about the handsome guy who came to pick up Mo Chi and Xiao Xiao. People wondered who he was, as he was so impressive to have taken down the notorious school bully. When Mo Chi got into Tan Shirui's car, she couldn't stop laughing. She turned to the man driving and asked, "When did you learn to use your power to intimidate others? It's pretty satisfying." It was almost as intense as a fight. Tan Shirui felt a little embarrassed by her compliment. Suddenly, he said to Xiao Xiao sitting in the back seat, "If someone bullies you in the future, just go home and tell your sister-in-law." Seeing Xiao Xiao silent, Mo Chi quickly explained, "Captain Tan didn't mean anything bad. He's just praising E. E will definitely stand up for you. Don't worry about causing trouble for her. With E's current status, if she wanted to be domineering, she could walk around the capital freely." In Mo Chi's opinion, she could handle her own problems without bothering E. But in front of Tan Shirui, she could only go along with what he said. Tan Shirui first drove Xiao Xiao to the military housing area entrance, then took Mo Chi home. Xiao Xiao rode her bike back home and saw her big sister and big brother playing in the yard from afar. She was so happy, she almost pedaled her bike away. Big sister is back, and I saw Xiao Xiao come in and immediately went to report to Luo Yi in the kitchen. Loi was moving vegetables from the space outside when he was suddenly startled. Danny, the child, is growing more and more, and she's no longer as easy to fool as when she was little. Loi needs to be more careful. Loi cooked dinner at the old master's house. When he got home, he wanted to relax and chose a few not too exaggerated takeout dishes from the space. He arranged the plates nicely, planning to serve them to Xiao Fan and Xiao Xiao in the evening. When Xiao Fan returned home and saw the rich variety of dishes on the table, his eyes widened in surprise. Loi was a bit nervous. He only took half portions of some of the meat dishes and arranged them with vegetables to look like a full plate, but it still surprised the siblings a little. During dinner, Loi mentioned the Luo family to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was almost furious with his wife. Why didn't you tell me earlier? As a son-in-law, he should visit his father-in-law's family as soon as possible. In the past, because of the Luo family's background, he and his wife couldn't visit Hang City easily. Now that the Luo family was back, he should visit immediately. If it were an ordinary family, it wouldn't be a big deal, but his situation was special. He married his wife without a wedding or meeting the parents, so he felt quite guilty. It's okay. It's fine to go tomorrow. Loi waved his hand casually. The most important thing now is how to hide it from Sister Qingqing. I met Aunt Jo on the way home today, but she didn't see me. She was probably in a hurry to bring dinner to Sister Qingqing at the hospital. When Danny saw Aunt Jo, she wanted to call her Grandma Jo, but was quickly silenced by the aunt covering her mouth, almost scaring her. Xiao Fan also felt a bit overwhelmed. Seeing Danny, Xiao could only ask in a subtle way, "Really? Is there no miracle happening?" Loi looked helplessly at Danny, who was secretly feeding to Huang. He wondered how Danny would cry if she found out her best friend had left. The next morning, Xiao Bao came to the house. These days, every night, he kept asking Commander Yin, "Has he come back?" If Xiao Bao were a child, and if he were about Loi's age, the Tang family would have to step in one by one to do some serious talking. Grandma Tang sent her grandson home and then left confidently. Dongzi, really? Xiao Bao couldn't bring himself to ask the rest of the words. Actually, 2 days ago, Little Treasure heard Commander Tang mention this matter. Commander Tang spoke very vaguely, but Little Treasure understood immediately and was very sad, asking Commander Tang to avenge Dongzi. Little Treasure was just angry and said it out of frustration, but the Tang family thought his words were very serious. They wondered how a child could have such thoughts, and spent the whole night teaching him not to bully others with power. Little Treasure knew he shouldn't bully others. He was just angry. But the adults believed that what a child said reflected their true feelings deep inside. Loi, as long as I haven't seen Dongzi's body, I will believe he is still alive. Little Treasure agreed. Yes, Dongzi is a strong kid. He will definitely survive. Maybe one day in the future, we can reunite. If we can't meet here, then let's meet in heaven. Although they came from a different story and the characters in the story are just paper figures, Loi and Little Treasure could no longer see them as mere paper. They are real people with flesh and blood, and they touch their hearts. Loi also mentioned Loi's family to Little Treasure. Little Treasure was happy for her. He finally felt what it was like to be cherished by her parents. He was truly happy for her. Little Treasure stayed at Loi's house for lunch. When Loi took Da and I to send Little Treasure home, she also stopped by the Yin family next door. She wondered how Yin Nanzhou was doing after all this time. But she never expected that the person who opened the door for her was Commander Yin. Yin Commander didn't expect his daughter to come to him voluntarily. Loi was stunned for a second but then calmly greeted him. "Commander Yin, hello. I came to check on Captain Yin's recovery." After a brief moment of disappointment, Yin Commander quickly regained his usual composure. He stepped aside to let Loi in. "Come in first." Nanzhou is still lying in the room. Loi didn't expect Commander Yin to return to the capital so quickly. Didn't he say he was going on an inspection? If she had known, she wouldn't have come. Actually, Commander Yin returned to the capital the day after he learned his son was sent home. At that time, Yin Nanzhou seemed to have guessed it all along. He wasn't surprised at all to see Commander Yin suddenly appear at home. Well, he probably no longer had any use. Commander Yin took Roy and Danny to his house in Yin South Province. He was lying on the bed writing a report when he suddenly saw his sister and felt like he was dreaming. How did you come here?" Roy didn't know if Yin South Province had told Commander Yin about the medicine, but she could only assume he hadn't shared it with anyone. So, she casually said, "I was just bringing Little Bao home, so I thought I'd come see how you're recovering." Yin South Province knew very well that if their father kept sticking around, he wouldn't have a chance to talk to his sister. So, he had to be firm and send him away. "Dad, why don't you go do something else?" The team still has many decisions to make. Commander Een looked disappointed but nodded. Then he smiled at Roy and said, Don't worry. I've got people watching Sue's family. We will definitely give the family of the hero a proper answer. Thank you, Roy replied calmly. When Commander Een left, he looked a little sad. South Province wanted to say something nice about his father but thought that if he did, he might upset his sister, who might then ignore him. So, he immediately stopped thinking about praising his father. His sister was willing to talk to him now because he had hurt his leg. His father would have to find his own way. Thinking this, South Province made peace with himself. After confirming that Commander Een had left, Roy asked, Is your leg feeling better? Have you had a follow-up check these days? It's feeling numb now, but the doctor doesn't recommend removing the cast, so I can't move around easily. South Province answered with a smile, looking eager. What about the medicine? Do you still have some? Roy asked again. I've almost finished it. There are about 2 days worth left, he replied seriously, acting like a doctor treating his sister. I see. South Province wondered if his sister would say anything else. Seeing his hopeful look, Roy finally said, I'll ask my friend if I need to get you some more medicine. Based on his recovery, the previous medicine could be replaced with nourishing herbs. Okay. South Province eagerly agreed, happy to see his sister caring for him. It was worth pretending to be weak. The next moment, Nanjo suddenly struggled to get out of bed. Roy immediately reached out to help him. What's wrong? He pointed to the bookshelf beside the bed, signaling Roy to open a drawer at the bottom. Roy thought there was something important inside, so he stepped forward to open it. Turns out it was just the money envelope for the documents. I can't let you spend money to buy medicine for me. No matter what, I should pay for the medicine myself, Nanjo insisted, mainly because he didn't want his sister to use Roy's family money to buy his medicine. Seeing him stubborn, Roy was worried that if he didn't accept the money, Nanjo might get upset and refuse to take the medicine. So, he took out 1,000 yuan from the envelope and waved it in his hand. This is definitely enough. Nanjo was satisfied and patted Danny's head. When Uncle's body gets better, we'll take Danny out to play, okay? Danny immediately nodded with a smile. She was now as sensitive as to Huang to the words, go out to play. Roy put the envelope back into the drawer and looked up at the various certificates and awards in the bookshelf. He thought that Nanjo could become a squad leader because he truly earned it. I became a squad leader because of these military merits. So, I was seriously injured this time and gained more military merits, Nanjo said half-jokingly. Captain Su was famous for his dedication in the team, but Nanjo was just as capable. However, because he carried the label of being the son of Commander Een, many people overlooked his hard work. That night, after Xiao Fan and Xiao Xiao returned home, the whole family, including Da Huang, went to the old master's house. On the way, Xiao Fan was very nervous. Before going home, he specially bought many things at the supply and marketing cooperative. It was his first time meeting his parents-in-law, so he wanted to leave a good impression. Even though he was mentally prepared, Xiao Fan was still nervous and kept asking, are the things too few? Should I buy some more? Does your brother or sister like anything? Should I bring something for them? What do your father and mother-in-law like? Do they have any hobbies? Does your father-in-law play chess? I'm not very good at Go. Not only was Roy speechless, but Xiao Xiao was also very speechless. She asked Roy, sister-in-law, is it normal to be this nervous when meeting the parents for the first time? I don't know. Lo shook his head, suddenly interested, and joked, but don't worry. Neither your brother nor I are unreasonable people. You can tell your future partner to relax. Xiao Xiao looked helpless and almost cried. When a few of them were joking and laughing as they left the military housing area, they just happened to meet Commander Yin's car. However, they were so busy talking that they didn't notice Commander Een sitting inside. Commander Een was deep in thought and didn't see Xiao Fan's family. His personal guard, who was very excited, said, Commander, it's Xiao Deputy Regiment Leader's family. Only then did Commander Een turn to look outside the window. He saw Xiao Fan riding a bike with Lo Yi, who was sitting on the back seat, holding a dog. The family was laughing and talking happily. Just from the sound of their laughter, You could tell they were very happy.
This scene was very similar to that night.
That night, their family went to Ji's hometown. Today, they were probably going to the Luo family. Commander Een suddenly felt a bit envious. His personal guard saw the lonely look in Commander Yin's eyes and secretly blamed himself for being too impulsive.
Truly.
Commander Een returned home silently. When he saw someone cooking, he casually asked, "Who are you?" Xiao Zhigua quickly stood at attention and saluted. Reporting, Commander. My name is Xiao Zhigua. I'm here to cook for Commander Een. Een Nanzhou had already been helped into the main hall by Xiao Zhigua. He introduced him to his father, saying, Zhigua also comes from Xiao village. He even saved Yi once. Although he was a bit slower than Xiao Fan, he had also contributed. Xiao Zhigua never thought that he had only jumped into the water to save someone because of that person, but now it had become a fortunate encounter. Hearing this, Commander Een immediately looked at Xiao Zhigua differently and smiled, saying, Thank you, young comrade. Xiao Zhigua felt a little nervous from Commander Yin's thanks. Een Nanzhou helped him out, saying, Zhigua, once you finish cooking this dish, come and eat with us. It's also a good chance to tell my dad about Yi's story from Xiao village. Commander Een became even more excited and hurried to the kitchen to help, just to hear Xiao Zhigua's story sooner. However, his involvement had the opposite effect, making Xiao Zhigua so nervous that he was flustered. He was not very good at cooking, and in the end, he forgot to add salt to the last dish. Since Een Nanzhou moved out of Xiao Fan's house, his personal guard, Xiao Wang, came to take care of him every day. But Een Nanzhou wanted to learn more about his sister, so he asked Xiao Wang to handle the team's affairs and replaced him with Xiao Zhigua at home. Xiao Zhi's heart was also very willing. Every time he came to the military family compound and passed by Xiao Fan's house, he always walked very slowly. Unfortunately, he never had a chance to meet Xiao Xiao by chance. Xiao Zhigua is not very good at cooking, but since Captain Een asked him to come, he had no choice but to force himself to do it. Fortunately, Captain Yin's real interest was not in the food. Every time Xiao Zhigua prepared a meal for him, he would invite Xiao Zhigua to eat together and talk about Luo Yi's affairs in Xiao village. When he heard about the trouble with the old troublemaker trying to take down Een Nanzhou immediately sensed that something was wrong. He decided he must ask his sister what really happened another day. Xiao Zhigua doesn't know much about Luo Yi. If Een Nanzhou wanted to hear about Xiao Xiao, he could talk for 10 days and 10 nights. But Luo Yi's story was finished after one meal. Yet Een Nanzhou seemed not to have enough, so he asked Xiao Zhigua to keep talking, even if it was repetitive. He even started talking about Luo Yi's childhood to Xiao Zhigua. Now, even Commander Een joined in to listen to the story. When Luo Yi and the others arrived at the old master's house, Luo Er and Luo Shan had already been waiting at the gate for a long time. Actually, Luo Lao and Jinju also wanted to wait at the gate, but since it was their first meeting, they still wanted to act a bit proud, so the daughter-in-law wouldn't think they were too eager. But their plan was good in their minds. They thought they would give the son-in-law a little face later. However, Luo Yi just called out "We're here," and Luo Lao and Jinju happily ran out, almost with their jaws nearly falling off. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Xiao Fan bowed politely to Luo Lao and Jinju. Luo Yi watched and couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Fan. Actually, when he first met the old master, he also bowed to him. Luo Yi took Xiao Xiao's hand and introduced him. This is Xiao Xiao, then pointed to the big yellow dog. That's Big Yellow. Big Yellow lazily wagged its tail, but when it saw the woman's gaze, it wagged a few more times enthusiastically.
Luo Lao.
It's really become a spirit. Dinner was still cooked by Luo Yi. Today, Luo Er and Luo Shan didn't come to help. Xiao Xiao and mother, he helped her. Luo Er and Luo Shan were busy watching their brother-in-law. Like Jinju, they were completely focused on how the mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, and they became more and more satisfied. Xiao Fan sat properly at the lower end of Old Lord Luo and the Old Master, with his hands neatly resting on his knees. Old Lord Luo gave Jinju a look, meaning, "You go." Jinju responded with a look of her own, saying, "You go." The Old Master couldn't stand their antics anymore and sternly said, "Can you please behave?" Speak properly and don't scare the children. Anyway, he was very pleased with Xiao Fan. Old Lord Luo cleared his throat. Xiao Fan, have you and Yi arranged the wedding banquet yet, Xiao Fan? Here we go, I knew I couldn't avoid this question, but he didn't make any excuses. He just hoped to find a good time to hold the wedding banquet for him and Luo Yi. Old Lord Luo and Jinju are not unreasonable people. If it had been before, they might have had some complaints, like only registering the marriage without holding a banquet, which could seem like they didn't care about their daughter. But now, seeing their daughter so happy, they couldn't fake it. They had no complaints at all. In fact, they thought it was a good idea to delay the banquet. Now, they could personally see their daughter off on her wedding day. The old master was a wise man. He understood what these two were thinking. But if they wanted to put on airs, let them. He was curious to see how long they could pretend. Luo Er and Luo Shan occasionally ran to the kitchen, shouting loudly at Luo Yi. Big sister, since brother-in-law joined the army at such a young age, can I also join the army in a few years? Big sister, brother-in-law said he's been injured a few times before. When I become a really good doctor, I will help heal him, and you all will live to be 100 years old. Big sister, brother-in-law said he wants to pick a good day to marry you, so you'll be the most beautiful bride. Big sister. Luo Yi felt her head was about to explode from the noise of these two children. Xiao didn't expect that a child who had suffered so much in the barn could still be so cheerful. Maybe it was because of their parents. When the whole family finally sat down to eat, the old master suddenly grinned and said, "We should buy a big table someday. More and more people will be eating here in the future." Yes, yes. I'll go look for one tomorrow, Hima said happily, nodding. She had been with the Luo family for so many years and had never been treated as a servant. She felt very involved in this family. Loi knew that everyone would be happy today and probably want to drink some wine, but old Master Luo and the old lord were not in good health and shouldn't drink alcohol. So, she prepared some rice wine in advance, which the women could also enjoy. Except for Danny and Da Huang, most of the people at the table drank a little rice wine. In the end, Loi couldn't refuse Danny and had to dip some rice wine with chopsticks for her to taste. After trying it, Danny immediately frowned and made a face, which made the whole family laugh. The family happily ate their meal and also decided on the date for the wedding banquet. On the second day of the next month, a good day for marriage. Loi didn't care much about these things. She believed that living happily together was more important than anything. But since the elders cared a lot about it, she agreed easily. After all, it was just family and friends, including Xiao Fan's comrades, sitting together for a lively meal. Once the date for the banquet was set, a tricky problem suddenly arose. How should the Yin family be involved? Xiao Fan naturally listened to his wife and quickly said, If you don't want to invite Commander Yin, we won't invite him." Old Master Luo glared at him angrily. He had wanted Xiao Fan to persuade Yi, but to the Luo family, the Yin family was still part of Loi's family. Since the Luo family had been close to Yin's daughter for so long, they felt a bit guilty. Loi understood her family's feelings. Their simple idea was that anyone who truly treated her well was welcome, and the more, the merrier. Finally, she nodded and said, "If the Yin family is willing, I will go and invite them. This is my job. You don't need to worry about it." Old Master Luo saw that his daughter was a bit reluctant. Allowing the Yin family to attend was probably her biggest concession. Yes, we'll handle it," Jinju agreed happily, her cheerful voice making it seem like they were trying to flatter the Yin family. "Mom and Dad, can Shan and I help with anything?" Loi asked excitedly. "You too. Study hard and catch up on all your lessons." Jinju immediately put on her strict mother face when talking to her younger children. Previously, when they were in the cattle shed, the two children had to spend all day helping with chores, leaving little time for studying. Now that they are back in the capital, they must catch up on lessons as soon as possible to keep up with other children their age. "Maybe I can help Luoer and Shanshan with their lessons," Xiao, who had been quietly eating, finally spoke up. Yes, let Xiao tutor them. She's the best at that." Just after Luo Yi finished speaking, De Huang also agreed with a couple of woofs. Insider Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's first meeting with his father-in-law and mother-in-law was very successful. Before they even finished eating and drinking, they stopped pretending to be polite. They looked at Xiao Fan with big smiles on their faces. They not only smiled happily, but also kept adding food to Xiao Fan's plate. Luo was stunned. He had never experienced such treatment before. Here you go. Luo Shan handed her brother a big chicken leg and gave him a comforting look. Luo if the old master's small yard wasn't so tiny, Luo, Lao, and Jinju would definitely have kept everyone there. In the end, Luo Lao forced Big Yellow to stay. Big Yellow looked at Luo with a sad face, but that woman told it, "Show your best behavior, Big Yellow." On the way back, Xiao Fan finally relaxed and even felt like joking around. Xiao secretly pouted. Her brother really is something, tsk. Early the next morning, just as Commander Een was about to leave for the team, Xiao Fan suddenly came to visit. Commander Een, Xiao Fan first saluted properly. Commander Een quickly smiled and welcomed him inside to sit. His good eldest son said that to win over Yi, he first had to win over Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, is there something you need? Commander Een was both happy and nervous. Xiao Fan, in front of Commander Een, didn't know how to address Luo, Lao, and Jinju properly. You mean the Luo family has returned, right? Commander Een guessed what Xiao Fan wanted to say. The return of the Luo family was the result of his and Ji Lao's joint efforts. He was very clear about their return. Xiao Fan nodded awkwardly. He initially thought he would only feel guilty in front of the Luo family, but when he mentioned rescheduling the wedding banquet in front of Commander Een, he also felt guilty. Commander Een, and I need to hold a wedding banquet again on the second day of next month, so the Luo family would like to meet with you. Sure, that's great. Commander Een was not a fool. When the Luo family asked to meet him, it meant he could attend the wedding banquet. I am available anytime, said Commander Een. After speaking, he felt his words might not sound sincere enough, so he quickly added, "We can go now." After a moment of thought, Xiao Fan nodded and said, "All right. It's better to settle this early so I can relax." Luo's father never expected Xiao Fan to be so efficient. The next day, he brought Commander Een to their home. "Hello, Commander Een," Luo's father greeted warmly, shaking hands. "Actually, we should be the ones visiting you. Mr. Luo, Mrs. Luo, I should be the one visiting you," Commander Een replied humbly, not acting like a commanding officer. In fact, compared to the situation with the Een family, the Luo family circumstances were very different. When Commander Een entered the house, he saw the old master sitting in a wicker chair. Just like when Xiao Fan first met the Luo family, he bowed deeply to the old master. The old master was so frightened he immediately tried to stand up and said, Quick, that's not necessary." Xiao Fan quickly stepped forward to stop Commander Een, but Een shook his head. "Old master, you can handle this." Without the old master, his daughter might have ended up in a very different situation. Zhenju also hurried over to support the old master and scolded, "Dad, take it easy." Yi said you shouldn't get so excited. All right, the old master agreed, sitting back down obediently when his granddaughter was mentioned. From the reactions of the old master and Mrs. Luo, it was clear to Commander Een that the Luo family treated Yi very well. "Commander Een, here's the situation. Xiao Fan and Yi haven't held their wedding banquet yet. We're planning to hold a second one on the second day of next month," Luo's father explained. "As Yi's father, do you have any requirements for the banquet?" Commander Een smiled and shook his head. He had no special demands. As long as he could attend, that was enough. From the Luo family's tone, it seemed they planned to seat him at the main table. "I have no requirements. Just arrange everything as you see fit," Commander Een said as he took an envelope out of his pocket. "Don't be shy with me. Regarding Yi and Xiao Fan's wedding banquet, the word, father, was stuck in Commander Yin's throat, and he couldn't say it. Zhenju was a straightforward person. She quickly took the envelope and smiled, thanking him. "Thank you on behalf of Yi. By the way, Commander Een, how many people from your family will attend? I want to make sure there's enough space." "It will just be me and Yi's older brother. Commander Een suddenly looked a bit sad. Zhan Zhu silently scolded herself for being slow. She knew about Nan Dai, but she didn't expect the Een family to be so small, no distant relatives either. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Commander Een waved his hand. It's okay. Xiao Dai just didn't have that luck. Such a good daughter, but she doesn't cherish it. Zhen Zhu briefly explained the wedding arrangements. She thought Commander Een might have some opinions, but he nodded throughout and agreed with all her suggestions. The wedding plans were happily finalized, and Zhen Zhu was given full control to arrange everything. Commander Een had no specific requests. Actually, he only cared about sitting at the main table and hearing the couple call him Dad and Father-in-law. On the way back to the team, Commander Een suddenly sincerely thanked Xiao Fan, which made Xiao Fan feel both awkward and more awkward. In the following days, Luo Yi kept avoiding Aunt Zhou and He Qingqing, as if hiding from them could make her forget about Dongzi. But after He Qingqing's pregnancy was confirmed, the doctor allowed her to leave the hospital. When she passed by Luo Yi's house, she specifically knocked on the door. Seeing He Qingqing, Luo Yi knew she couldn't hide anymore and had to pretend to be friendly. So, Luo Yi lied to He Qingqing. Qingqing, we found Dongzi. He was so scared that now he doesn't want to talk to anyone. He Qingqing was a bit skeptical, but still hoped Dongzi was okay. Did he go to the hospital? What scared him? Why did he go missing in the first place? Luo Yi quickly started making up stories. Dongzi was playing by the river with friends, and he accidentally fell in. He was swept downstream, but luckily someone rescued him. He was a bit shaken up, but it's nothing serious. Don't worry, Qingqing. Luo Yi solemnly promised. He Qingqing nodded uncertainly, saying, That's good. She believed Luo Yi's words because she hadn't had any nightmares recently. The only explanation was that Dongzi was truly safe. In the following days, Xiao Fan was responsible for helping old Luo and others move to a new courtyard. The new place wasn't very new, but it was big with many rooms, 10 in total, of various sizes. Zhen Zhu watched Xiao Fan and Luo Er busy cleaning, while Luo Yi took Xiao Xiao and Luo Shan to plant vegetables in the yard. The older ones didn't need to do anything. They sat under the shady eaves drinking tea or juice, enjoying themselves very much. 2. When did you learn to grow vegetables? Zhen Zhu asked with concern. Luo Yi suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and quickly pointed at Xiao Xiao, saying, I learned when I was in Xiao family village from Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. Is my sister-in-law teasing me? But she was used to listening to her sister-in-law's words and didn't argue. She just lowered her head to water the plants. Zhen Zhu's eyes welled up with tears. When they were in Hang City, Yi wasn't as mature. But after getting married, she became stronger and more capable. Don't worry, I've subtly asked Xiao Xiao about it. Xiao Fan hands over his salary to Yi every month. She hasn't suffered in Xiao family village and spends her days making delicious food, old Luo whispered comfortingly. Zhen Zhu glared at him. What are you talking about? If others hear you, they might think Yi is lazy and fond of eating, old Luo. He was just summarizing Xiao Zhao's answer, not saying it himself. After cleaning the new courtyard, the old master and Hema could move in. Wang Quan had specially chosen this courtyard, which had enough rooms. He even considered Xiao Zhao's room. Wang Quan always thought the young lady's younger sister-in-law was quite good. Since the young lady and her husband often stayed at home, he didn't want her to be lonely. So, after some thought, he replaced the previous 7-bedroom courtyard he liked with this one, which had 10 bedrooms. After Luo Yi finished planting vegetables, he took his 2 little helpers to cook. Zhen Zhu watched this with mixed feelings, both worried and happy. Sometimes, she even felt that her daughter was so sensible it was like she had become a different person. But old man Luo comforted her, saying that everyone has to grow up. Under such circumstances, the sooner they understand, the fewer problems they will face. During dinner, Luo Shan mentioned Wang Quan. She asked old man Luo, Dad, when will Uncle Quan and Brother Yishuan come back? Old man Luo looked at Zhenju, as she was the one keeping an eye on business matters. Zhu, when do you think Uncle Quan and the others will return? probably in a day or two. They probably don't know we've moved yet, Zhenju said with a smile. But I left them a note in the old yard, telling them to come straight to the new house when they return. No need to wait a day or two. We're back now, right, Jinyu? Suddenly, Wang Quan's voice came from outside the yard gate. Luo Shan happily ran to open the door. Uncle Quan is back. When the gate opened, Wang Quan was holding a child. The child's small head was resting on his shoulder, so his face wasn't visible, only the back of his head. Hua Yishuan followed behind Wang Quan, smiling and greeting everyone. He hadn't seen such a lively Luo family in many years. Wang Quan patted the child on his shoulder and gently coaxed him. Jinyu, say hello to everyone. We're home. The child didn't move. Wang Quan didn't force him and continued holding him. Then he walked over to old man Luo and smiled, saying, Sir, ma'am, don't worry. Everything in the south has been taken care of. A few small troublemakers tried to steal our business. Old man Luo smiled and invited him to sit down. Brother Quan, you've worked hard. Come, sit and eat. We just started. Luo Er quickly went to the kitchen to get bowls, helping Wang Quan and Hua Yishuan set them out. He even brought a bowl for Jinyu. The family was harmonious and friendly, with no sense of hierarchy, more like a real family. Wang Quan gently patted Jinyu in his arms and softly coaxed, Jinyu, be good. Let's eat. Look, this is what Sister Yi made. It's very delicious. Yes, yes. Luo Shan immediately grabbed a chicken leg and ran behind Wang Quan, whispering, Jinyu, this is for you. Jinyu didn't move. Seeing Da and I, who was sitting in Hima's arms, getting anxious, she also grabbed a piece of sour and spicy potato strips nearby, struggling to get down. Hima happily put Da and I on the ground and praised her. Arda and I is so sensible. Danny hurriedly ran behind Wang Quan, looked up at Jinyu, who was only showing the top half of her face on Wang Quan's shoulder, and sweetly called out, Brother, eat, eat. Dodo is delicious. Luo Shan saw Danny stretching her neck too tired and simply picked her up. Although their appearance was a bit strange, everyone held back their laughter. Danny reached forward with the shredded potatoes, trying to please, and said, Eat, Brother Dodo, Brother Dongzi, eat. Be good, Brother Dongzi, be good. When Luo Yi heard Danny call out, Brother Dongzi, for the first time, she hadn't fully reacted. When she heard the second call, she and Xiao Fan looked at each other at the same time, both thinking the same thing. In the next moment, Luo Yi and Xiao Fan both stood up, walked to behind Wang Quan, and simultaneously lifted the small face on Wang Quan's shoulder, saying in unison, Dongzi, Brother Dongzi ignores Danny, Brother Dongzi. Danny suddenly started crying softly, with real sadness. Luo Yi immediately picked her up, almost laughing and crying at the same time, and hurriedly comforted her. Brother Dongzi is shy. It will be better soon. Xiao Fan excitedly patted Dongzi's head again, saying, Great, great. Dongzi is still alive. Dongzi is still alive. That's really wonderful. Wang Quan looked at Luo Yi and Xiao Fan with a confused expression, but Xiao Xiao was the first to answer Wang Quan's question. Uncle Quan, this child's name is Dongzi. He is Captain Su's son, Wang Quan. Xiao Fan understood what Wang Quan was thinking and patted his shoulder to comfort him, saying, Uncle Quan, if you can't bear to part with Dongzi, maybe there is a real chance to raise him. Wang Quan was confused. Dongzi's father is the company commander, so why would he want to take someone else's child? He gently touched Dongzi's head, and Dongzi leaned his head into his chest. Now his face was buried in Wang Quan's embrace. His heart softened completely because of Dongzi's gentle touch. Xiao Fan, tell me, how can I raise Jinyu? Wang Quan still habitually called Dongzi Jinyu. Luo Yi first handed Danny over to Xiao Xiao, making sure Dongzi was almost shielded from outside interference. Then, in front of Uncle Quan, she roughly explained the story of Captain Su's family. Wang Quan was angry and wanted to curse loudly, but since there were children and women at the table, he held back his temper for a long time before finally calming down halfway. He said, This family of Captain Su's uncle, old and young, is all no good people. He already felt sorry for Dongzi, and hearing about his troubles made him even more distressed. Miss, Do you have a way to let me raise Dongzi? He was now determined to take care of this unfortunate child. Originally, Captain Joe's family wanted to raise Dongzi, but Captain Joe's wife is now pregnant. Besides, given Dongzi's situation, they probably won't forcefully take him away, Luo Yi said uncertainly. Maybe I should go back to the team first. I need to report Dongzi's situation to the leaders quickly. They also care a lot about this matter. Xiao Fan looked at Wang Quan. Uncle Quan, don't worry. I will go see Captain Joe later and discuss it with him. If Captain Joe's family insists on raising Dongzi, the organization will likely prioritize them, even if Uncle Quan saves Dongzi. Because, compared to Uncle Quan, Captain Joe's family has many advantages. Captain Joe, like Dongzi's father, is a soldier. Dongzi has been living at Captain Joe's house, and Captain Joe and his wife are young and happy, able to provide Dongzi with a stable family environment. As for Uncle Quan, he is old, weak, and alone. Wang Quan was not polite to Xiao Fan at all. Instead, he urged him, then go quickly and be sure to persuade Captain Joe. He was even a little worried, holding Dongzi in his arms as he stood up. Maybe I should go with you. Uncle Quan, don't worry. Xiao Fan will handle it well. Luo Yi quickly pushed Wang Quan back onto his seat and filled his bowl with rice. Eat your meal first. Wang Quan was already too hungry to eat, but even if he was starving himself, he wouldn't let the child go hungry. He softly comforted Dongzi. Jinyu, let's eat some rice first, okay? Dongzi nodded silently, then got down from Wang Quan's lap and sat beside him, holding his hand tightly, quietly eating his meal. Wang Quan fed him whatever vegetables he picked, and Dongzi ate everything without fuss, very obedient. Danai was a little sad. Why wasn't her brother Dongzi paying attention to her anymore? Weren't they good friends? Others are still deeply affected by Dongzi's sad background. Mother He even cried. It's sad how the children brought back from the Luo family are all hurt, naive, and unfortunate. But luckily, they are now part of the Luo family, and they will have a better future. Soon, Xiao Fan returned, bringing Captain Joe and his family with him. As soon as Captain Joe entered, he apologized with a smile to old Master Luo, saying, Mr. Luo, I'm really sorry. When my wife and mother heard about Dongzi, they couldn't stay calm and kept worrying. Sorry for bothering you. Old Master Luo waved his hand, indicating it was okay. Captain Joe then looked apologetically at Wang Quan. Wang Quan nodded, showing it was fine. He thought that since someone was thinking about Jinyu, he should be happy. On the way here, Captain Joe kept comforting He Qingqing. He told her not to get too excited when she sees the child, because it wouldn't be good for the baby in her belly, and it might scare Dongzi. He and Xiao Fan didn't tell He Qingqing and Aunt Zhou the full truth. They only said Dongzi was frightened, without mentioning the Su family's old couple. Unexpectedly, Captain Joe was the first to cry. His tears couldn't be controlled at all. When Dongzi left his home, he was chubby and healthy. Now he looked very thin. But Captain Joe knew that the Luo family hadn't mistreated Dongzi. Just look at what he's wearing and using, he was well taken care of. The Luo family must have treated him very well. Captain Joe wiped his tears fiercely. That's good. As long as Dongzi is alive, that's enough. Now we can finally give Xiao Su an explanation. Long before, when He Qingqing heard from Luo Yi that Dongzi was frightened, she was mentally prepared for how Dongzi might be now. Aunt Zhou was too. They only felt sad but didn't cry. Captain Zhou, knowing the full truth, was the one who cried out of concern. All those memories are not something a child should have to bear. Loi, do Lieutenant Su's parents really want to leave Dongzi in our care? He Qingqing suddenly looked at Loi. Loi didn't know how to answer because at that moment, Wang Quan was also looking at her with hope. Qingqing, this Uncle Quan is the one who saved Dongzi, and he really wants to raise him. Captain Zhou knew this was a tricky situation, but since Dongzi was alive, that was the best outcome. So, he was willing to let Wang Quan raise Dongzi. Although Captain Zhou knew he could get Dongzi back if he asked the organization, he chose not to do so. First, Dongzi only recognizes Wang Quan now. Second, They would have their own children in the future, and after the baby was born, they would naturally focus more on the little one, making it hard to treat both equally. Dongzi had suffered so much hardship that he might be emotionally fragile and need the warmth of a whole family. Even if Wang Quan was single, all his love was given to Dongzi. He Chi-Ching was not as hysterical as everyone thought. She was a little sad, but didn't insist. Captain Zhou could think of this, and she could too. Okay, Ching nodded seriously and bowed deeply to Wang Quan. From now on, Dongzi will be entrusted to Uncle Quan. Aunt Zhou felt a bit sad but respected her son's and daughter-in-law's decision. She also asked Wang Quan, "Uncle, Dongzi will be in your care from now on." Wang Quan didn't expect things to be so easy. He thought there would be more struggle. He quickly thanked Captain Zhou's family. "Captain Zhou, if you want to visit Jean or Dongzi in the future, you're always welcome. As long as you treat Jean well, I welcome you with both hands." "Thank you," Captain Zhou said again. After a pause, he added, "Uncle Quan, don't worry. I will work with Xiao Fan to apply to the higher authorities for you to raise Dongzi." "Great, thank you so much," Wang Quan said with red eyes. He was a rough man, but he felt a bit shy now. "From now on, let's visit each other more often." Definitely. Captain Zhou was very happy with this outcome. As long as Dongzi was alive, everything else was secondary. Wang Quan held Dongzi in his arms, and his eyes became misty. The next day, Captain Zhou and Xiao Fan came to pick up Wang Quan and Dongzi to handle the paperwork. They had already reported the matter to their superiors, who finally agreed that Wang Quan could adopt Dongzi. Originally, the organization planned for other childless couples in the team to adopt Dongzi. However, after Captain Zhou and Xiao Fan's persistent efforts and personal involvement from Commander Yin, Wang Quan was ultimately allowed to adopt Dongzi. So, Wang Quan took his household registration, and Captain Zhou and Xiao Fan brought the official documents from the team to process the new household registration. In the past, Wang Quan could have registered Dongzi's household, but it would have been more complicated. Now, he could do it openly and legally. When Captain Zhou and Xiao Fan saw that Wang Quan still listed Dongzi's name as Su Dong, they were all touched. Wang Quan, with a serious face, smiled and said, "Jinyu can be his nickname. His official name is still Su Dong. Commander Su is a hero, and Jinyu will carry on his spirit." "Thank you, Uncle Quan," Captain Zhou said again, feeling proud of his decision. With Uncle Quan taking care of Dongzi, he believed Dongzi would be happy in the future. No matter where Dongzi went, he always wanted to hold Wang Quan. Luckily, after taking the tonic given by Roy, Wang Quan's health improved a lot, or he wouldn't have been able to carry Dongzi. Everyone had discussed Dongzi's current mental state. They decided to let him recover at his own pace. After all, Dongzi was still young, and no one was in a hurry for him to grow up. They decided to let him avoid things for a while longer. So Roy only gave Dongzi some medicine for his injuries and didn't rush to comfort him. When Xiaobao learned that Dongzi was still alive, he insisted on going to see him with Roy. Everyone thought Dongzi would resist contact with Xiaobao, just like he did with others. But surprisingly, Dongzi accepted Xiaobao's loving hug. Everyone was speechless. Since they set the date for the wedding banquet, Xiao Fan even wrote a letter to Aunt Xiao to ask her to pass on to the illiterate elderly couple in Zhao's family that he would come back early to pick them up and bring them to the capital for the wedding. He also planned to take them around and show them the city. Xiao Fan's remaining elders were only his grandparents, along with Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao. The Xiao family elders would definitely come to the capital for the wedding. Roy had a good impression of Aunt Xiao, and if she was willing to come, they would warmly welcome her. However, Uncle Xiao and his family, Roy and Xiao Fan, all disliked this mean-spirited uncle. Even if Uncle Xiao and Xiao Zhaodi come along later, they can be easily persuaded to stay home by just telling them to buy their own train tickets. Originally, Xiao Fan was ready to go back to Zhao's village to pick up his grandparents. Suddenly, he received a letter from his aunt, saying she would come to the capital with her husband and Xiao Jun. She told them to leave the old couple to them, so Xiao Fan didn't need to make a special trip to pick them up. After Xiao Fan told Roy, both of them thought the aunt's idea was very good. With them there, the old couple from Zhao's family should be fine. So, Xiao Fan immediately asked a friend at the train station to buy 5 train tickets from Sioux City to the capital.
He sent the tickets to his aunt that same day.
On the evening of the second day of June, Xiao Fan and Roy, along with Dni, arrived early at the train station to meet the train. The train arrived on time, and the first person they saw running out was Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun carried a small army green bag that was bulging full. He ran happily to Xiao Fan, showing his big front teeth, and said, "Brother, sister-in-law, Dni, Grandpa and Grandma are behind. They will come out soon." Xiao Fan patted Xiao Jun's head and said, "Traveling by train is tiring." Although he bought sleeper tickets for all 5, riding such a long journey on a green train was still quite exhausting. Hearing this, Xiao Jun immediately looked sad. "Brother, sitting in the hard seat is indeed tiring. The sleeper is more comfortable." Xiao Fan looked at the exit but didn't catch what Xiao Jun meant. Roy, however, suddenly asked with doubt, "Why is it a hard seat?" "Your brother bought you all sleeper tickets." Xiao Jun wanted to complain, but Roy guessed the reason. Sure enough, Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao Zhaodi also arrived. At this moment, Aunt Xiao Zhaodi was as curious as Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, her head spinning with questions, like it was attached to a wire. Meanwhile, Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao were supporting Grandpa Xiao and Grandma Xiao, respectively. Uncle Xiao, the son of the family, was idly following behind. Grandpa, Grandma. Xiao Fan greeted them one by one, then quickly went to help. Roy handed Dni to Xiao Jun and also went to help. The old couple from Zhao's family were very happy to see Xiao Fan, smiling so broadly they couldn't close their mouths. Looking at Dni, she was chubby and white, very cleanly dressed. Her clothes looked more expensive than those of many adults. Before Dni arrived, Roy had already taught her to be polite when meeting people. Now, she was happily greeting everyone with a sweet smile. However, when she saw Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao, she froze in surprise. Uncle Xiao snorted softly, a bit annoyed. Aunt Xiao didn't dare to speak up and just kept praising Dni for being well-behaved.
Dani giggled happily, feeling proud.
Xiao Fan and a few others took a military vehicle borrowed from the transportation department. Except for Aunt Xiao's family, everyone else had never ridden in such a vehicle before and looked excited. Xiao Fan took everyone to the small courtyard where Old Master used to live. The courtyard was cleaned thoroughly by Xiao Fan and Hui Xuan, and Roy had also restocked the kitchen with food. Originally, Zhenzhu planned to sell this small courtyard, but after Roy strongly persuaded her, she decided to keep it. Zhenzhu thought that since no one was living in this shabby place, and now the family was together, it would only get better over time. Roy couldn't say directly that whether the courtyard was old or new, it would be valuable in the future. So, she made an excuse, saying it could be used for visiting relatives. The Roy family had no relatives outside the city. Only the Xiao family had relatives outside the capital. Zhenzhu immediately agreed. This time, when the Xiao family's relatives came to the capital, Roy naturally arranged for them to stay in this small courtyard. If Zhenzhu decided it was unnecessary later, she might think about selling the house again. Xiao Fan originally wanted his grandparents to stay in the military housing area and his aunt's family in the military guest house. But his wife insisted they stay in the old courtyard, so he simply agreed. Xiao Fan parked the car at the gate and helped Aunt Xiao and others with their luggage. When Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao saw the small courtyard, they looked disappointed. Roy always ignored these two. The small courtyard had 4 rooms, one for the grandparents, one for the aunt and uncle, one for Uncle Xiao and Xiao Jun, and one for Aunt Xiao alone. Xiao Fan gave a quick tour. "Grandpa and Grandma, I only have 3 days off. When that's over, I'll take you around the capital. I will visit when she's free. There's plenty of food in the kitchen. If we don't come to pick you up, just make something to eat." Xiao Fan, "Why isn't there any meat?" Uncle Xiao asked, a little unhappy. "In this hot weather, how can we keep meat?" "Big brother, aren't you worried about getting a stomach ache?" Aunt Xiao jokingly said that she was getting more annoyed with her older brother. "I'll buy fresh meat and bring it later." Roy and Xiao Fan considered the hot weather and only prepared vegetables. "I knew you would think of everything," Aunt Xiao praised with a smile. Xiao Fan said, "Tonight, we're We're going to have dinner at my father-in-law's house. Grandpa and Grandma, you can rest first. Later, we'll go to the military family compound for lunch. Yi has prepared many dishes at home, except for Uncle Xiao and his daughter. Everyone else had no objections. Uncle Xiao and his daughter muttered quietly, "What's so special about my father-in-law's house?" Roy was silent. But she didn't want to lose her temper on such a good day. Everyone has some difficult relatives. She could only comfort herself like this. Aunt Xiao saw Roy going to wash her hands in the yard and quickly followed her, whispering, "Roy, I'm really sorry. Sorry for causing you trouble." "It's okay, Aunt." Roy understood what she wanted to say. Sigh, Aunt Xiao sighed. She knew very well that her nephew and his wife didn't like her older brother's family, and she didn't like them either. In the end, she forced herself to explain, "Actually, my older brother didn't know we were coming at first." Later, when he overheard our parents talking, he kept insisting on coming along. The train tickets were paid for by our parents. In fact, Aunt Xiao was very upset inside. Her older brother, relying on his status as the eldest brother-in-law, made her husband and Xiao Jun swap their beds for his family. Aunt Xiao felt sorry for her son and wanted to exchange her bed, but Xiao Jun also felt sorry for his mother. In the end, Uncle Xiao and Xiao Jun had to sit on hard seats. After everyone packed their things, Xiao Fan took them back to the military family compound. Xiao Jun was the first to exclaim, "Brother, when I grow up, I want to join the army too. I want to bring my parents to the capital and live in a big house like this." Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao were both so happy they couldn't stop smiling. They were very pleased that Xiao Jun had this ambition. Of course, if he could really do it, that would be perfect. However, Uncle Xiao, who had recently lost his fake son, looked very unhappy, with a fire almost burning in his eyes. Xiao Zhaodi watched the soldiers coming and going in the compound. They all wore neat military uniforms. Whether men or women, she felt very envious. "Brother, I also want to join the army." Xiao Zhaodi suddenly had a new idea. Little Jun couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, but after Aunt Xiao glanced at him, he had to suppress it. The others didn't react to Aunt Xiao's words. Xiao Fan and Roy were too lazy to pay attention, while the rest were busy watching the people coming and going outside. Xiao Fan parked the car not far from their house, and then everyone got out and walked home. On the way, they greeted many neighbors with smiles. Grandma Xiao and Grandpa felt very happy, thinking that their grandson and daughter-in-law were well-liked in the big yard. That was great. When Xiao Fan opened the door, Big Yellow wagged his tail and ran over. He automatically took an eye into the yard to play. Little Jun was excited and shouted, "Brother, Big Yellow is so smart." Then he looked at Aunt Xiao with pleading eyes and said, "Mom, that's useless unless you improve your grades." Aunt Xiao replied firmly. If she had said this a little later, her husband would have agreed. She and her husband usually agreed on decisions, but when it came to little Jun's studies, her husband thought it wasn't necessary to be so strict. He believed that if little Jun wasn't good at studying, he could learn a craft and have a good future. But Aunt Xiao thought that if little Jun wanted to succeed, he had to study hard. Hearing his request was refused, little Jun wasn't angry. He was used to it. His mom always used his grades as an excuse. Next, Xiao Fan took everyone on a tour of the house. Aunt Xiao was almost crazy with envy. Although the house was a bit old, many things inside were not common in ordinary families. Aunt Xiao kept praising, "Xiao Fan, you're really talented. If only little Jun could be half as successful as you. Mom, I will work hard. I want to make you and Dad live in a bigger house someday." Little Jun even gestured with his hands. Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao smiled happily. But after smiling, Aunt Xiao was worried that Xiao Fan and Roy might think little Jun's words had other meanings. She was about to say something when Roy said, "Little Jun, we believe in you." Hearing this praise, little Jun felt even more proud. He told Aunt Xiao, "Mom, my sister-in-law said I can do it." Aunt Xiao playfully knocked on his head and said, "You're the most lively." Uncle Xiao looked a bit embarrassed and started joking again. "Xiao Fan, your house clearly has 3 rooms. Why don't the grandparents live here?" Roy was getting very annoyed with Uncle Xiao and couldn't help but say, I originally wanted to bring Grandpa and Grandma to live with us, but since you, Uncle, are also in the capital and there's no space at home, we had to arrange for everyone to stay in the small courtyard. The small courtyard is nice and spacious. Roy, you really think things through. Aunt Xiao also felt frustrated with her overbearing older brother. If her parents hadn't spoken up, they could have happily stayed in the capital, eating and drinking together. She knew very well that Xiao Fan and his wife are generous people. Be kind to them, and they'll be even nicer to you. But her older brother's family is always so clueless. No wonder they aren't welcomed. Uncle Xiao was speechless after being criticized and looked at Grandpa and Grandma Xiao. Mom and Dad, I'm just thinking about your comfort. I don't mind myself, Roy said. Grandpa, Grandma, do you want to stay in the military housing? I can prepare a room for you right now. The old couple from the Xiao family weren't mean-spirited. They just spoiled their son a bit. Living with their eldest son's family all the time naturally made them a little biased. That's human nature. Roy and Xiao Fan were planning a banquet, and they definitely wanted the groom's elders to attend. In this era, not inviting them would be embarrassing, and people might gossip behind their backs. Initially, the Xiao couple and Aunt Xiao came, and Xiao Fan and Roy were very happy to see them. At first, they didn't say they would buy tickets for Aunt Xiao's family. Aunt Xiao's family was still happily there to support Xiao Fan, and they appreciated her family. But then Uncle Xiao and his daughter arrived unexpectedly. When Roy said this, Grandpa and Grandma Xiao quickly shook their heads. Although they spoiled their eldest son's family a little, they wouldn't bother their grandson and his wife. Seeing a chance, Xiao Zhaodi immediately jumped in. Since Grandpa and Grandma aren't staying, how about I stay here? Aunt Xiao wanted to scold her, but when she saw Grandma Xiao look over, she could only lower her head silently. Why don't you go to the kitchen and help cook? Xiao Fan told his wife to go, not wanting her to get upset with the eccentric Xiao Zhaodi. Then I'll go help. Aunt Xiao also quickly followed. After Roy and Aunt Xiao left, Uncle Xiao looked displeased. Xiao Fan, you're so afraid of your wife. That's not right. If a woman doesn't listen, you have to teach her until she does. Xiao Fan didn't even bother to act politely anymore and said impatiently, Uncle, I didn't plan to invite you and Zhaodi to the banquet. Since you all are here, of course, I can let you enjoy a wedding feast. But if you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for not recognizing you as relatives. Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao were almost scolded by Xiao Fan, their faces turning red and white with anger. Just as they wanted to argue back, Grandpa Xiao finally couldn't hold it in and started scolding. Can't you behave? If you don't want to stay, buy your own tickets and go back to Xiao Village. It's embarrassing to act so disgraceful. Don't keep acting like elders and pressure Xiao Fan and his wife. Do you even have the manners of elders? Grandpa Xiao was really furious. If his foolish son and granddaughter said less, their grandson and his wife would show them some respect. Aunt Xiao felt very wronged and hated Luo Yi in her heart. She was Xiao Fan's cousin, so why was she treated so badly? Grandma Xiao quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Enough, enough. We're all family. Let's forget it. Xiao Fan was very straightforward. If I can say it, I can do it. Uncle, don't push your luck. Since the time Uncle Zhao's wife looked for trouble with the troublemaker's wife, he had been completely disappointed in his family. If it weren't for respecting Grandpa and Grandma, he would have cut ties long ago. Uncle Xiao was scolded repeatedly and stared angrily, but he didn't dare to fight back. If he really lost his temper and was asked to leave, who would pay for his train ticket? Moreover, he was hoping to meet some important person in the capital. He heard that the capital was full of big figures. If he was lucky, he might even meet a top commander in this military compound. Seeing that his father was silent, Xiao Jiedi could only hold back her anger. However, she vowed that she would take this opportunity in the capital to find a husband even more impressive than her cousin, to completely crush that mean Luo Yi. Her uncle and Xiao Jun had already sneaked out to the yard to tease Da Huang before Luo Yi and Aunt Xiao left. Luo Yi, don't worry about your older brother and his family. Just pretend they don't exist, Aunt Xiao said as she entered the kitchen, unable to hide her complaints. My older brother wasn't so bad when he was young. It was only after he got married that he became so difficult. Then he had a very difficult son and daughter. That's not right, Aunt Xiao quickly corrected herself. He only has a difficult daughter. Xiao Fan's two older cousins are decent. You saw them last time, they're not perfect, but at least they don't cause trouble on purpose. In Aunt Zhao's view, it was very rare for Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao to have children who didn't cause trouble intentionally. When the food was served, Aunt Xiao immediately started praising her nephew's wife. Loi, you don't know. Last time Xiao Jun ate at your house, he said he didn't like my cooking anymore and kept saying that his sister-in-law's cooking was the best. You're the best sister-in-law. Dianai chimed in. You're such a clever little girl. You're the happiest, Aunt Xiao said, poking Denise's small head. But when Xiao Xiao came home from school, Aunt Xiao wanted to change her words. She thought Xiao Xiao might be even happier than Danai. Xiao Xiao was very happy to see her grandparents, and also happy to see her aunt's family. When she saw Uncle Xiao and his daughter, she made a face. She even boldly looked at her sister-in-law with her eyes. Didn't you say Uncle Xiao and Xiao Zhaodi wouldn't come? Xiao Zhao's gaze was too straightforward. Uncle Xiao couldn't help but complain to his parents again. Mom and Dad, if you have time these days, you should take good care of Xiao Xiao. She's almost old enough to get married. Don't let her look like she has no girlhood. Xiao Xiao isn't in a hurry to get married. She should finish her studies first. Later, if there's a chance, she can go to college, Loi said calmly. In this era, if recommended, she could go to college, but there were fewer spots for recommendations. But others would think Loi meant she was talking about going to college through recommendation. Loi knew clearly that Xiao Xiao could take the college entrance exam next year. Yeah, I discussed with my sister-in-law. She wants to go to college and then to a research institute to become a professor, right, sister-in-law? Xiao Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to Uncle Xiao. Now she could ignore his family completely, because her sister-in-law told her that they weren't on the same path and might not have much contact in the future. Seeing Uncle Xiao glaring angrily, Xiao Xiao suddenly felt more confident. She pouted and said to Loi, Sister-in-law, I still need you and my brother to support me these years. But don't worry, once I make a lot of money, I will definitely take good care of you. She knew exactly what words would make Uncle Zhao's family angry, like confidently spending her brother and sister-in-law's money, or saying she would only give her brother and sister-in-law her earnings in the future. Sure enough, Uncle Xiao immediately couldn't sit still and said to his parents, Mom and Dad, you should also speak up. I can't be the only one supporting you in old age. Everyone present could tell that Xiao Xiao was just talking out of anger, and only Uncle Zhao's family took her seriously. There's more, Uncle Xiao said angrily. Mom and Dad, you should talk to Xiao Fan. Don't just send money to his in-laws all the time. You are his grandparents and his family. Xiao Fan replied annoyed. My father-in-law's family doesn't even care about my salary. They didn't let him pay for the banquet, saying the Luo family and the Yin family were covering it. Basically, it had nothing to do with the Xiao family. How come? You sound a bit upset, Luo teased Xiao Fan. Usually, when Xiao Fan asked her to spend his money, if she agreed easily, he felt more confident. Get back to Xiao village now. Just go. Grandpa Xiao finally lost his temper. He grabbed a small stool from the ground and was about to throw it at Uncle Xiao. He had hoped for a nice family gathering, but this useless son kept causing trouble. Everyone quickly stopped Grandpa Xiao, especially Luo Yi, who worried that if he hurt Uncle Xiao, he might stay in the capital to recover. That can't happen. Grandpa, be careful not to get too upset. Xiao Fan quickly comforted Grandpa Xiao. He had wanted to scold Uncle Xiao a few more times, but now he kept his words to himself. Grandpa Xiao refused to calm down and was so angry he almost hit Uncle Xiao. You useless thing. Always jealous of the younger generation. What's the use of having you? Get out of here. He was so furious he looked like he might faint. Xiao Fan and others hurried to hold him back, comforting him and calming him down. Only then did Grandpa Xiao feel better. He held Xiao Fan and Luo Yi's hands. Kids, it's our fault. We shouldn't have brought this embarrassing troublemaker to the capital. Sorry for making you all look bad. Luo Yi didn't know what to say anymore. Grandpa Xiao had said enough. She could only smile and shake her head. Grandpa, just take care of your health. Don't talk about these things. Let's go to my father-in-law's house, Xiao Fan said, helping Grandpa Xiao to stand. Yi promised to make chicken soup for him. We need to go early. They all got back into the military vehicle and headed to the Luo family. On the way, Xiao Zhaodi looked a bit disdainful, as if going to the Luo family would lower her status. Luckily, she didn't show it on her face, only muttered in her mind. Xiao Fan drove the car straight into the yard. The new house was big enough, and there was no gate or threshold. The Luo family was very pleased with Xiao Fan, so they wanted to show respect to the Xiao family. Now, everyone was waiting in the yard to greet the guests. Xiao Fan introduced everyone one by one, and for a while, the two families got along peacefully. On her way here, Xiao Zhaodi thought that Roy's parents would be very poor after coming back from the cattle shed, but she was surprised to see otherwise. Of course, the house Roy's family currently lives in is officially owned by Hui Xuan, and Roy's father and Jinzhu don't dare to show off too much. After everyone entered the house, little June immediately started playing with Roy. They are about the same age, and boys tend to get along easily. Xiao Zhaodi thought that Xiao Xiao and Ani's outfits were already quite fancy, but in her eyes, she didn't expect Mrs. Roy and Sean Roy to be even more beautiful. She was so jealous she almost went crazy. Why was it that only she didn't have such beauty? She felt very resentful. Annie Xiao still followed Roy to the kitchen to help. Roy, you can't keep everything to yourself. Quickly teach me your special dishes. I want to cook them for your uncle and little June someday. Roy liked this Annie quite a lot. While cooking, she simply shared some secret recipes with her. Xiao Zhaodi couldn't join the adult small talk outside, so she went to the kitchen and saw what happened next. Mother he kept bringing water to Roy, even feeding her, and kept asking, "Miss, is the water still hot? Should I help cool it down? Miss, are you still thirsty? Should I pour you another glass? Miss, how about I peel a pear for you? Uncle Quan bought a lot of fresh fruit yesterday. I heard your throat doesn't feel very well." Roy was busy cooking and just wanted a drink. She didn't have time to eat fruit. She shook her head as if to refuse completely. Mother he no need. I have a lot of dishes to prepare today.
I'm Buse.
Please go outside. How about you peel a pear for me? Xiao Zhaodi suddenly said loudly. Roy and Mother he were both stunned. Is this person crazy? Usually, when Da and I and the other kids asked Mother he to peel fruit, they did it in a coaxing tone, not in such a superior way. So, both Roy and Mother he were surprised. But Roy quickly reacted and coldly refused. Mother he no time. If you keep bothering me, just get out. Some people think that if you give them face, they can do whatever they want. Hima did not know much about Xiao Zhaodi. She was worried that Roy's behavior towards the Xiao family would cause trouble. Just as she was about to speak and agree, her young lady interrupted her. Hima, don't pay attention to her. Isn't she your family's nursemaid? Why can't she peel an apple for me? Xiao Zhaodi was holding back her anger. Roy's attitude towards her was too obvious. She was just asking a servant to peel some fruit. Hima is my nursemaid, which is good, but in my heart, she is no different from my mother. If you dare to cause trouble again, I won't hesitate to send you away right now. Roy was really angry. She directly showed her temper and tore apart the facade. The Xiao uncle's family was shameless, so she decided not to give them any face. Xiao Zhaodi exclaimed loudly and ran to the front yard to complain. She didn't believe it. Today, the elders were all here. Surely someone would speak up for her. How could the Roy family dare to bully a servant? What's wrong, Zhaodi? Uncle Xiao immediately stepped forward to show concern. Father, my sister-in-law is bullying people. As soon as Xiao Zhaodi finished speaking, she burst into tears, wanting to cry out all her grievances from the day. What happened? Wang Quan, holding Dongzi, just got home. He and Hui Xuan had just finished their work. As soon as they entered, they heard the girl crying and thought something serious had happened. Xiao Zhaodi looked in the direction of the sound. Her first glance was not at Wang Quan, who was speaking, but at a handsome man with delicate features. Compared to her cousin Xiao Fan, this man was more in line with her taste. She pretended to be weak and said towards Hui Xuan, I just wanted the nursemaid to peel an apple for me. My sister-in-law scolded me and said she would throw me out. Hima saw Xiao Zhaodi trying to make a big fuss. If it got out, it wouldn't be good for both families. She quickly stepped forward and said, "It's okay. I also need to peel apples for the young lady." "I can peel an extra one. No need," several voices responded at once, those of Xiao Fan, Roy, and the elderly couple of the Xiao family. Hua Yishuan slowly approached Hima and comforted her. "Ma." The young lady said no need, so there's no need. After all, they only recognized the young lady. Yishuan is right. "Hima, go rest over there. Dinner will be ready soon," Roy said, then looked at Jinju and complained. "Ma, can you not let Hima come to the kitchen and cause trouble? It seriously affects my efficiency." Sometimes they fed her water, sometimes fruit, sometimes wiped her sweat, and other times helped her stretch her shoulders. Jinju immediately smiled and pulled Hima away, joking as she walked. "I told you not to go earlier, but you didn't listen. See? Now you're being disliked." But everyone in the Luo family could tell that Luo Yi and Jinju were just worried about Hima's age, so they didn't let her do any work. Xiao Zhaodi now almost regrets it. Why would a nanny give birth to such a noble son? If she had known Hima was this man's mother, she would have flattered her right away. However, Uncle Xiao was a bit annoyed. "Your Luo family is too rude. Treating a nanny so well. Hima isn't just a nanny for the kids. She's part of our family." You wouldn't understand. After all, your family has never had a nanny." Jinju didn't bother to give Uncle Xiao face. He didn't deserve it. At first, she might have tried to smooth things over, but now it was clear what kind of people Uncle Xiao and his daughter were. If today Xiao Fan scolded Uncle Xiao's family because she insulted them and then treated Yi badly, she would divorce. Such a clueless man is not worth keeping. "Both of you get out now," Grandpa Xiao said with only 2 words, "regret." If he had to add more, it would be regret to death. He wished he hadn't been soft-hearted and brought them here. It was embarrassing. He angrily shouted, "Get out." Grandma Xiao couldn't bear to see her son and granddaughter scolded, so she stepped in to mediate. "Dear, I'm sorry. My son and granddaughter are out for the first time." Old Master Xiao chuckled dryly. It's okay. Next time, they'll go out more and it won't happen again. Get out now and go back to Xiao village," Grandpa Xiao insisted, unwilling to let them stay, fearing more trouble. Grandma Xiao was also frightened by her husband and started to cry. "Old man, calm down you." Seeing this, Lao Luo and the others knew they couldn't completely embarrass the Xiao couple. They stepped forward to persuade, and Grandpa Xiao finally calmed down a bit, though he was still angry, and apologized again to the Lu family. Others didn't say much either. Since it was their first meeting and things had ended badly, they didn't want to upset Xiao Fan and Luo Yi, the couple. They all stepped in to smooth things over, and the atmosphere finally improved a lot. After Grandpa Xiao calmed down, he turned to Uncle Quan and asked with a smile, "Who is this?" "This is my older brother, Wang Quan." Lao worried that if he introduced Wang Quan as the family butler, some unkind people might bully him. "This is Yishuan, Hima's son," Lao added. "We've raised him like our own child, since he was young. What do you think?" "Yishuan is a nice name, I chose it. By the way, Uncle Quan's son's name is Jinyu, and I also picked that," Lao proudly said. The 3 with plain names. Let's move on from this topic. The originally awkward atmosphere, thanks to Lao's bragging, turned back into happy laughter. Hua Yishuan had been quietly standing behind the elders. Later, Luo Yi called from the kitchen, asking Xiao Fan to go outside and cut some scallions. Xiao Fan was busy pouring tea for the elders, so Yishuan stepped in to help. When he stepped out of the main hall, Xiao Zhaodi also secretly followed, nervously saying, "Brother Yishuan, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to do that just now. Can you forgive me?" Yishuan was almost disgusted by her. He replied coldly, "I only have one sister." Then he quickly left, afraid he wouldn't be able to eat the meal prepared by the young lady. Xiao Zhaodi was so angry, she stomped her feet. Xiao, who had wanted to help, saw this scene and immediately felt a bit scared. Fortunately, she usually called Yishuan Brother Hua, or else she might have been the one disliked. Just thinking about how Yishuan had looked at her with dislike earlier, Xiao felt she might never have the courage to come to the Luo family again. During dinner, Uncle Xiao and his daughter didn't cause any trouble, and the family enjoyed a happy meal. The Xiao couple had no special requests for their grandson and daughter-in-law's banquet. They were just happy and grateful to have been invited. You arranged everything well. We have no demands. As long as Xiao Fan and Luo Yi are happy, that's enough, Grandma Xiao said with a smile. Aunt Xiao quickly agreed. Yes, thank you, dear family. It's no trouble. We're happy to be busy, Zhenju said. Seeing her daughter being friendly with Aunt Xiao, she also became more polite to her. Every time she saw Uncle Xiao and his daughter, her eyes seemed to be looking up at the sky. When they talked about the upcoming banquet in a few days, the mood immediately became very good. But Roy noticed that Uncle Quan and Hui Yishuan seemed busy with business lately. He wasn't sure if they had run into some trouble. He thought he should ask Hui Yishuan when he had time, as they looked worried these days. However, it probably wasn't a serious problem. If it were really urgent, they would have told Zhenju. Recently, Zhenju had been happily preparing the banquet. Roy only found out later that Zhenju was actually the final decision-maker in the Luo family's business. Even old Luo and Uncle Quan listened carefully to Zhenju's mother. The next day, Xiao Fan planned to visit some popular spots with his family. But his parents didn't want to bother their grandson and daughter-in-law because of their older son's issues. They decided to stay in the small courtyard until the banquet was over, then go straight back to Zhao's village. The old couple insisted not to trouble Xiao Fan and Luo Yi, so they gave up their plans. Although Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao had visited other cities before, it was their first time in the capital. They wanted to explore around, so they decided to go out on their own. Aunt Xiao suggested going out by herself because she was worried that Xiao Fan would feel obliged to accompany them and then Uncle Zhao's family would follow. If that happened, the father and daughter might cause trouble for Xiao Fan and his wife again. So, she took the initiative to say they would visit a friend in the capital alone. Even Uncle Xiao, who was quite bold, felt embarrassed to follow his sister's family to meet someone. He could only give up and stay in the courtyard, quietly complaining. Of course, they only dared to complain quietly. If Grandpa Xiao heard, he might really send the father and daughter back to Zhao's village. Since the family didn't need Xiao Fan to accompany them, he decided to return to the army and cancel his leave. It was a rare leave he had managed to get, but now he had nowhere to go. The army was busy, so he might as well go back. Luo Yi also took the chance to find Hui Yishuan and ask about the situation. Meanwhile, Da and I was simply left at her mother's house. When she found Hui Yishuan in the black market, he was a bit surprised. Now, they usually confirmed delivery times quietly when they met at the Luo family. It took less than a minute to agree on the details. Luo Yi suddenly came to see Hui Yishuan, which surprised him. Could something big have happened? Miss, is something wrong? Hui Yishuan quickly took Luo Yi to a quiet corner and asked softly. Didn't I tell you not to call me Miss anymore? Roy corrected. Lately, I see you and Uncle Quan worried about the black market business. I just wanted to ask and see if I can help. Hui Yishuan hesitated, mainly because he didn't want Roy to worry about this before the wedding banquet. But after thinking, he decided to tell her. Since she came looking, not telling her would only make her worry unnecessarily. There is a black market boss in the south. They bring some high-quality goods from a small fishing village. The buyers are required to pay high prices for their grain. Hui Yishuan shook his head with difficulty. The prices could be acceptable if the quality was better, but the grain is of very poor quality, almost like they are just stealing money. What kind of high-quality goods? Roy asked. Maybe her storage had even better items. Nice fabrics, toiletries, baby and adult milk powder, and some colorful candies. Hui Yishuan had to admit that these high-quality goods could only be brought from small fishing villages to the mainland. They had no connections in Yuecheng. Their influence was mainly in the central and northern regions. Although they had been expanding southward over the years, they still hadn't succeeded. Is that all? Roy thought she was curious about what kind of high-quality goods they meant. Hui Yishuan immediately became interested. It seemed that someone on Roy's side could get these items. All right. Tomorrow I'll have someone send some samples to the warehouse. If you think they're good, the day after tomorrow, we can deliver a batch. Roy smiled and teased. My friends are really capable. Just tell me what you need, and you won't have to waste money buying expensive products from others. She was unsure when she could sell certain items, but now she could use the black market in the south as a reference. If they could get high-quality goods from small fishing villages, she could also move similar items from her space to sell. After you see the samples tomorrow, draft a purchase price for me. I'll have my friends review it. They will supply you based on your offer. Roy didn't know much about the prices of current high-quality goods, unlike agricultural products, which could be easily gauged by a quick walk around the street. All right, it's settled. This was the first time in many days that Hui Yishuan showed a genuine smile. Before Roy left, he repeatedly warned her not to come to the black market again, as it was really unsafe. Got it, Roy waved impatiently. Hui Yishuan was probably raised by Wang Quan since he was a child, and he learned to worry about everything perfectly. That night, Luo Yi directly left Da Ni at her mother's house, so she could go to the warehouse to unload goods the next day. Now Da Ni is getting smarter. It's really inconvenient to keep her around all the time, as it's easy to reveal secrets accidentally. Zhenzhu and Hima happen to like children very much. They have already hinted to Luo Yi more than once that it's time to have a child with Xiao Fan. But Luo Yi is still thinking about taking the first college entrance exam. She worries that if she has a child, she won't be able to take care of everything. So, even though she knows Xiao Fan really wants a child, she hasn't agreed. Luo Yi also hopes Xiao Fan can take the college entrance exam with her. Not just Xiao Fan, she wants her good friends around her to join as well. The age limit for the first college entrance exam has been raised to 30, so even married people can participate. Xiao Fan is now used to Da Ni and Da Huang sometimes staying overnight at his father-in-law's house. He's no longer surprised. His father-in-law likes Da Huang and often doesn't let him go home. His mother-in-law and Hima like Da Ni and always let her stay overnight. Da Ni is quite happy about it. Of course, if Dongzi paid more attention to her, she might enjoy staying even more. The next day, when Hui Yishuan saw the samples Luo Yi provided, he was stunned. Big sister, no, Luo Yi, your friend's skills are amazing. Some of these things are almost as good as the top products from small fishing villages, and some are even better. If you think they're suitable, make a price list for me. I'll show it to my friends when I get back. If the price is okay, we will deliver at the same time tomorrow. Seeing that Hui Yishuan was very satisfied with the samples, Luo Yi felt relieved. Hui Yishuan quickly wrote a price list and, feeling a bit awkward, said, Luo Yi, this price is a little higher than the prices from small fishing villages. But if your friends are not satisfied, just tell them they can add 10% more. Luo Yi understood what Hui Yishuan meant. He was trying to take advantage of her as one of his own. She chuckled and said, all right, I'll ask around. Hui Yishuan was even more embarrassed by her smile, but his wife had told him that a businessman should be clever. He couldn't forget business just because the person in front of him was a young lady. Yes, honest brothers settle accounts fairly. He needs to learn to make peace with himself, because there may be even more embarrassing moments in the future. Loi didn't care at all. In fact, when delivering the goods tomorrow, she even planned to voluntarily lower the price by 10%. So, when Hui Yishuan saw a warehouse full of products the next day, and Loi still said she wanted to cut the price by 10%, he was stunned. Loi, isn't this a bit too much of a loss for you? No, that's not the real issue. Hui Yishuan quickly asked again, will this price make things difficult for you? Don't worry, they don't know this is Loi family's business. Loi lied to prevent him from worrying. I only reported 1% less of your quote to my friends. They think it's fair, so they agreed. Rest assured, if they don't agree, I'll pretend to contact you again and say we need to discuss the price. That makes sense. Hui Yishuan immediately relaxed. If he wasn't happy with the price, they could negotiate again. If they couldn't agree, he wouldn't sell. So, since the young lady's friends were willing to buy, it meant there was profit to be made. Thank you then, he said with a smile. Loi waved her hand casually. No need to thank me. We're all friends. Although she didn't covet the Loi family's wealth, with Loi's father and Jinju's love for her, she would definitely get a share someday. But giving things away for free or selling at too low a price would raise Hui Yishuan's suspicion. From now on, if you want any special goods, just tell me. My friends are very capable. If you can think of it, they can get it for you. Because Loi seemed so confident, Hui Yishuan was amused. He held back his laughter and nodded. Okay, after this. He fully believed in Loi's friend's abilities. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. Should he ask it or not? Loi looked at Hua Yishuan's frowning face and sighed helplessly. If you have questions, just ask. It's uncomfortable to keep it inside, Hua Yishuan thought for a moment, trying to figure out how to ask without making the young lady upset. But in the end, seeing Loi waiting impatiently, he quickly asked, "You're your friend. Are they a man or a woman, Loi?" She couldn't understand why everyone kept asking that question. Both men and women. "Don't worry, I get along well with Xiao Fan," she said, feeling speechless. Huishuan. Soon, the day of the wedding banquet hosted by Luo Yi and Xiao Fan arrived. The two of them notified their close friends early in the morning, and everyone kept the evening of the second day of June free. While the Xiao family stayed in the small courtyard, Xiao Fan took the guests to the military residence for dinner twice. Even if Uncle Xiao had some objections in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. Originally, Zhenzhu planned to hold the banquet at the capital hotel. But considering everyone's sensitive status at the moment, they finally decided to hold the banquet at the small canteen of the military base. Many people in the team had held banquets at this small canteen before. Last time, Commander Cheng also held his banquet here. That afternoon, Xiao Fan and Luo Yi stood at the entrance of the small canteen to greet guests. Luo Yi had specially put on light makeup today, making Xiao Fan unable to take his eyes off her. "Xiao Fan, can you be a bit more serious?" Xiao Fan reluctantly turned his head, mainly because his wife was so beautiful. Besides, he was just taking a short break. Yin Nanzhou's leg was almost healed. He and Hua Yishuan arranged the guests one by one, trying to seat familiar people together. But when arranging the main table seats, Uncle Xiao finally couldn't hold back and asked, "I'm Xiao Fan's uncle. Why can't I sit at the main table?" "Sorry, the main table is reserved for others," Hua Yishuan replied, trying to control his temper. "Why can't I sit there?" Uncle Xiao questioned, then looked at Zhao's parents. "Dad, Mom, am I not Xiao Fan's elder? Why can't I sit at the main table?" The Xiao couple also had this question. Just then, Luo Lao's father and Jinzhu helped the old master inside. They overheard Uncle Zhao's words and saw Grandma Zhao's doubtful expression. Jinzhu smiled and explained, "Dear, sorry, the main table can't seat so many people. Please, Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao, sit at the table beside." Aunt Xiao didn't mind and nodded in agreement, sitting at the nearby table first. Uncle Xiao looked up and saw Hima and Wang Quan behind Luo Lao's father, thinking they were going to sit at the main table. He immediately became unhappy and said, "Could it be that I, as the eldest uncle, am less important than the nanny? If it weren't for the family celebration today, Wang Quan wanted to find someone to teach this fool a lesson." He couldn't understand how the Xiao family could raise such a terrible person. The old couple from the Xiao family looked quite normal, and Aunt Xiao was a nice person. But Uncle Xiao and his daughter were acting very strangely. However, Wang Quan held back his anger. He was afraid that if he lost his temper, the celebration would be ruined, so he quietly took Dongzi to the next table. Mom he followed behind them. When the three of them sat down, Aunt Xiao smiled apologetically at them. "It's okay. We weren't asked to come here. We were supposed to sit at this table," Wang Quan explained. Aunt Xiao was polite to them, so he also responded politely. "Why can't the main table seat everyone?" Aunt Xiao asked curiously. "Are Mr. Zhao's bosses coming?" Wang Quan shook his head and then nodded. Sort of, just as Uncle Xiao was about to cause trouble again, Commander Yin entered. He naturally headed toward the main table. Before he reached them, his hearty laugh was heard. "Old Master, Mr. Luo, Mrs. Luo, sorry for being late." Luo's father and the others smiled and greeted him. "Not late at all, Commander Yin. Let me introduce you." He turned to the old couple from the Xiao family. "These are Xiao Fan's grandparents." Commander Yin warmly stepped forward and shook hands with the old couple. "Uncle, Auntie, hello. Xiao Fan is a good kid. He has a bright future." The Xiao couple had never met such an important person before. They were a bit stunned and could only awkwardly shake hands. "Xiao Fan, he's okay, he's okay." Uncle Xiao immediately became excited and stepped forward. "Xiao Fan is excellent, of course. Luo Yi has been blessed for generations to marry Xiao Fan. He said this deliberately to tease Luo's family, showing that Luo Yi's good life now was thanks to Xiao Fan. But the faces of Luo's family looked very strange. Even Commander Yin's expression wasn't good. He looked at Luo's father and gave him a questioning look, as if asking, "Who is this fool?" "Luo Yi's uncle," Luo's father explained. "Oh." Commander Yin's tone was long and drawn out. He remembered Uncle Sha because he had heard Xiao Zhigua talk about Luo Yi in Xiao village recently. This Uncle Xiao was the man who had bad ideas about Yi, wasn't he? Uncle Xiao thought Commander Yin was going to greet him, so he even pushed forward, trying to get the commander to notice him. As a result, Commander Yin simply nodded without saying anything further. He then turned to the elderly couple from the Xiao family and said, "Sorry, Uncle, Annie, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yi's father." Yes. This is actually Yi's father," Zhanzhu quickly added. Yi was found by my dad years ago. She is actually the little daughter who got lost from Commander Yin's family. Not only the elderly couple from the Xiao family, but even Uncle Xiao and the girl next to him, as well as Aunt Xiao from the neighboring table, were all stunned on the spot. The daughter of the commander's family. However, Aunt Xiao didn't mind much. She had never offended Luo Yi after all. And she didn't want to take advantage of Luo Yi either. Of course, if Luo Yi was willing to help Xiao Jun in the future, she would be very grateful. But even if Luo Yi didn't want to, it was understandable. There was no need to complain. Seeing the elderly couple from the Xiao family stunned, Commander Yin immediately lowered his stance a bit and smiled as he said, "Don't be polite with me. I heard from Zhigua that you take good care of Yi." "Thank you. Yes, of course." Grandpa Xiao was the first to react, stammering in reply. Yes, it's only right," Grandma Xiao quickly agreed with a smile. But she was still a bit overwhelmed by the fact that Luo Yi was the daughter of the commander's family. The ones who found it hardest to accept that Luo Yi was the daughter of the commander were probably Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao Zhaodi was especially jealous. Why did all the good things go to Luo Yi? It didn't seem fair. Not long after, Ji Lao and Zhang Yao were brought in by Yin Nanzhou, of course, also to the main table. Luo Yi had already mentioned Ji Lao and Zhang Yao to Luo Lao and the others, as well as the story about Ji Lao's parents. The Luo family's principle was simple. As long as someone genuinely cared for Yi, they would welcome them with both hands. "Mr. Luo, Mrs. Luo, thank you. You even left a seat for us at the main table," Ji Lao said happily, even glancing intentionally or unintentionally at Commander Yin, clearly trying to stir trouble. "Commander Yin." Zhang Yao first shot a quick glare at Ji Lao, then greeted the Luo family. "You must be Yi's mother, right?" Zhanzhu, who was straightforward, smiled and replied, "You must be Yi's Jiang mother, right?" "Hello, I am Yi's mother." Luo Lao and Ji Lao couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Commander Yin was left feeling jealous and annoyed. Grandpa Xiao finally saw a familiar face. "You are?" He initially wanted to say, "You are the two from the cattle pen," but then remembered they left surrounded by many people, and he stopped himself. "Grandpa Xiao Fan, hello. Nice to see you again," Ji Lao said calmly. He wasn't embarrassed at all. The fact that he and Zhang Yao were kept in the cattle pen was true, so there was no need to hide it. "It's all acquaintances," Lao Luo said with a smile, then added, "This is Yi's dad, Ji, and this is Yi's mom, Zhang." The older couple from the Xiao family felt a bit dizzy, but they understood that Lao Luo meant these people would sit at the main table. Seeing important people at the main table, Uncle Xiao knew he couldn't leave. He looked pleadingly at Grandma Xiao, who softened her heart and wanted to discuss with Zhanzhu. But before she could speak, more people arrived, and she had no chance to say anything. Yin Nanzhou brought in Tan Shirui and Emochi's families together. Commander Tan led the way, loudly saying, "Yin Commander, congratulations." "Thank you," Yin replied, then quickly introduced everyone. "This is Commander Tan, and this is Old Emo, and this is..." After a while, he finished introducing both families. Commander Tan first politely greeted Ji Lao, since they often saw each other, then greeted the others. Aunt Bai held Zhanzhu's hand, grateful, and said, "Mrs. Luo, You probably don't know yet. My grandson, Jojo, was saved by your EE. It was at a restaurant in Shazhou County. Thinking of that day, Aunt Bai's eyes started to tear up. Commander Tan quickly stopped her, saying, "It's a happy day, no need to cry. When you have free time, take Jojo to visit their home." Jinju nodded and smiled. "Come visit our home someday. I also heard from EE that she is good friends with your daughter-in-law." Mo Chi, who was called out, whispered, "It's actually Mai," but before she finished, she felt the intense gaze from Shirue Tan and had to stop. After the Tan family finished their greetings, it was finally Mo family's turn. Old Mo smiled at Ji Lao and said, "Old Ji, Xiao Jiang, congratulations." Ji Lao accepted it happily, saying, "Thanks, old brother." Then he introduced the Mo family again, clearly trying to take credit. After the Tan family and Mo family finished their greetings, they went to sit at a nearby table. Yin Nanzhou led them there. That table would have Commander Tang's family, and familiar people sat together to avoid awkward moments of everyone looking at each other. Uncle Xiao was a bit angry, but didn't dare to speak. Just now, whether it was Commander Yin or Old Ji, neither of them introduced him. Uncle Xiao, when they exchanged greetings with the Tan and Mo families. When he asked Grandma Xiao for help again, she hesitated. Since Commander Tan had already sat at another table voluntarily, how could she ask to add a seat for her eldest son at the main table? Suddenly, a child's voice came from the entrance, saying, "Beautiful auntie." The next moment, little Treasure ran over, took Shinju's hand, and said, "Beautiful auntie, congratulations. Child, can you not call me that in front of so many people? Just whisper it later." Zhenju felt a bit embarrassed by little Treasure's loud voice. But little Treasure didn't agree and turned to Grandma Tang, asking, "Grandma, I wasn't lying, right? Yi's mom is really pretty." "Yes, very pretty, just like your sister Yi," Grandma Tang said honestly, not flattering. The Tang family knew the old master and Uncle Quan very well, so they greeted each other without introductions. Grandma Tang also smiled and said to Old Ji, Xiao Jiang, congratulations." Old Ji and Jiang Yao chuckled happily. Thank you, big sister." Commander Yin quickly tried to make himself noticed and introduced the Tang family to the Xiao family. "Uncle, Annie, this is Commander Tang." This is Commander Tang and Aunt Li only brought little Treasure and the two youngest sisters. The other married sisters and brothers-in-law didn't come. Uncle Xiao saw little Treasure and immediately got excited, rushing forward. Little Treasure, do you remember me? I'm Xiao Fan's older uncle. We've met before." "No, I don't know you," little Treasure said coldly. Then he turned to Grandma Tang and said, "Grandma, I don't want to sit with you anymore. I want to find Dongzi." Grandma Tang nodded but warned, "Don't be too naughty and don't scare Dongzi." "Got it," little Treasure replied, then quickly ran to Wang Quan. "Uncle Quan, I want to sit with Dongzi." Before Wang Quan could lift him onto the chair, little Treasure climbed up himself, showing how agile he was. Not far away, Uncle Xiao, who had been humiliated, looked almost as angry as a pig's liver, but no matter how upset he was, he dared not lose his temper. Grandma Tang saw Uncle Xiao's flattering attitude and knew he was not a good person. After exchanging greetings, she went directly to the table where Commander Yin and others were sitting with Yin Nanzhou. However, Aunt Li smiled and apologized. It's okay. Grandpa Xiao understood that this was his son's own fault. After welcoming all the guests, Xiao Fan took Loi by the hand and returned to the main table, ready to toast each guest. They started from the main table, first to the old master, then to the two elders of the Xiao family, followed by Old Man Luo and Jinju, then Old Ji and Jiang Yao, and finally Commander Yin. When Old Ji and Jiang Yao heard Loi call them Dad Ji and Mom Jiang, again they felt very happy. Xiao Fan was a bit worried. Old Ji took the initiative to speak. "You usually call us Uncle Ji and Aunt Jiang, but during festivals and New Year, you should call us Dad Ji and Mom Jiang." Xiao Fan quickly responded obediently, "Dad Ji, Mom Jiang." Not only Old Ji and Jiang Yao were very happy, but the old master and others were also very pleased. The only one who probably wouldn't be smiling was Commander Yin, because he was worried he might be the clown later. Sure enough, when it was Commander Yin's turn, Xiao Fan surprisingly called out first, Commander Yin. That almost made Commander Yin furious. Xiao Fan's little scheme was clear to Commander Yin. He was just worried that his wife wouldn't call him Dad, so he hurriedly called out first, hoping his wife would follow. He's still a dog. Just when Xiao Fan thought he was about to be exposed by Commander Yin, Loi finally called out, Dad. Commander Yin was so excited he almost shed tears on the spot. Hearing his wife call him Dad, Xiao Fan knew he had to change his tone quickly, so he respectfully called out, Dad. But Commander Yin didn't care at all and said proudly, Xiao Fan, you should still call me Commander Yin, Xiao Fan. Meanwhile, at the neighboring table, Yin Nanzhou was so excited. His sister called him Dad, so the next one should be calling him Brother. In fact, he kept urging himself inwardly, come on, come on, come on. Finally, when Xiao Fan took Luo Yi to this table, he was instantly stunned. The small dining hall seats at most 12 people per table, but this one had 15 people squeezed in. Wang Quan was with Dong Zi and Xiao Bao. Next were Mother He and Hua Yishuan, then Xiao Xiao with Luo Shan and Luo Er. Oh, Day and I went to sit with Commander Tan's group. She's angry with Dong Zi now because he ignores her. No matter how she tries to tease or flatter him, Dong Zi remains indifferent. In fact, Dong Zi only accepts closeness from Wang Quan and Xiao Bao. He ignores everyone else. Xiao Jun has become good friends with Luo Er, and they sit side by side, with Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao next to them. Further along are Xiao Zhigua and Yin Nanzhou. Luo Yi and Xiao Fan are quite grateful to the village chief, so they invited Xiao Zhigua to the banquet. Yin Nanzhou also likes Xiao Zhigua and brought him over to this table. However, Uncle Xiao and Xiao Zhaodi are clearly not welcome. They squeezed in awkwardly, half their bodies at the table. Other tables also had empty seats, but Uncle Xiao and his daughter had their own little plans. After toasting everyone, Luo Yi was pulled away by Xiao Fan. Wait a moment. Yin Nanzhou secretly cursed Xiao Fan in his mind, but he smiled warmly and said, today is your big day. I want to hear you call me brother. Luo Yi. How does that sound? It feels strange. But she didn't hesitate anymore. She already called Commander Yin Dad, so calling him brother is no big deal. Brother, enjoy your food, she said, then pulled Xiao Fan away. Yin Nanzhou immediately became very happy and started acting like a proud family member. He said to Xiao Xiao, I heard from Xu Rui that you were bullied. If anyone dares to bother you, just tell me. I'm Yi's big brother. Who bullied you? Several voices asked at once, coming from Xiao Bao, Uncle Quan, Hua Yishuan, and Xiao Zhigua. Xiao Xiao, sister, if anyone bullies you, I'll have Grandma go teach them a lesson, Xiao Bao said first. No need, Captain Ten already helped me solve it. Xiao Xiao shook her head at Xiao Bao, then said to Yin Nanzhou, Captain Yin, thank you. Don't mention it. I'm Yi's big brother, after all. Yin Nanzhou is proud. Don't be shy with me. In the future, you can call me brother when you see Yi. We're all family, right? Uncle Xiao saw that Yin Nanzhou was so kind to Xiao Xiao and the others and thought he was a good person. He immediately tried to make friends. Captain Yin, I am Xiao Fan's uncle. Yin Nanzhou was happily serving food to Luo Er and Luo Shan, trying to get closer to them. He didn't expect this fool to interrupt and looked annoyed. Is there something wrong? From the first time Xiao Zhigua told him a little story before dinner, he already disliked Uncle Zhao's family. Later, when Xiao Zhigua had no more stories about Luo Yi, he would always include private comments. Whenever he mentioned Uncle Zhao's family, he would also talk about Xiao Zhaodi bullying Xiao Xiao. Because of this, Yin Nanzhou really disliked Uncle Zhao's family. When he saw Uncle Xiao and his daughter in person, his dislike grew even more. Uncle Xiao was embarrassed and, being not very smart, tried to pick a fight again. Yin Nanzhou gave him a sharp look that scared him. Other people worry that Yi might be upset and don't dare to do anything at the banquet. But I don't care. I'm not worried about making Yi angry or her ignoring me later. As long as she lives well, I'm happy. He was afraid that his words might be misunderstood by the fool Uncle Xiao, so he kindly explained, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll throw you out of the wedding banquet. along with your daughter. My biggest strength is that I keep my promises. If you don't believe me, try it. Little Bao suddenly clapped excitedly.
Wow.
Handsome brother is so cool. If I had the strength of handsome brother, I would have thrown those two out when they tried to squeeze into this table. Yin Nanzhou was speechless. Honestly, if he hadn't added those last words, he would have appreciated it more. Uncle Xiao made a fool of himself and no one stood up to defend him. Even if he was angry, he could only endure it. Xiao Zhaodi was now full of jealousy and regret. It was her stupid father's fault. If he hadn't kept picking fights with her cousin's family, Xiao Xiao would have what she is now. Maybe even more. Seeing everyone present caring about Xiao Xiao, Xiao Zhaodi was so jealous, she almost went crazy. She looked at Uncle Xiao with hatred. It was all because of this fool. And this fool, so stupid, even thought he could morally pressure her cousin and her husband. Xiao Zhaodi saw through everything. She realized that her cousin and his wife only respond to strength, not weakness. Xiao Xiao is a good example. She hasn't done anything special, just listens quietly and doesn't speak much, yet Luo Yi treats her very well. Another example is Xiao Zhigua. He used to be very bossy in the village, but now he stays quiet here. Look at how well Luo Yi and Captain Yin treat him. Xiao Zhaodi feels very regretful. If she had understood this earlier, all her good fortune should have been hers. There was no reason for Xiao Xiao and I to be involved. But it's not too late now. Once she understands this, Xiao Zhaodi feels relieved. From now on, she will try to please her cousin's family. No, not the whole family, just Luo Yi, that little troublemaker. Not only does her cousin listen to her, but it seems everyone else does too. Luo Yi didn't expect to see Captain Chung at their table with Commander Zhou. He still looked the same, first teasing Xiao Fan with a glance. Hey, kid, congratulations, old chum. Thank you for coming. Xiao Fan raised his glass. They clinked glasses casually and drank together. Captain Chung turned to Luo Yi proudly and said, Sister-in-law, Nian Nian is pregnant. When the baby's full moon celebration happens, you and old Xiao should come to the south. I'll take you around there. Sure, Luo Yi replied with a smile, but she knew that Su Nian probably didn't want to see her and Xiao Fan. It was surprising that Captain Chung and Su Nian had a child so quickly. Xiao Fan felt a bit jealous and drank 2 more glasses with Captain Chung. Captain Chung wasn't easy to deal with either. He teased, Old Xiao, your drinking isn't good. Drink less, or your wife and Da Huang will have to carry you home. Xiao Fan. This guy? Still on the previous topic. Luo Yi and Xiao Fan continued to toast others. Most of them were familiar faces from the military compound, including Xiao Fan's comrades. Everyone was relaxed and didn't cause trouble. After finishing their round of drinks, they finally returned to the main table to rest. Commander Yin smiled and handed Luo Yi a small bowl of soup. Yi, are you hungry? Drink some soup first. Luo Yi took the bowl, took a small sip, and then remembered something. She said to Commander Yin, Thank you. Hey, there's no need to be so polite with Dad. If you want to eat something, just tell Dad and I will serve it for you. Commander Yin kept calling him Dad, and the other 2 dads also didn't want to be left out. Old Lao Yi from Luo quickly stood up and served the furthest lion's head dish. Yi, try this. I just heard from another table that this lion's head is a special dish from our small cafeteria. Yi, try this steamed rice cake. It's very tasty, with lots of sugar inside, sweet but not greasy, Old Ji added. Zhang Zhu and Zhang Yao watched the 3 dads desperately competing for affection, but they just smiled silently. Grandpa Xiao and Grandma Xiao could tell what was happening. When Xiao Fan and Luo were toasting at another table, someone came to toast at the main table. Most of these people were there for Luo and also mentioned, Xiao Fan is really lucky to marry such a good wife. Originally, the Xiao couple thought that Luo marrying Xiao Fan was a blessing they had earned over many lifetimes, especially Grandma Xiao. When Xiao Fan married a wife like Luo, she was a bit unhappy. But now, it was clear that Xiao Fan's good fortune over many lifetimes was what allowed him to marry Luo. Grandma Xiao felt a bit regretful now. She used to be kind to Xiao Fan and his wife, but compared to indulging her eldest son's family, that kindness was nothing. When they were in Zhao's village, she was always content eating the food her grandson and granddaughter-in-law brought her. Sometimes, she even secretly wished they could send more to her eldest son's family. But now, looking at her eldest son, who only stares at his nephew and always tries to take advantage of him, the irony was hard to ignore. Dear relatives, sorry about my eldest son and granddaughter. Please don't mind, Grandma Xiao instinctively said to Jinju. It's okay, Jinju replied with a gentle smile, but her smile wasn't sincere. Although she seemed indifferent, she had already seen through the Xiao family's old couple. One played the good cop, the other the bad cop. Even if her grandson was excellent, he couldn't compare to the benefits they gained from him. Jinju even thought that if Xiao Fan and Luo couldn't speak up, she would be the bad person. After all, she was experienced at dealing with difficult in-laws. Young people are shy, but she, being older, had a tough skin like cast iron. Over the years, if she hadn't been tough enough, she wouldn't have survived in Hang City. Grandma Xiao saw that Jinju's reaction was calm, so she wanted to say something to save the situation. However, Grandpa Xiao gave her a look that stopped her from speaking. There was no need to deal with Grandma Xiao. Jinju could just join the battle of who gets more attention from the fathers. Loi was not hungry at all and had already drunk enough soda. The fathers thought she was hungry until they saw her eating a lot, then they finally felt at ease. She really had a big head. She had to share everything each father offered her. Even with Xiao Fan's help, she still ate a lot and felt very full. Everyone at the banquet was having a good time, both adults and children. Only the elderly couple from the Xiao family and Uncle Xiao and his daughter seemed preoccupied with something. After Xiao Fan and Loi saw the guests off, only the main table and the nearby table remained with their own family members. Commander Yin specially asked Yin Nanzhou to take the Loi family home. He insisted on going with Loi and the others to return to the military residence. Old Ji, who was familiar with the Xiao family, offered to help send Xiao Fan's family back to their small courtyard. Xiao Fan and Loi were not as polite as Old Ji and Jiang Yao. They directly entrusted Zhao's family to Old Ji. Xiao Zhaodi was a bit nervous and followed behind the crowd, lowering her head. She didn't dare to look at Old Ji and Jiang Yao. Back when they were in Xiao village, she had cursed Old Ji and Jiang Yao many times, especially with Xiao Lianhua. The words she and Xiao Lianhua used were very vicious and harsh. Old Ji was not particularly polite to the Xiao family, but he was not cold either. The elderly couple from the Xiao family could sense this. Surprisingly, Jiang Yao seemed to be more friendly to Aunt Zhao's family. That was understandable because Loi was quite close to Aunt Xiao, so Jiang Yao was also friendly to her. Grandma Xiao felt more and more upset. When she looked at her son and granddaughter, she couldn't help but feel angry at their lack of effort. Looking at her daughter, who was still talking to Jiang Yao, she saw the gap clearly. On Loi's side, only she, Xiao Fan, Xiao Xiao, Ni, Commander Yin, and Huang remained. Today, Commander Yin, who had been drinking a little, kept calling Dad non-stop. On the way back to the military residence, he kept laughing loudly. Ni was being held by Xiao Fan, and Huang was being led by Xiao Xiao. In theory, since Loi and Xiao Fan were holding a wedding banquet today, they should have been the focus of everyone's attention. However, because of De Huang's appearance, it unexpectedly stole the spotlight from both of them. The team also had a German Shepherd, but none could compare to De Huang. They had never seen such a smart dog. De Huang was starting to get tired now. After working all night, its mind was almost exhausted. It looked a bit down and followed Xiao Xiao sadly. Meanwhile, Commander Yin, full of excitement, kept saying, Dad is really happy today. You must be happy. Xiao Fan, if you dare to bully I will scold you. If you have any problems in the future, just tell Dad. Dad will help you. By the way, Xiao Xiao, I heard from Nanzhou that someone bullied you. If it happens again, remember to tell Uncle. Who bullied you? Xiao Fan and Luo asked together. Xiao Xiao, Commander Yin. He was really drunk. Seeing the little girl's reaction, she probably didn't want Yi to know about it from Xiao Fan. He quickly came out to mediate. It's just a small matter. Major Huang's son was being mean and picked on Xiao Xiao. Don't worry, Shiwei has already gone to the school to teach the other side a lesson. Captain Tan, came two voices at the same time. Xiao Xiao nervously waved her hands. Bro, sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. Captain Tan helped me because he was looking out for Mo Chi. It's a big misunderstanding. Look at my sister-in-law's expression. She's not fooled. So that's how it is. Although Xiao Xiao explained clearly, Luo Yi's tone still had some curiosity. She liked Mo Chi and Tan Shiwei as a couple. They looked perfect together. Xiao Fan secretly found it funny. Why does his wife always like to watch others date? What kind of hobby is that? The military family compound was right next to the army base, so they arrived quickly. Commander Yin seemed a bit reluctant to leave. It was all Xiao Fan's fault for walking so fast. He was even holding the child and walking that quickly. He stopped and asked, Yi, since you've had the banquet, do you want to hold a third-day visit? Luo Yi. Commander Yin saw her nod and quickly said, I'm not in a hurry. You can go to the other two parents' homes first for the family visit. We can be the last. Luo Yi. Commander Yin didn't believe it. He thought that since he was so reasonable and not competitive, his daughter wouldn't refuse him. Sure enough, Luo Yi nodded and said, Okay, all right, I'll go back first. You're all tired, so go home and rest, Commander Yin said, quickly leaving after his goal was achieved. The next day, Xiao Xiao and I went with Luo Yi and Xiao Fan to the small courtyard. Because last night, Grandpa Xiao told Xiao Fan before leaving that they planned to take the train back to Xiao Village today. So, even though they were tired from the night before, everyone woke up early and quickly washed up to go to the small courtyard, aiming to send the Xiao family members on the train early. It was a lucky coincidence that there was a train to Sioux City in the morning. Those who went early could buy sleeper tickets, but later, only hard-seat tickets might be available. Xiao Fan and the others woke up very early, but didn't want to wake Danai, who was still sleeping. They helped her get dressed and carried her to the train. When they arrived at the small courtyard, they immediately noticed something was wrong. Grandpa, Grandma, what's wrong? Xiao Fan asked. Aunt Xiao gave Luo Yi a look, hinting that it was again Xiao Debo's daughter causing trouble. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I really like the capital and want to stay there. Xiao Zhaodi suddenly ran out crying, trying to hold Luo Yi's arm. But unfortunately, Xiao Xiao pushed her away and said sternly, Don't touch my sister-in-law. Xiao Xiao, you're so selfish. She's my sister-in-law too. Xiao Zhaodi was furious, almost tearing Xiao Zhao's mouth. You're just worried that if I stay at sister-in-law's house, I'll take her attention away from you. Xiao Xiao. You're so selfish. Haha. Luo Yi couldn't blame Xiao Zhaodi. Her words were too funny, and she didn't know how to respond. Xiao Xiao was still too young. She turned to Luo Yi and said, Sister-in-law, I didn't. She was just worried that Xiao Zhaodi's sudden outburst might hurt her sister-in-law. I told you before, don't be led around by others, especially when arguing especially when making a point. Loi handed the big girl in her arms to Xiao Xiao. The girl was sleeping like a little pig. When getting out of the car, Xiao Fan wanted to carry her, but she pouted and refused, only wanting to stay in her aunt's arms. Xiao Fan then stepped forward and blocked Loi. He didn't want his wife to face his difficult relatives every time. He coldly said to Xiao Zhaodi, Pack your things quickly, or you can walk to the train station yourself. Xiao Zhaodi felt she had already softened, but Xiao Fan and Loi still wouldn't give in. She could only ask her grandmother for help. Grandma, please talk to my brother and sister-in-law.
I really don't want to go back.
That man at home drinks and hits people. I never want to live that way again, especially after seeing Loi's circle of friends yesterday. Grandma Xiao was softened by Xiao Zhaodi's tears. She looked at her husband and tentatively asked, Old man, what do you think? Pack your things and go back. Why stay in the capital? Are you ashamed? Grandpa Xiao had lost face these days and had no right to ask his grandson. If only this father and daughter were a little more sensible, there might still be a chance to fix things. They had trampled on Xiao Fan and Loi's reputation, thinking a simple apology would make everything okay. But that was wishful thinking. Get moving and pack your things now. Grandpa Xiao shouted at Uncle Xiao and his daughter. Aunt Xiao quickly stepped forward to hold Grandpa Xiao, afraid he might get too angry with her brother's family. Xiao Zhaodi was very upset. Why was everyone targeting her? She tore at her sleeve and pretended to cry. Brother, look, this is all because of that terrible man. He not only hit me but also got involved with the widow, Loi. So the story was still going, just a bit off course. Xiao Zhaodi then ran in front of Loi, rolled up her pants and showed her. Sister-in-law, please feel sorry for me. You and my brother know so many people in the capital. Can't you find me a honest husband? Is that too hard? Loi was almost shocked by Xiao Zhaodi's values and couldn't help but ask, what did an honest person do wrong? Xiao Fan, tired of her acting, gave the final warning. If you don't pack your things soon, I will throw all your stuff out of the house myself. Take it or leave it. Xiao Fan, you. Uncle Xiao didn't expect Xiao Fan to be so cold-hearted. He couldn't believe Xiao Fan would say such things. Was he not afraid of being criticized behind his back? Xiao Fan walked up to the old couple of the Xiao family, showing no guilt. Instead, he spoke confidently. Grandpa, Grandma, you see what Big Brother and his family have done. I, Xiao Fan, will no longer have this relative. I hope you understand. Of course, even if they didn't understand, he would still do this. In fact, he should have done it a long time ago. Brother, you can't do this. It's so unfair. I'm your sister too. Xiao Zhaodi hurriedly begged Xiao Fan. She was overwhelmed with work. What kind of sister are you? I won't bother explaining all your wrongdoings. You know in your heart. Also, I have nothing to do with your family now. Don't try to connect with us. At this moment, Xiao Fan's cold attitude was something no one had seen before. Even Xiao Xiao was a little scared. She clung tightly to Luo Yi and whispered, Sister-in-law, my brother. Luo Yi said, learn from this. Don't let difficult relatives hold you back in the future. If she were to be with Xiao Zhigua, she might encounter difficult in-laws. Xiao Xiao. Luo Yi continued, you have a long way ahead. Maybe your future husband will be a good person, but unfortunately, some relatives are difficult. At such times, don't let them manipulate your morals. Just cut ties if needed. Uncle Xiao and his daughter are relatives of Xiao Fan. It's Xiao Fan's decision to cut ties. But in Xiao Fan's environment, filial piety is very important. As long as Uncle Xiao and his daughter don't go too far, Xiao Fan wouldn't sever relations. Luo Yi's voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear, including the elderly couple of the Xiao family. They looked a bit embarrassed. But as soon as Luo Yi finished speaking, Xiao Xiao immediately retorted, no, his family isn't difficult. They're good people, Luo Yi. What's going on? Xiao Xiao's words probably only registered with Luo Yi. The others' attention was still on Xiao Fan. Grandpa Xiao, though unhappy with today's outcome, knew there was little he could do. It was his foolish son and granddaughter who caused this. So, Grandpa Xiao could only nod and say, all right, Xiao Fan, I understand. Grandpa, don't worry. And I will be filial to you and Grandma. Xiao Fan finally reassured the old couple. Grandma Xiao still wanted to try to change things, but Grandpa Xiao shouted at her, if you interfere again, you won't have this grandson anymore. Hearing this, Grandma Xiao stopped her attempts to mediate and helplessly went back inside to pack things for her son and granddaughter. Aunt Xiao still felt sorry for her mother and quickly went to help her. Oh well, who can be blamed for this? Uncle Xiao was so angry he sat on the ground and refused to move. He thought that since he was the elder, just being a little friendly to Xiao Fan and his wife would make them stay under his control. Of course, if being friendly didn't work, he could also use filial piety to pressure them. But surprisingly, these two people were so unreasonable and didn't seem embarrassed at all. Dad, please say something for me. Let me stay in the capital, Xiao Zhaodi cried as she shook Uncle Zhao's hand. If I find a good man, I will definitely be a good daughter-in-law and take good care of you in the future. That's a joke. You're not even divorced yet and you're already thinking about finding another man. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but complain. Xiao Zhaodi really is a tough person. Sister-in-law, I kneel to you. Please take me in. Xiao Zhaodi thought that as long as she flattered Xiao Xiao more than Xiao Xiao flattered Luo Yi, Luo Yi would surely soften. It must be so. Xiao Xiao usually sweet-talked Luo Yi like this, and Luo Yi was very good at falling for it. Yes, that's right. Please, I beg you. Hurry back to Xiao village. And don't call me sister-in-law. We have no relation. Luo Yi couldn't understand Xiao Zhaodi's shamelessness, stubbornly refusing to give up. Xiao Zhaodi desperately wanted to stay in the capital, but she had no household registration there and no proof from Xiao Fan's military unit. She simply couldn't stay in the capital. Until Grandma Xiao and Aunt Xiao took out the belongings of Uncle Xiao and his daughter from the house, Xiao Zhaodi finally gave up. Realizing she truly had no hope of staying, she angrily cursed, Luo Yi, you heartless woman. You won't have a good. Before she finished, Xiao Xiao slapped her hard. She had been wanting to teach Xiao Zhaodi a lesson for a while. After slapping her, Xiao Xiao still felt unsatisfied. She immediately handed Xiao and I to Xiao Jun, who was watching, and then quickly ran back to slap Xiao Zhaodi twice, hitting her on both sides, left and right. Xiao Xiao was scolding and hitting, saying, "Because you have a dirty mouth, you insulted my sister-in-law and bullied others. My sister-in-law is the best person in the world. You, on the other hand, are so mean and vicious, just like your shameless mother. Loi. Wow, that's fierce." Xiao Zhaodi was about to cry sadly, but someone else started crying first. Da and I suddenly jumped down from Xiao Jun's arms and ran clumsily to Xiao Xiao. She grabbed her hand and, gasping for breath, cried, "Auntie, don't be mad. It hurts. Da and I will help you feel better, then it won't hurt anymore." Xiao Xiao was stunned by Denise's tears and quickly comforted her. "Good girl, Auntie isn't hurt. Don't cry, okay?" Not only was Xiao Xiao busy comforting Da and I, but Xiao Jun and Xiao Fan also came forward to comfort her. Only then did they realize that arguing in front of the children was a bad idea and that they had been impulsive. If Xiao Fan had known earlier that Uncle Xiao and his daughter could cause such trouble, he would have definitely kept Loi and the others at home. Xiao Zhaodi also cried bitterly, feeling upset that she was the one who got hit. Why was everyone else comforting Da and I?
Why?
Xiao Zhaodi's cries were heartbreaking, and Da and I seemed to be competing with her, crying even more fiercely. Xiao Fan and the others tried to soothe her even more. Finally, Loi, a bit impatient, said, "Xiao Fan, Xiao Xiao, and I will stay here to keep Da and I company. You go and see the grandparents." Xiao Fan nodded and immediately helped the grandparents onto the car. When the Xiao family left, they apologized again to Loi. "Loi, we really caused you trouble this time. My parents are from an older generation and tend to spoil the eldest son a bit too much. Don't take it to heart. Just pretend you don't have this relative." In fact, Xiao Aunt thought even deeper. "If my brother and Zhaodi dared to gossip about you in the village, I would definitely help clear things up." Loi replied, "Auntie, it's okay. You don't need to bother. It's better not to have conflicts with their family. After all, you sometimes need to go back to your own family." Loi appreciated her kindness, but thought it wasn't really necessary. They probably wouldn't be able to visit Xiao village for a long time, so Uncle Xiao and his daughter could do whatever they wanted. Once the Xiao family left, the yard finally became quiet. After Xiao family members stepped out of the yard, Da and I suddenly stopped crying, as if by magic. Loi. Sure enough, everyone in this family is quite mischievous. When Xiao Fan took everyone to the train station, he bought train tickets for them. Although he felt a bit annoyed about buying tickets for Uncle Xiao and his daughter, he just wanted to send away the troublemaker quickly. When he heard all the sleeper tickets were sold out, Grandpa Xiao was so angry he nearly glared. He even suggested waiting a few days until sleeper tickets were available before returning to Xiao village. "It's all your fuss that caused the delay." Grandpa Xiao couldn't help but scold again. Recently, he even considered not recognizing his son. Fortunately, his grandson didn't cut ties with the Xiao family. If Xiao Fan's entire family was disowned, it would be their own fault. Thinking about it, the relatives on his wife's side were all quite nice. But his own relatives? If it were him, he might have already cut off contact long ago. Xiao Fan saw everyone onto the train, then asked his aunt and her family, "Grandpa and Grandma, please take care of you. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely take good care of Grandpa and Grandma." Xiao Jun promised eagerly. Xiao Fan smiled and patted his head. All right, when you have time, come to the capital and visit Annie and Uncle. That was a bit of a sting. Aunt Xiao was happy to hear this. Luckily, her nephew and his wife didn't blame her. She smiled and said, Of course. If I can't cook well this time, I'll come learn from Luo. Xiao Fan replied, Good. If you come, remember to write me a letter in advance. I can help you get approved from the army. That's great. You're so kind, cousin. Xiao Jun cheered happily, waving his arms. As the train was about to leave, Xiao Fan got off. He stood on the platform, waved to his grandparents, and only left when the train started moving. Grandpa Xiao sighed deeply, looking at his eldest son with disappointment, then at Xiao Jun, who was still happily excited. If he hadn't been soft-hearted back then, knowing his son's family liked to cause trouble and brought them to the capital, maybe now they could all sit down and have a meal together. But unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Xiao Zhaoti's face was now swollen. She had wanted to complain to Grandma Xiao, hoping to get some advantage from her. As a result, I was suddenly scolded by Grandpa Xiao. If you cause trouble again, we won't have you as our granddaughter. Your father can live on his own. We'll split up, and your grandma and I will go to the capital to stay with your cousin's family. Uncle Xiao got worried when he heard this. Although he disliked the old couple, as long as they stayed with him, all the money that Aunt Xiao and Xiao Fan gave to respect them would only go into his pocket. If the old couple went to the capital, he probably wouldn't get a penny later. He would keep track of that. So, Uncle Xiao quickly softened and said, Dad, what you're saying is just angry words. Grandpa Xiao pointed at Aunt Zhao's family across the aisle. Look at your sister and brother-in-law. Even Xiao Jun is better than you. You deserve to be nothing. Grandpa Zhao's words were a bit harsh. Everyone in the train carriage was listening carefully to the gossip. Uncle Xiao was afraid his father would get more angry, so he quickly sat back in his seat to avoid embarrassment. Aunt Xiao watched all this calmly. In the past, when she first got married, she used to give money to Grandpa Xiao and Grandma Xiao. Her husband at the time was a bit unhappy and complained. He basically said that the money would eventually go into Uncle Zhao's family. She argued with her husband back then. Now, looking back, she realizes she was foolish. Luckily, she woke up early. Later, they managed to live a steady life without fighting over family issues. Looking at her older brother's family, it was a complete mess. Of course, it didn't matter to her as long as Xiao Jun had a bright future and Xiao Fan still acknowledged her as his aunt. She didn't care much about the rest. Her parents' old ideas were too strong. They valued their useless eldest son too much. Even after being bullied by the mean eldest daughter-in-law for many years, they still didn't see the reality. Sometimes, it's not just that children drift away from them. It's mainly because their own actions are disappointing. So, in this matter, Aunt Xiao not only didn't think Xiao Fan was unkind but also supported his actions. Xiao Fan had already done his best. If it were her, she might have driven the Xiao family out long ago. Compared to the Luo family and the Yin family, the Xiao relatives are really not suitable. Aunt Xiao suddenly worried that if Xiao Jun found a very capable wife in the future, her unworthy relatives might hold her back. Thinking of this, Aunt Xiao was so anxious that she wanted to cut off her sibling relationship with Uncle Xiao immediately. Someone like Roy's daughter-in-law is so rare that even hundreds of lanterns wouldn't find her. The more Aunt Xiao thought about it, the more worried she became. No, she needed to speed up her plan to cut ties with Uncle Zhao's family. Xiao Jun would be of age to start dating soon. At the small courtyard, Xiao Fan said before leaving that he would come back to clean. So Roy and Xiao Xiao simply moved a chair outside to enjoy the shade. Xiao and I wasn't afraid of the sun at all and was running around in the yard. Sister-in-law, I just finished scolding Xiao Zhaoti, and I still feel so good, Xiao Xiao said with a pout. Although I know it's not good to have such thoughts. Roy didn't say whether what she did was right or wrong. Only warning, in the future, if your brother isn't around, don't act recklessly. Even if you're here, sister-in-law? Xiao Xiao asked stubbornly. Of course, not allowed. Men can't say no, but since she's a woman, she can choose not to. Xiao Xiao immediately nodded obediently. Forget it, whatever sister-in-law says goes. Anyway, sister-in-law wouldn't harm her. When Xiao Fan returned to the small courtyard, he didn't start cleaning right away. Instead, he apologized to his wife first. I'm not only regretful now, but also very scared. I should have applied to the team for you to join Xiao Xiao and the others right after we got the certificate. Although it would have been tough at first, it would have been better than staying in Xiao Village. Roy. Perhaps, if the original owner had gone with the military, there wouldn't have been a Roy later. Xiao Fan asked anxiously. Now, it's pretty good too. Roy quickly changed the subject. Xiao Fan, how should we arrange the visit to my parents' house on the third day of the new year? Xiao Fan. Anyway, Commander Yin's last stop. Roy really wanted to roll her eyes. That's the same as not saying anything. Xiao Fan. Then, he suggested, how about going to my father-in-law's house in the morning, then to Ji Lao's in the afternoon, and finally to Commander Yin's in the evening? Not only Roy, but even Xiao Fan considered Roy's family as their real in-laws. All right, let's do it that way, Roy nodded, then instructed, go clean up quickly so we can finish early and go home sooner. Xiao Fan saw that his wife was no longer angry, so he went to check on his sister. After confirming that neither of them was upset because of Uncle Zhao's family, he felt relieved and went to clean the house. Xiao Xiao was not affected at all. In fact, she was a bit excited. In the past, when they lived in Xiao Village, she was often bullied by Xiao Zhaodi. But since her sister-in-law came to the family, she dared to stand up to Xiao Zhaodi. Today, Xiao Xiao even started hitting first. It felt so good. On the day of the 3-day return visit, Luo Yi and Xiao Fan first went to Luo's house. Originally, they planned to stay there for lunch, but old Luo told them to go to Ji's house for lunch instead. Because Commander Yin had already visited Luo's house once and discussed with them whether the young couple could go to Yin's house for dinner in the evening, and also invited Luo's family. Since Commander Yin was so polite and humble to come to Luo's house to discuss, the Luo family naturally wanted to show respect. Besides, he was their real father and hadn't used his power to force his daughter, so Luo's family agreed happily. The tradition of the 3-day return visit wasn't very important to the Luo family. When Zhenzhu married old Luo, there was no such custom. At that time, everyone lived in the same courtyard, so there weren't many formalities. So Luo Yi and Xiao Fan quickly went to Ji's house. Old Ji and Jiang Yao had already prepared lunch. Luo Yi was curious and asked, Aunt Jiang, how did you know we were coming at noon? Old Ji looked a bit annoyed and said, Commander Yin is so impressive. He knew I couldn't refuse when he asked, so he went to talk to Aunt Jiang instead. Wow, Luo Yi. Jiang Yao quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Commander Yin said everyone should go to Yin's house for dinner tonight. It will be lively. Old Ji said, I won't go. He thought Commander Yin was too sneaky, even cheating. If you won't go, I'll go myself. Jiang Yao turned around and refused to argue further. Then she smiled and added dishes to Luo Yi and Xiao Fan's plates.
Eat more.
I cooked a lot of ribs, bought fresh in the morning. Old Ji. In the end, he reluctantly went to Yin's house. Luo Yi and Xiao Fan got into old Ji's car. As soon as they arrived, the Luo family was already there. Commander Yin was chatting happily with old Luo and the old master in the main hall. Meanwhile, Yin Nanzhou was clumsily cooking in the kitchen. Finally, Zhenzhu couldn't stand it anymore and took over to help. He felt a bit guilty and kept lingering in the kitchen saying, Annie Zhu, I can do it really. Please trust me one more time. Of course, when Roy arrived, she took over the cooking. That was good, so she wouldn't have to sit in the main hall and be pulled into awkward conversations. The children were playing in the yard of the Yin family. Xiao Xiao and I arrived first. After lunch, Yin Nanzhou went to bring Xiao Xiao and I to the Yin house. Even little Bao was there. The Tang family and the Yin family are neighbors. When he saw Dongzi and the others arrive, he also came over to play. Dongzi is such a child. He really makes people feel sad. Little Bao liked Dongzi a lot, and after Dongzi's accident, he felt even more sorry for him. Besides Uncle Quan, Dongzi now only accepts Little Bao's closeness, which makes Little Bao like Dongzi even more. Although many dishes needed to be prepared, Roy was not busy at all because she had a group of strong helpers. Among them, Loa and Lohan were the most capable, while Yin Nanzhou was the least skilled. Roy finally understood why Annie Zhenju had kicked him out of the kitchen. Not only did he not cook, but he also wasted food. The kitchen was crowded with people washing, chopping, and preparing ingredients, all working smoothly. Roy only needed to oversee the final step. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the main hall was a bit tense. Old G didn't quite like Commander Yin, thinking he had previously let Nandai bully Roy and often argued with him. Commander Yin was not angry. He just took it happily. Today, everyone here was extremely kind to his family's Yi, and he was secretly happy about it. Yin family's dining table could be extended, but it had never been used for expansion before. Today, they kept extending it. Yin Nanzhou fiddled with it for a long time before finally setting up the table. Although the table was big enough, there was still some crowding. The three children were seated at a small tea table to eat. Roy picked out some dishes that they could eat. Before returning to the big dining table, she patted Xiaobao's shoulder and said, "Tell me if you want anything to eat, and I'll make some for you." Little treasure, that actually he had already gotten used to it. At the Tang family, he often sat at the small tea table to eat with his two older sisters. Although he held a high status in the Tang family, he had no advantage when it came to meals. Loy never thought that one day she would cook in the Yin family's kitchen or sit happily at the dining table chatting with everyone. It was very magical, and there was even more magic later. When Loy saw Emochi again, she nervously told Loy that she was going to remarry Tan Shirue. Since they were remarrying, Tan's family and Mo's family planned to invite close family and friends for a simple meal, just to formalize the remarriage. Mochi told Loy about the remarriage after she had already completed all the paperwork with Tan Shirue. Okay, that's sudden. Loy was a bit curious. Since this is your first marriage, do you think the wedding is a bit rushed? Mochi. She didn't want to say more. It was already enough to be hurtful. No, wait, I forgot to ask. When did you decide to remarry Tan Shirue? Loy suddenly remembered. Mochi had been hesitant before, right? Mochi's face instantly turned red. He used emotional abuse on me. Loy. TSK, I really didn't expect Tan Shirue to be quite sneaky. Then, congratulations, Loy said with a smile. Mochi, are you free next Friday? Tan Shirue and I are planning a simple remarriage ceremony. You and your whole family should come then. Loy thought for a moment. She should be free that day. These days, she mostly stayed at home with the kids or went out to deliver goods. Once the restrictions on buying houses loosened, she planned to buy a few more courtyard houses with the money she earned. Oh, right, Loy thought, and in the next moment, they both entered the space. Let me take you to the warehouse to pick out some clothes, and I'll give you a set of skincare and makeup products. You can figure out how to put the stuff into some plain jars. Before, when Loy gave things to Mochi and Little Treasure, she would find suitable containers in advance. But now, she was getting lazier. The skincare products you gave me last time, I haven't finished using them yet, so I won't take them now. I'll just bring a set of makeup. The makeup you did for the banquet with Xiao Fan looked really good. I want to do my makeup like that too. Mochi was very friendly with her, as they were good sisters. They were choosing clothes and talking about the college entrance exam. After you finish the exam, which major do you plan to study at Qingbei University? Mochi asked. They had already decided on their schools before taking the exam. Since they could get into Qingbei in the future, the first exam after the country's recovery was considered quite easy for them. They might even score the top in the exam. I plan to study economics, Luo Yi said with a smile. After all, I want to be very rich, and I want to support you and Xiaobao in the future. Mochi, thank you so much. What about you? If you take the exam, do you still want to study medicine? Luo Yi asked. Yes. Mochi nodded. I want to continue studying medicine and become a top doctor. She was very confident now, feeling she had a good foundation compared to others. They happily picked out a few outfits, and Luo Yi even asked Mo Chi to choose some for men and children, including clothes for Mo's parents. While choosing clothes for others was quick, Mo Chi hesitated when selecting clothes for Tan Shirue. Luo Yi teased her. Why? Haven't you hugged him yet? Mo Chi. Luo Yi. Oh, she guessed right. Soon, the day of Mo Chi and Tan Shirue's remarriage celebration arrived. They held it in the small cafeteria of the military unit. Not many people came, mostly close family and friends. Mo Chi was already quite beautiful, and after some nourishing treatments with spiritual spring water and supplements, she looked even more radiant. Today, she wore light makeup that looked almost natural. Tan Shirue's reaction was similar to Xiao Fan's that day. He kept secretly glancing at his wife. Since Mo Chi and Tan Shirue weren't very familiar, his gaze made her blush. She finally couldn't stand it and muttered softly, "Can you look at me after we get home?" Tan Shirue. Xiao Bao saw how beautiful Mo Chi looked, and he kept praising her, making her blush even more. Zhou, standing between Mo Chi and Tan Shirue like a little adult, made their family look incredibly attractive. Roy couldn't help but think to himself, I wonder who our child with Xiao Fan will look like in the future. The next day, Roy and Little Treasure agreed to visit Commander Tan's house to see Mo Chi. Their simple goal was to find out if Mo Chi could get out of bed. Sure enough, when Aunt Bai said that Mo Chi hadn't woken up, they immediately understood and politely left. Only when they returned home did Roy and Little Treasure laugh loudly and bang on the table. Earlier, the three of them had made a bet. Roy and Little Treasure both bet that Mo Chi wouldn't get out of bed the next day, but Mo Chi stubbornly insisted she could. TSK, is she confident or not confident? More than a year later, on a day in September, Roy received a letter from Aunt Xiao saying that Xiao Zhaodi had run away with someone. But this was not the end of the story. The man who took Xiao Zhaodi away was a human trafficker who sold her to the Northwest. Aunt Xiao immediately wrote to Roy and Xiao Fan. Her message was clear. She wanted to warn them that the old couple from the Xiao family might come to ask for help. Sure enough, not long after, a handwritten letter from Aunt Xiao arrived, dictated by the old couple. Xiao Fan was not afraid of upsetting the old couple and replied directly, saying he was helpless and that only the police could handle this. Xiao Zhaodi was clever but naive. Being tricked by traffickers was her own fault. What shocked everyone the most was that in her second letter, Aunt Xiao mentioned Uncle Xiao and Xiao Guoqing. After learning that the traffickers sold Xiao Zhaodi to the Northwest for money, Xiao Guoqing also had bad thoughts. He even tried to sell Aunt Xiao. However, Xiao Guoqing was caught halfway by the police. Even if he was sold by his own son, Uncle Xiao couldn't bear to see Xiao Guoqing go to jail. He begged everyone to save him. In the end, he even managed to persuade the old couple from the Xiao family, saying that Xiao Guoqing had been like a grandson to them for many years, and they had feelings even for a dog, let alone a person. Actually, Grandma Xiao had considered asking Xiao Fan to help, but when Aunt Xiao said it might be difficult to save both at the same time, she immediately gave up. Although Aunt Xiao mentioned the Xiao family's wishes in her letter, she knew that with the first letter, Xiao Fan and Roy would understand everything. After that, Xiao Fan and Roy never paid much attention to the matter and continued with their usual routines. However, Xiao Xiao was quite affected by it. She wasn't sad or upset, just shocked by the human traffickers. Sister-in-law, can human traffickers really be so powerful? Loy replied, Are you asking if traffickers also deceive people's feelings? These days, scammers have countless tricks. This is just the beginning. Xiao Xiao said, I've never heard or seen anything like this before. It was probably the first time she heard about such scammers. In Xiao Xiao's mind, traffickers should be people who directly kidnap or others, not this kind of scheme where they first date Xiao Zhaodi, then get her to bring out valuable things from her home, and then. But just moments ago, Xiao Xiao was praising Xiao Zhaodi, and suddenly she felt a bit shy and said, Sister-in-law, starting tomorrow, I will tutor Brother Hor. Oh, Loy responded casually, not paying much attention. During the previous holiday, Xiao Xiao often went to Loy's house to tutor Luo Er and Luo Shan. Originally, Loi could also do the tutoring for the two children, but Xiao Xiao always felt she was just wasting her days at home. Since she was good at studying, she wanted to stay at Loi's house every day, encouraging Luo Er and Luo Shan to study hard. Sister-in-law, I will go to tutor brother Hua tomorrow, Xiao Xiao repeated. Loi. Got it. She's not hard of hearing. Xiao Xiao felt a bit disappointed. Usually, her sister-in-law liked to see others dating, right? Does she think Xiao Xiao and Hua Yishuan are not suitable? She wanted to say more, but Mo Chi suddenly arrived, so Xiao Xiao had to give up. After Mo Chi came, Loi went out with her to walk Da Huang. Since Mo Chi and Tan Shuhui remarried, she often came to Loi's house whenever she had free time. Marriage is really wonderful. This wasn't the first time Mo Chi expressed such feelings. Do you know? Every time something new happens in the Mo family, I say it's bought with Shurui's salary. And every time the Tan family gets something, I say it's taken from the Mo family. She was lucky and never got caught. Even if she ever did, she could say Loi brought it from her family as a gift. What do you want to talk to me about? Loi asked. The three of them had a secret signal. If they needed to go out with Da Huang, they would just say so. The school needs to open a few tutoring classes for adults taking the college entrance exam, but currently there aren't enough teachers. I was thinking, would you be willing to go? I have no problem with that, but are you sure the school will hire me to teach? Roy thought it was fine. Tutoring students was her strong suit. The school is also short of staff now and can't manage. The current teachers just can't handle it, Machi explained. Don't worry, your background is basically fine, and teachers for the tutoring classes need to pass assessments and interviews before they can start. All right, when should I go for the assessment and interview? Roy asked. There's a written test tomorrow morning and an interview in the afternoon. If you pass and perform well during the tutoring period, the school might consider letting you stay on as a teacher. Machi waved her hand and quickly added, I know, you're not interested, but I might have become addicted to teaching, and I feel a bit sorry for those adults preparing for the college entrance exam. Enough, stop being sentimental. Can I go now? Roy immediately assured her and asked, by the way, did you tell Tan Shuhui about your plans to take the exam? Yes, I did. He's quite supportive. Machi suddenly blushed. He even said that once I go to university, I shouldn't worry about anything, and he'll take good care of the family. Stop. Roy was instantly creeped out by Machi's expression. Machi and Tan Shuhui are a model of a marriage that started with love after marriage. After they married, their relationship became even more loving, even more than Xiao Fan and Roy. That night, Roy told Xiao Fan about her plan to become a tutor at the school. Xiao Fan fully supported her. He knew his wife was very smart. She could even teach Xiao Xiao to become the top student in a short time. Xiao Xiao was also very hardworking. But Xiao Fan was still a little worried about Roy becoming a teacher. Not because he thought she would teach poorly, but because he was worried she would be too tired, balancing work and household chores. What he didn't know was that Roy secretly threw the sheets and clothes into the space to wash in the washing machine. She also used the space's dishwasher to wash the pots and dishes when no one was home. As a soldier, Xiao Fan often left early and returned late, making it hard for him to take care of the family. This year, Loi took care of the whole family. Although Xiao Xiao occasionally helped, she only had time after school. Xiao Fan felt nothing but guilt. To earn more money, he often took on very dangerous tasks, and each time he lied to Loi, saying they were assigned by the organization. If Yin Nanzhou hadn't accidentally let it slip, Loi would have continued to believe it. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao has now graduated from high school. She can help share household chores, especially when Xiao Fan is away on missions. The three women at home still manage to live well. If I go to school, then I will be temporarily sent to my parents' place. During this time, he can help take care of her. Loi thought for a moment and then said, after the new year, I will send Da and I to the nursery in the military housing area. He Qingqing works there. She has already gone back to work after having her baby. She and Captain Zhou had a daughter named Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan was very cute, chubby, and white. She was especially beautiful when she was born. Yan Kongda and I kept insisting on visiting Tuan Tuan, eager to hold her and take her home. Loi wasn't sure if it was because He Qingqing had taken a space pill, but Tuan Tuan was born healthy and beautiful. Captain Zhou's family was very grateful to Loi. Later, when people heard that He Qingqing had taken a pregnancy-enhancing medicine, they also asked her for the recipe. He Qingqing asked Loi for permission, and Loi told her that it was just an ordinary tonic recipe. She was able to get pregnant because she had taken good care of her body, relaxed her mind, and had the psychological reassurance from the pregnancy potion. All these factors finally helped He Qingqing successfully conceive. After hearing Loi's explanation, He Qingqing didn't feel betrayed for taking an ordinary tonic. Instead, she was very grateful for everything Loi had done for her. She also wanted to help her friends get pregnant using the same method. Although Loi said that not everyone was suitable for this method and it only worked for He Qingqing, she still shared the recipe. She hoped to pass on good luck to others. Whether it worked or not, trying wouldn't hurt. Maybe it would work after all. However, not long after, the friend who received the recipe came back, complaining that it was just an ordinary tonic and not a special pregnancy remedy. They even falsely accused He Qingqing, saying she didn't want others to get pregnant, so she used fake prescriptions to deceive people. He Qingqing felt a bit wronged and realized that Luo Yi was right. Not everyone is suitable for that method. Every time Xiao Fan saw the dumpling at Captain Zhou's house, he would eagerly bring up the topic of having a baby. In the past, Luo Yi always made excuses to avoid it. Now, she simply said she was going to college as an excuse. Honestly, Xiao Fan is not young anymore, but since he has a peer who is an unmarried older brother-in-law, his age isn't a good reason to rush for a baby. The next day, Luo Yi went to school for the assessment at the time Mo Chi gave her. As soon as she entered, she saw many people waiting for the exam. She looked at the full classroom, and most of the people seemed older. She might be the youngest among them. Luo Yi found a seat, put her bag in the drawer, and took out a clear glass cup. The cup had plain hot water. Last night, Xiao Xiao cooked dinner, but one fish wasn't prepared well, causing the whole family to have stomach issues today. Luo Yi could only drink more hot water to soothe her stomach. At 10 o'clock, school staff came to distribute the exam papers. Before starting, they gave some encouragement, and everyone was excited. Some of these people had some knowledge before, but because of bad experiences, they had gone to the countryside and only recently returned. So this time, they were determined to seize the opportunity. Before the exam started, Luo Yi explained her health condition to the exam staff, mentioning she might need to go to the bathroom to have diarrhea. The staff kindly let her switch seats with another candidate at the door to make it easier for her to go in and out without disturbing others. Once everything was ready, everyone began the exam. The test lasted 1 hour, but they could finish early and submit their papers. After only 10 minutes, Luo Yi's stomach started to churn badly. She quickly raised her hand to go to the bathroom. After the staff nodded, she went to the nearest restroom and returned to continue the exam. But in less than 10 minutes, her stomach was again in turmoil. She had to raise her hand again. She kept going in and out several times. Finally, Luo Yi finished the exam. If she hadn't eaten something bad last night, she might have finished the paper in 20 minutes. Although Lola had an upset stomach, she still finished her exam early. After submitting her paper, she went to the bathroom to have diarrhea. However, others only thought, every time she leaves, she comes back and writes furiously. Could there be a problem? An hour later, the exam results were announced. Lola naturally became the top scorer. She wasn't surprised at all. She had expected this. Congratulations, Comrade Lola. You scored full marks. The examiner handed her the test paper and told her about the interview schedule in the afternoon. At 1 p.m., there will be a second interview in the office on the first floor of the administrative building. You are the first. Don't be late. Passing the written test means she can participate in the second round, which is scheduled based on her written exam score. Okay, thank you. Lola took her paper and was about to go home for lunch. Suddenly, a sharp female voice rang out behind her. I want to report her for cheating. Lola didn't react immediately. The person accusing her was still walking away. Her only thought was to go to the bathroom. Suddenly, someone grabbed her sleeve. I knew it. Look, she's guilty and trying to run away. Me? What's wrong? She was a bit confused. Still pretending to be innocent, the woman said disdainfully. You cheated and are acting innocent. Stop with the sarcasm. If you have proof, show it, Luola said, slightly weaker because of her diarrhea. It seemed a little guilty in the eyes of others. Proof? Everyone saw it. You kept leaving during the exam, and when you came back, you suddenly wrote very quickly. Isn't that cheating? The woman argued convincingly. Although others didn't openly agree, they secretly nodded. If Luola didn't cheat and scored full marks with her own ability, she was the strongest competitor among them. The competitors who were pushed aside were happy to see her fall. After all, this opportunity was too rare. Luola asked, Who says you can't go to the bathroom during the exam? The woman stirring up trouble was suddenly speechless. Luola looked back at the examiner, clearly implying that they should give an explanation. The evaluators were initially quite friendly towards Roy, but as soon as they thought she might be cheating at such a sacred place as school, their attitude became serious. We will review Roy's exam results carefully, they said. Review what? That I cheated? Just because I went to the bathroom a few times? And I can get a perfect score? Roy sneered. She had often faced academic doubts before. Some people, unable to do research themselves, believed others couldn't either. If someone achieved results, they thought it must be cheating. Although Roy eventually cleared her name from those false accusations, the process was complicated. Today, this small test was easy to resolve. Suddenly, Mo-chi appeared at the door. They had agreed earlier to find a quiet place after finishing their work to eat lunch secretly in the space, or to take out takeout, and eat somewhere quiet. If they became colleagues in the future, they could eat together every day. It felt just like being back in school. Teacher Mo, why are you here? Asked the evaluator. Mo-chi was the daughter-in-law of Commander Tan, and her parents worked at a research institute. She was well known at school, thanks to Huang Xiaoqiang's promotion. However, Mo-chi didn't know the evaluator personally. She just quietly greeted, Hello, comrade. My friend is also taking the teacher assessment. I came to see. The woman who had caused trouble earlier was happy. This was just perfect. She became more confident and said aggressively to the evaluator, Comrade, I suspect that the teachers at your school are colluding with her. Roy thought, this woman could definitely write a novel with her imagination. Mo-chi looked confused. What's going on? The evaluator hesitated. He didn't want to offend Teacher Mo. So, he pointed at the woman causing trouble and said, Don't talk nonsense. Teacher Mo is an English teacher. She couldn't possibly help Roy with her math exam, but the woman quickly responded, Maybe she did. Perhaps Teacher Mo leaked the exam to her friends beforehand. Can you guarantee that this isn't possible? The evaluator was speechless for a moment, unable to find a good reply. That Roy didn't want Mo-chi involved, so she simply used the simplest way to clear her name. So, she said to the examiners, Since that's the case, I will make a new test paper. Just give me any math exam paper. I only need 1/3 of the usual exam time. Everyone. Of course, most people didn't believe her. After all, Loy looked so young, it was hard to believe she was that talented. Among all subjects, Loy liked math the most, so she took the math exam. Actually, she was also good at other subjects. The person who first doubted Loy hesitated at first, but soon regained confidence. She thought Loy was just pretending. Is this okay? I'm really in a hurry. I ate something bad and need to go home quickly, Loy said, starting to sound a bit impatient. Let me advise you not to be too arrogant. Everyone here is your senior, the troublemaker woman said angrily. She looked young but was very bossy. So, what if they're seniors? Does that mean they're always better than juniors? Loy had often heard similar accusations in her past life. She was almost immune to it. Suddenly, she smiled and said to the troublemaker, Want to compare, senior? Sure, let's compare. I'm not afraid of you. The troublemaker woman was convinced Loy was cheating. She wasn't afraid. She had been the top student every year and could solve any problem. But today's questions were quite difficult, so the young woman definitely thought Loy was cheating, or she wouldn't have been the top scorer. The exam supervisor immediately reported the issue and went to the academic office to get a new math test paper. This paper was printed just half an hour ago, and the ink was still wet. The troublemaker woman looked a bit proud, waiting to see how she would embarrass the young woman later. She didn't allow anyone to be better than her in math. Loy sat at the desk and urged the exam supervisor to quickly hand out the test papers. She started to worry about needing to go to the bathroom during the exam. But her impatient attitude made the other spectators see her as lacking confidence. Emochi leaned casually against the door, watching these people like they were a comedy show. When the exam supervisor said, "Start the exam," Loy quickly opened her paper and began answering. Her speed was so fast, it was as if she had memorized all the solutions in advance and didn't need any thinking time. Everyone was a bit surprised, but after thinking for a moment, they understood that doing something quickly is not the same as doing it correctly. Just as the exam creator hurried over, Roy had already stopped writing, while the woman causing trouble nearby had only completed about a third of her answers. It was a big embarrassment. But she only felt embarrassed for a moment because, like everyone else, she knew that rushing through the questions didn't guarantee correctness. It was pointless. So, she kept her head down and slowly continued answering. When the exam creator received Roy's paper, he immediately started grading it. The others gathered around eagerly. Question 1, correct. Question 2, correct. Question 3, correct. Question 19, correct. Question 20, wrong.
Wrong.
The last question was incorrect. Finally, she made a mistake on one question. Everyone was happy inside, thinking she would get all answers right again this time. But it turned out she wasn't as perfect as they thought. The grader also thought so. Someone had just told him that his latest exam paper had been given to a very talented person to take, and he was asked to grade it. He said to himself, "This exam is so hard, there's no way all answers are correct." While everyone had different thoughts, Roy suddenly spoke up. "Teacher, you made a mistake on the last question. I changed the question setup so that it would make sense only if I did that." The grader. Take a closer look at the question. "If you can't understand it, I can show you how to solve it using a different formula," Roy said, already thinking about which formula would be the simplest and easiest for the teacher to understand. Roy's words were quite bold, which seriously affected the woman causing trouble. She kept erasing her calculations on the paper, feeling more and more nervous. When others heard Roy say the teacher made a mistake, they moved closer again. Some even took out small notebooks from their bags and started working out the problem carefully. "Yes, it seems there is indeed a problem. If I don't change it, this question has no solution." "I am so clever," someone shouted excitedly. Others. "You clever?" The grader had already worked through the problem twice and confirmed what Roy said. The question had no solution unless the parameters were changed. Although he was somewhat arrogant in his academic pursuits, he had a very good quality. He was not ashamed to ask questions. "Hello, my surname is Lin. Everyone calls me Teacher Lin. What is your name, young comrade?" Teacher Lin suddenly changed his attitude completely when speaking to Roy. Seeing the change in Teacher Lin's attitude, Roy politely replied, "My name is Roy." Teacher Lin immediately turned to the examiners and said, "Make sure Roy joins our math group. We are missing such talent." The examiner hesitated. "I am just here to supervise the exam and don't have the authority to decide that. Teacher Lin, there is an interview this afternoon. If Comrade Roy passes the interview, he will join your math group," the examiner added. "The interview is at 1 p.m., then since that's the case, can I leave now?" Roy just wanted to slip away. Her stomach couldn't hold out any longer. "All right, see you this afternoon." The examiner quickly returned to being polite to Roy and said to Machi, "Sorry, Teacher Machi, I am just doing my duty." Machi waved her hand casually. "No problem. We'll go ahead first." The others watched the scene, feeling a bit relieved that they hadn't spoken up earlier. The troublemaker woman was now impatient. She suddenly threw her pen on the ground and demanded, "Where is your vice principal? I want to see your vice principal." She had only come to observe, but now she felt wronged and couldn't swallow her anger. When Roy left the exam room, she immediately pulled Machi out of the school and into a quiet alley. In the next moment, they entered a space. "Go to the warehouse and choose your takeout."
Take whatever you like.
"I need to use the restroom first. I really can't hold it anymore." Machi. She really didn't need to know all those details, thank you. In the afternoon, Roy arrived on time for her interview at the administrative building. As soon as she entered, she saw the troublemaker woman waiting in the corridor, looking proud and arrogant. Roy, that because she scored the highest on the written exam, she was scheduled to be the first to interview with the vice principal. After completing the entire process in less than 5 minutes, the vice principal said to Roy, "Sorry, Comrade Roy, but you don't quite meet the standards for this tutoring position. You have been eliminated." Roy had already guessed this result while walking down the corridor. Seeing her waiting here confidently, it was clear she knew the interview outcome in advance. She couldn't help but smile softly. Now in the capital, she considered herself a second-generation powerful family member, a military family member, and a wealthy family member. However, she usually didn't like to use her status to pressure others. Even Mo Chi, who helped her sign up, kept her true family background secret from Roy. She never expected to encounter such a situation. If she told others, Mo Chi might laugh at her. But Roy didn't plan to argue with anyone. She was only here to help, and she would be taking the college entrance exam with the students later, so this job didn't matter much to her. If she was eliminated, so what? She wasn't interested in it anyway. Not everyone shared Roy's attitude. For example, the woman who caused trouble. She wanted to stay at the school as a high school teacher after tutoring was over. Seeing Roy come out of the office calmly, the troublemaker was a bit annoyed. Shouldn't she be crying and running out? Since the woman ranked second in the interview, she didn't have much chance to criticize Roy, but her eyes were full of pride. Roy. Right after the woman went into the interview, the teacher from the morning, Mr. Lin, appeared in the corridor. After returning to his office, Mr. Lin carefully studied Roy's second test paper. He found her problem-solving approach very impressive, similar to that of a clever transfer student he had taught before. He wanted to see Roy's first test paper as well. "Comrade Roy, you're done with the interview so quickly?" Mr. Lin approached politely, not yet asking for her test papers. Roy smiled and nodded. "Hello, Mr. Lin. When will you start teaching at the school?" Once she begins working, he could often discuss test questions with this young comrade. "My interview was unsuccessful," Roy said calmly, though it was a sad matter. She showed no sadness on her face. "What?" Mr. Lin exclaimed in surprise. "No way. How could that be?" Don't be fooled by Teacher Lin's small stature. He has a strong voice. Today, he was so surprised to see Roy, who was feeling very weak, that he was speechless. Teacher Lin was eager to rush into the vice principal's office to argue, but was stopped by Roy, who said, "There are still people being interviewed inside. Comrade Roy, don't worry. Someone as talented as you will definitely get justice." Teacher Lin comforted Roy. Before Roy could thank him, the office door opened, and a mischievous woman came out happily. Seeing Roy still in the corridor, her expression became even more exaggerated, and she walked away confidently. Teacher Lin stormed into the vice principal's office, clearly angry, and asked, "Vice principal, I want to know why this comrade Roy didn't pass the interview." The vice principal, annoyed by Teacher Lin's attitude, replied unkindly, "Because her teaching philosophy doesn't match ours. She was eliminated." Teacher Lin knew the vice principal was sticking to old ways, but he refused to accept it. "I'll go directly to the principal and ask him what our school's teaching philosophy really is. I wonder if my views conflict with it." The principal's office was right next to the vice principal's. Teacher Lin's earlier fuss had been heard, but he was busy at the time and didn't come out. Now that everything was settled, he decided to come see what was happening. Seeing the door open nearby, Teacher Lin hurried over to demand an explanation. "Principal, you're just in time. Please judge this. The vice principal unfairly eliminated a good candidate. I want an explanation today." The principal respected Teacher Lin and, after hearing his account, looked at the vice principal and asked, "Is that true?" The vice principal hesitated and replied, "Principal, Roy's written exam scores were indeed good, but we should give more opportunities to our veteran colleagues who came from rural areas." Roy was silent. Teacher Lin couldn't help but complain. "So, what's the point of written exams? Just go straight to interviews." But when speaking to the principal, Teacher Lin was very respectful. "Principal, Roy might be even better at math than I am. If she could come to our school as a tutor, it would be a great blessing for the students." The principal interrupted, "Stop bragging. The vice principal immediately argued with Teacher Lin, saying, "You said before that student Xiao was better at math than you. So, is your ability too weak to be the math team leader?" Teacher Lin was instantly angry. Student Xiao is indeed very talented. Of course, he was also quite capable himself. "Xiao Xiao?" Roy said instinctively. "So, Xiao Xiao is now so impressive?" "Comrade Roy, do you know Xiao Xiao?" Teacher Lin asked, surprised. Roy smiled and said, "Yes, I know her. I am her sister-in-law. You. The vice principal was shocked, unable to speak properly. "Roy, you. The vice principal kept stammering. Roy looked at Teacher Lin in confusion. Teacher Lin seemed also surprised, including the principal. Teacher Lin asked, "Are you really Xiao Zhao's sister-in-law?" Roy nodded hesitantly. "Yes, that's right." Teacher Lin continued, "So, you're the daughter of Commander Yin? The goddaughter of Old Ji, Roy." "So, in the end, she still got the teaching position because of this connection." "Yes," she replied calmly. The vice principal pushed past Teacher Lin and awkwardly smiled, saying, "Oh, Comrade Roy, why didn't you say earlier?" "It's okay, it's not too late now." He then turned to the principal and said, "Principal, it was all a misunderstanding." Teacher Lin was not convinced. "What misunderstanding?" "You're just using a feather as a command token." "Are you afraid now?" The vice principal looked a bit embarrassed, but dared not argue back. He kept smiling and said, "Comrade Roy, it was all a misunderstanding. How about this? Come to report tomorrow? Just go directly to Teacher Lin. The math teachers are all arranged by Teacher Lin." Roy didn't insist further. "Such practices are common here. She was just a temporary substitute teacher today and couldn't change much." So, she nodded and said, "Okay," then followed Teacher Lin out of the administrative building. Teacher Lin was furious, constantly complaining about the vice principal's favoritism. Roy wasn't sure what kind of arrangement she would get after passing the normal interview, but since the vice principal told her to find Teacher Lin tomorrow, she decided to do so. "Teacher Lin, I'll go now. See you tomorrow." Okay, see you tomorrow." When Teacher Lin faced Roy, he immediately put on a smile, but not the kind of sycophantic smile of a vice principal, rather a genuine smile like someone who found a treasure. He was truly happy. Before, he had taught Xiao Xiao and noticed her clear and straightforward way of solving problems, so he paid more attention to her and often praised her. Later, he found out that Xiao Xiao was quite influential. After being bullied by the son of the school bully, Huang Xiaoqiang, someone quickly came to support her. He also learned that the person supporting Xiao Xiao was the son of Commander Tan, who is also teacher Mo Chi's husband. Later, other teachers told him that the school bully was finally stopped because a child of a high-ranking official had arrived at the school. He realized that the person they called to control the bully was Xiao Xiao. Because Xiao Xiao's sister-in-law is the daughter of Commander Yin, and that's not all, she is also the adopted daughter of Old Ji. Indeed, only magic can defeat magic. Huang Xiaoqiang, the school bully, never dared to bully anyone at school again, and whenever he saw Xiao Xiao, he would walk away. Teacher Lin was genuinely surprised to learn that Roy was Xiao Zhao's sister-in-law. What a coincidence. After Roy left school, he didn't go straight home, but went to the Roy family's house. Xiao Xiao was tutoring Hua Yishuan. Actually, Hua Yishuan could also apply to attend extra classes at school, but because of his work, his schedule was irregular, so Xiao Xiao had to give him private lessons. Not only did Xiao Xiao genuinely want to tutor Hua Yishuan, but others also created opportunities for these young people. Xiao Xiao is already 18 years old this year, and in this era, she could indeed get married. Roy only had one requirement for Xiao Zhao's partner: good character. Xiao Zhao's past was very unfortunate. Although in this life, the bad man married Xiao Zhaodi, Roy still felt a bit uneasy. Xiao Fan arrived at the Roy house before dinner. Now, they almost treat the Roy family as their own, often staying overnight in the courtyard, which made Commander Yin very jealous. Teacher Lin is really a good person, Xiao Xiao immediately said when she heard Roy met Teacher Lin. Roy only mentioned meeting Teacher Lin and didn't talk about other small matters. Anyway, they were just trivial things not worth mentioning. I also heard from classmates about Teacher Lin. He is very upright and honest, and he even dares to challenge the principal, Luo said. That's true, Roy said today. He really saw how bold Teacher Lin is. Before Da and I went to preschool, she stayed in the courtyard. And Mother, he can take care of her, Shinju said. Now that she's older, she just wants to enjoy her grandchildren, and she hopes Roy will have a baby soon. Shinju and Mother, he are actually taking care of 2 little kids, including Dongzi. Dongzi recovered well half a year ago, but he's no longer as lively as before. Wang Quan and Hua Yishuan travel all over the country, so they can't always bring Dongzi with them. At first, Dongzi couldn't leave Wang Quan, so he tried not to go to remote places. Old Father Luo has been in poor health since he was young. He's like a sickly landlord, staying at home to recover. Honestly, if it weren't for Luo and Luo Shan helping out, Jinju and Mother, he would be quite tired taking care of the whole family. What major does you plan to apply for? Old Father Luo asked. Probably an economics major, Roy remembered. In this era, few students study economics and many people don't understand what economics is. But just because others don't understand doesn't mean the Luos don't. Old Father Luo and Jinju are very pleased with Roy's choice. Economics is good. It covers everything from a country's economy to running your own business. That's a good choice. What about Xiao Xiao? Old Father Luo asked again. Xiao Xiao almost blurted out, I plan to apply to a teacher's college. I want to be a teacher in the future. You're already half a teacher now, Jinju joked. All the children at home have made rapid progress under Xiao Xiao's tutoring. That's because my sister-in-law teaches well, Xiao Xiao modestly said, always blaming her sister-in-law for good things and taking responsibility for bad things herself. Mother, he really liked Xiao Xiao more and more. She exchanged a glance with Shinju, who nodded slightly. The two smiled at each other. Roy. The next morning, Roy went straight to the office building to find Teacher Lin. As soon as he entered the office, he saw several people who had passed the interview yesterday waiting, including that troublemaker woman. When the troublemaker woman saw Roy, she looked surprised and pointed at him, asking, Weren't you eliminated? How could this happen? How could this happen? I'm disappointed in you, Roy said coldly, then walked to the side to wait. Only the troublemaker woman seemed a bit excited. The others showed no surprise at Roy's appearance. In their view, Roy's success in the interview was very certain from the start. Only the troublemaker woman was upset because she had used connections to eliminate Roy. Now she was very angry, thinking Roy had used dishonest means and still managed to pass the interview. It must be because she was young and pretty, and she thought she got the job by sacrificing her appearance. The troublemaker woman secretly thought she would make Roy suffer later, to teach her that being young and beautiful isn't enough to succeed in society. Soon, Teacher Lin arrived, followed by several other math teachers. Everyone introduced themselves first. After hearing Roy's introduction, Teacher Lin specifically emphasized, she is Xiao Xiao's sister-in-law. Teacher Lin's idea was simple. Xiao Xiao was excellent in all subjects and well-known at school. Whenever teachers asked Xiao Xiao why she achieved such good grades, she always said it was because her sister-in-law tutored her. So, not only Teacher Lin but many teachers admired Xiao Xiao's sister-in-law. Some clever teachers, after learning her true identity, paid extra attention to Xiao Xiao. Of course, Xiao Xiao didn't notice or care. When the teachers heard Roy was Xiao Xiao's sister-in-law, they quickly greeted her warmly. Two of the clever teachers immediately smiled and said, So, you're Xiao Xiao's sister-in-law. No wonder Xiao Xiao always ranks first. It must be because of your guidance, Roy. Although it was a bit awkward, she politely replied, Thank you. The people who took the test yesterday had already seen Roy's math skills and were naturally impressed. Of course, the troublemaker woman was an exception. She secretly found it amusing, so she was chosen because she tutored children. After everyone finished introducing themselves, Roy learned that the troublemaker woman's name was Mao Jing. Next, each teacher brought 2 tutoring assistants to ensure the quality of the tutoring. Both quick-witted teachers secretly prayed in their hearts, hoping that Teacher Lin would assign Roy to their team. Fortunately, Teacher Lin kept Roy and worked with him on creating exam questions. Mao Jing felt very jealous inside, especially when she was assigned to work under Teacher Ma, who had just flattered Roy. She felt even more annoyed. After the work was assigned, Teacher Lin told the senior teachers to take everyone back to their desks. The substitute teachers currently had no separate seats and had to share space with the senior teachers. However, Roy did have a seat, which was not exactly a private desk. Behind Teacher Lin was a table used for stacking exam papers and students' homework. He simply let Roy use this table. Although it was a bit crowded, Roy basically had a personal workspace. Since Roy arrived, Teacher Lin started discussing exam questions with her and didn't assign her to teach classes. The current exam questions were simple compared to the tricky questions in later years. Roy casually created a few questions for Teacher Lin, each combining multiple knowledge points in a flexible way. Teacher Lin was so excited, he patted his thigh. Roy said, "If I can solve these questions easily, it means I've understood all the key points involved. In the future, I can definitely get full marks on similar simple questions." No wonder Xiao Xiao always scores full marks. Sometimes she even seems to think my questions are too easy. Now I understand the secret to her high scores. Teacher Lin finally realized Xiao Xiao's success. Xiao Xiao had told him before that her sister-in-law helped her with extra practice questions at home. Teacher Lin hadn't taken it seriously at the time. If he had known Xiao Xiao's extra questions were so impressive, he would have definitely used them as references. Roy knew these math questions would impress Teacher Lin. The difficulty level was far beyond the later versions like the Huanggong exam papers. She remembered that several of her classmates used to call themselves problem-solving machines. So, the entire morning, Roy kept recalling the math problems she had done before, choosing only those suitable for her current level. Meanwhile, Teacher Lin was still lost in excitement, patting his thigh happily. At lunchtime, Mo Chi came to find Roy to eat together. Mo Chi teaches English at school. Her office is on the floor below Loy and the others, so they're very close. When Mo Chi appeared at the door of the math department office, almost all the teachers greeted her. Only a few were trying to flatter her, but most teachers were polite because Mo Chi has a kind personality and is very talented. Teacher Lin still seemed a bit eager to talk. When Loy left, he even told him, "Teacher Loy, remember to come back early after lunch. People who didn't know might think Teacher Lin was very strict." Loy smiled and nodded, then left with Mo Chi. After they left, Teacher Ma, who was with Mao Jing, couldn't help but comment. Sure enough, family members of the commander only hang out with each other. Most people who knew the truth just smiled kindly, and those who didn't know felt a bit shy to ask. But some, like Mao Jing, couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Ma, what did you mean just now?" Teacher Ma lowered his voice and said, "You don't know? Mo Chi is actually the daughter-in-law of the commander's family." Even though he spoke quietly, everyone in the office heard him clearly because everyone loves gossip. When Teacher Zhou spoke up, the others who were talking also quieted down. Mao Jing thought to herself, she's just the daughter-in-law of the commander, and she's friends with the daughter-in-law. But before she could comfort herself, Teacher Ma continued, "Actually, Loy is even more important. She's the daughter of another commander." Mao Jing looked down and thought for a moment, then suddenly argued, "No, I haven't heard of a commander in the capital with the last name Luo." Teacher Ma looked a bit annoyed and said, "This was confirmed by the son of Colonel Huang himself. Teacher Loy is not only the daughter of the commander but also the goddaughter of a very important person above." Mao Jing immediately felt a bit upset and even wanted to argue with Teacher Ma, but she thought better of it. She decided to find out the truth about Loy herself. No wonder, she used pretending to be the daughter-in-law of the commander to get into the school. During lunch, Mao Jing went to the vice principal's office. She was determined to tell him that Loy was pretending to be a family member of the commander. At this moment, Roy and Machi were hiding in a space, eating and drinking happily. Roy even heated a bottle of milk tea, sharing half a cup each. Their lunch break was short. After quickly finishing their meal, they each returned to their offices. As soon as Roy entered, she saw Mao Jing sitting at her desk, looking upset. When she saw Roy, her face became more nervous. Teacher Lin saw Roy finally return and quickly waved her over. "Roy, come look at this." It's a test paper I just finished yesterday. After lunch, I made some adjustments. After returning from the vice principal's office, Mao Jing wanted to find a chance to apologize to Roy, but couldn't find one. Roy was always busy with Teacher Lin. Just as Mao Jing confidently went to find the vice principal, she was unexpectedly scolded by him. He almost blamed her for causing trouble. If it weren't for Mao Jing's husband standing up for her, he would have already dismissed her. Now Mao Jing was a bit scared. She worried about Roy's revenge, about being treated unfairly, or being excluded. She had experienced many things in the countryside and learned some survival skills she thought were useful. But as soon as she came to the city, she ran into trouble. She occasionally looked secretly toward Roy, hoping to find a chance to make peace, but Roy was always busy. Since Roy sat down, she focused on the test paper Teacher Lin had prepared. To be honest, Teacher Lin, as the head of the math group, had only briefly talked with Roy for over an hour in the morning, but he quickly mimicked the essence of Roy's question design. "How is it? Did I do okay?" Teacher Lin sat beside her, looking at Roy with a hopeful expression. Roy quickly responded, "Teacher Lin, you did a great job on this test paper. Maybe I can help you copy it." The test paper was printed on special oil paper used for printing exams. First, a pointed pen was used to write on the oil paper, then it was taken to the school's printing room for ink printing. No, you don't need to do this," Teacher Lin immediately refused. Then he looked at Mao Jing and said, "You come and copy this test paper." Teacher Lin's idea was simple. Copying a test paper was easy and didn't require much thinking, so why let Roy do it? Anyone careful enough could do the job well, just copy it from the original. Of course, even if the answers are wrong, it's okay. Students can correct them during the exam. I often encountered similar problems before, multiple choice questions with no correct options. Some teachers, when correcting answers, would kindly hint, if you don't change it, there won't be a correct answer. Even with such obvious hints, some people still chose wrong answers. I don't understand what they are thinking. Mao Jing was suddenly called by Teacher Lin, which made her startle. If it had been before, she would definitely have refused to do Roy's work. But now. "Okay, Teacher Lin, don't worry. I will carefully check the test papers." After saying that, Mao Jing turned to Roy and said, "Teacher Roy, you can rest assured too." Roy. Is Mao Jing mentally unstable? Or is it a serious problem? Roy thought that during her time as a tutoring teacher at school, she would definitely face all kinds of trouble with Mao Jing, who was always causing problems. But surprisingly, nothing happened. Every time Mao Jing saw her, she acted like a mouse seeing a cat. Very scared. Later, Roy found out that Mao Jing knew her background and was afraid Roy would ruin her hard-earned job. Roy sneered a little. Mao Jing was just a petty person, always thinking badly of others. She didn't bother to argue with someone like that. Sometimes, she really felt lazy, just like Mo Chi and Xiao Bao complained about. She only wanted to relax and become the richest person. Roy didn't think it was a big deal. Being able to relax and become rich is also a skill. However, Mao Jing left the school not long after. When others learned about Roy's identity, some who wanted to curry favor with Roy started to flatter her. For example, Mao Jing, who had previously offended Roy, became someone they secretly excluded. Roy hadn't noticed this before, but after Mao Jing gave up her job voluntarily, she realized Mao Jing had been secretly pushed aside by two teachers. At that moment, she began to understand Commander Yin and Yin Nanzhou better. They hadn't done anything to Xiao Fan initially, but some people, trying to curry favor with the Yin family, deliberately made things difficult for Xiao Fan, hoping he would give in. During Roy's time as a tutoring teacher, Da and I was simply left at Roy's house and occasionally taken to Jiang Yao's home to play. Loi and Xiao Fan have been staying at the Loi family home recently. This makes Commander Yin very jealous, but there is no one in the Yin family who can take care of the children. Now, they are truly lucky to have Loi and her family. Xiao also mostly stays at the Loi house. Sometimes, when her sister-in-law is busy and asks her to pick up things from the military estate, Xiao will go back to her own home. She is starting to like the atmosphere at the Loi family more and more. Everyone is always peaceful and loving, always thinking of family. Xiao Xiao remembers a similar family feeling from when her parents were alive. Back then, their home was full of laughter, just like the Loy family now. Finally, the day of the college entrance exam arrived. In this time period, teachers don't usually send students off to exams. Loy recalls that in later years, almost all high school teachers would see students off for the exam, and many female teachers would wear kipeos to symbolize success. After meeting Mo-chi at the school gate, Loy and her friends went into the exam room together. Loy looked very calm, but the others were a little nervous. "Why are you nervous?" Loy asked Mo-chi. She could understand if the others were nervous. Mo-chi confidently said, "I told Shirue I want to be the top scorer in this year's exam. She didn't believe me, but I will prove her wrong. Then, should I give you some encouragement?" Loy asked with a smile. Mo-chi, Xiao Xiao and Hua Yishuan walked behind them. Xiao Xiao was comforting Hua Yishuan, saying, "Don't be nervous. Just do your best. Hua Yishuan's foundation isn't very strong. He's been busy running errands for Wang Quanquan and didn't study very well before. Recently, he's just been cramming. But he doesn't have high expectations. Just getting into a university in the capital is enough. He heard some schools are opening economics programs. Although he can't get into a top university like the young lady, he still wants to try for other schools' economics programs. You too, don't be nervous. Just do your best. With your ability, you can definitely get into a normal university," Hua Yishuan encouraged Xiao Xiao. "Yes, I'm not nervous at all. My sister-in-law said the college entrance exam isn't the only way to become a teacher, so I don't really feel pressured. She's just a little nervous about Hua Yishuan. He worked so hard during tutoring. She really hopes he can get into his dream school. All right, let's work hard together." Hua Yishuan smiled and looked up to see Luo Yi and Mo-chi in front of him, giggling as they stared at himself and Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao had noticed earlier than Hua Yishuan and felt a little happy inside. Finally, her sister-in-law was paying attention to her and Hua Yishuan. The first college entrance exam was divided into arts and sciences. Besides Mo-chi, who took the science exam, Luo Yi and the others took the arts exam. The art subjects included politics, Chinese, math, and history. The science subjects included politics, Chinese, math, and physics and chemistry. The school thought Mo-chi, being an English teacher, would choose a foreign language major, but she surprisingly chose science. Luo Yi, known as a math genius, was expected to choose science, but she actually chose arts. It was quite surprising. On the day of the exam results, Zhenzhu came with Luo Lao and others to pick up the students. When Da-and-I saw her aunt, she immediately wanted to go over and pull her. Before the exams, the family was worried that Da-and-I might distract Luo Yi and Xiao Xiao from studying, so whenever she got close, they would quickly take her away. Da-and-I felt a bit wronged, but she was now a sensible child. Though she felt upset inside, she didn't cry. Now, she could finally stay close to her aunt and cousin. When Xiao Fan returned to the Luo family in the evening, he didn't ask how Luo Yi and the others did on their exams. He believed his wife and sister would do very well, especially his wife, who during the exams kept pestering him every night for kisses, hugs, and to be lifted high. But then he thought about how he also used to do the same before going on missions. More than a month later, the exam results were out. Luo Yi wasn't the first to learn her scores. Commander Een was the first. One of his old friends working in the education department saw the top 3 students in the capital and was shocked. He immediately shared the good news with his old friend. "What? You say my EE is the arts top scorer? Really?" Commander Een knew his daughter was smart, but he didn't expect her to be the top in arts. He burst out laughing in front of his subordinates, his laughter so loud it almost shook the roof of the office. After hanging up, everyone else hurried to congratulate him. Commander Een smiled proudly. See? His daughter was truly talented. Other families also had children taking the college entrance exam this year. When they heard that Commander Yin's daughter was the top scorer in the arts, they eagerly wanted to know their own children's results. Funny enough, my youngest daughter took extra lessons at Teacher Roy's tutoring class. She keeps praising him every time she comes back. She says Teacher Roy is not only good at math, but also helpful when students struggle with other subjects, one teacher said gratefully. My daughter says she often boldly asks Teacher Roy for help, and he always explains patiently, another teacher said with envy. Commander Een, you really have a good daughter. Luckily, Roy was born into the commander's family. Otherwise, with his selfless help in explaining all subjects, he would surely be envied and disliked by other teachers. So, when they learned that Roy was the top scorer in the arts in the capital, they didn't doubt it at all. Instead, it seemed perfectly natural. Because her daughter kept complaining at home, if only I were as smart as Teacher Roy, I could be the top science student in the capital. But why did my parents make me so stupid? Yes, her daughter was applying for science, but that didn't stop her from asking Roy for help with science questions, since Roy was excellent in all subjects. The second person to learn that Roy was the top arts student was the school. They received several good news at once. 2 top students in arts from their school, and the top science student from their school. It was a huge celebration. Mochi, like Roy, received this good news first from her father-in-law, Commander Tan. He was so excited that he quickly called his son, Tan Shirue, telling him to finish his work and come home immediately to share the good news with Mochi. That day, the military compound was very lively. The top arts and science students in the capital came from their compound, and the second-place art student was also from there. Look at that. Everyone in their compound has strong limbs and sharp minds. Roy and Xiao Xiao both received red banners. Xiao Xiao cried on the spot, overwhelmed with emotion. But what surprised her was that her score for second place was much lower than the first place. Sure enough, she was right. Her sister-in-law was amazing. Neighbors saw how lively the Xiao family was and came over to share in the joy, especially those with children taking the exam. Roy took some candies from the space and handed them out with Da and I to everyone, making everyone happy and cheerful. Even those kids in high school at home are already eyeing Roy and Xiao Xiao, eager to learn from them. Everyone has heard that Xiao Xiao, though transferred from a rural school to the capital, scored first in her class on her first exam. As for Roy, she could be a tutor for all subjects, and students she has helped always praise her intelligence. It's a joke. Only ignorant people doubt Roy's top student achievement. Clever-minded folks are already thinking about how to get Roy or Xiao Xiao to help their own children. Little Treasure also heard the good news at home. Grandma Tang brought him over to join the celebration. Xiao Xiao, congratulations. Xiao Xiao happily patted Little Treasure's head. Thank you, Little Treasure. Roy said, Little Treasure can be top student too someday. Grandma Tang loved hearing that and smiled happily. That's right, our Little Treasure will be a top student too, Xiao Xiao thought. As expected, my sister-in-law is good at talking. I should learn from her. Did you hear? Chi Chi is the top science student. Maybe we can visit her family? Little Treasure suggested. Then I'll go home first, Grandma Tang said, handing Little Treasure to Roy and heading back home confidently. On the way, they met several neighbors who admired, Annie, your Little Treasure always follows the 2 top students in our courtyard. He'll be a top student too someday. Of course, Grandma Tang, hearing the praise for her grandson, couldn't help but boast more confidently. When Roy and the others arrived at Tan's house, Tan Shirue just happened to be at the door. He had finished his work as quickly as possible and rushed home, eager to tell his wife the good news in person. Did you hear too? He asked the group at the door. Yes, I think everyone in the courtyard knows, Little Treasure said happily. His 2 good friends are top students in arts and sciences, and he feels very proud. Tan Shirue thought he was quick, but when he opened the door, he saw Aunt Bai holding a red cloth she had just received, looking at it intently. She was also telling Zhou, from now on, our Zhou should aim to be a top student like his mom. 2 voices came from Xiao Bao and Du and I. They shouted and rushed toward the people. Da and I successfully reached Zhou, but Xiao Bao was grabbed by Tan Shirue, who pulled his collar and threw him to Roy. Tan Shirue then stepped forward and gently said to his wife, Chi Chi, you really did it. Mochi pouted, a little unhappy, and said, I said I could be top of the class, but you didn't believe me. Okay, I was wrong. Tan Shirue quickly admitted his mistake. Besides Aunt Bai, who happily watched her son and daughter-in-law, Roy, Xiao Bao, and Xiao Xiao all got goosebumps from the scene. Cough, cough. Roy cleared his throat lightly, signaling Mo-chi not to show off so much. Mo-chi then pushed Tan Shirui aside and went over to Roy and Xiao Xiao. Congratulations, top of the arts class, second place in arts. The three of them smiled happily. Congratulations, congratulations, Tan Shirui. Was it really that easy to get into the top three? Seeing Tan Shirui's gaze at Mo-chi with some admiration, Roy quickly led Xiao Xiao and the others away. Before leaving, Aunt Bai still wanted to invite them to dinner to celebrate. Come visit Aunt Bai another day, Roy said. He knew their family would probably celebrate big today, and he wasn't sure which dad would get the main credit. Sure enough, before they reached home, they saw Commander Een waiting at the gate from afar. TSK, 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 he's still as clever as ever. Xiao Xiao, congratulations. Commander Een finished his work and hurried back to the military estate. But he was a bit late. He thought his daughter had been picked up by old G. Among the three dads, only old G might have known this good news earlier than others. Where did you go just now? Roy. We went to Commander Tan's house. Chi-Chi got top in science, so we went to congratulate her. Commander Een also knew about Mo-chi winning top in science. When he left the office building earlier, he happened to meet Commander Tan, who was busy. He then boasted a little, only to find out that his daughter-in-law was also a top student. Commander Tan was surprised too. Are top students this easy to get these days? It was a bit exaggerated. Let's celebrate tonight.
Come home with me.
Xiao Bao will also stay for dinner. Before Luo Yi could refuse, Commander Een quickly added, I've already arranged for Nanzhou to pick up the Luo family. Old Ji and the others will arrive a bit later and will come with Aunt Jiang. Since Commander Een had already made the arrangements, Luo Yi could only follow his plan. Before leaving with him, she said, maybe I should go home and get some ingredients. They are mostly semi-prepared, so I can just do a little quick cooking later. It might be too busy to cook tonight with so many people coming. Alrighty, I'll help you carry them, Commander Een readily agreed. He was about to go inside with Luo Yi. Luo Yi quickly handed an eye to Commander Een and said, or Xiao Xiao can help instead. After all, Xiao Xiao was easy to persuade. Xiao Xiao immediately happily followed, not forgetting to comfort Commander Een. Uncle Een, it's okay. I can come instead. Just watch Denai for me. Denai was upset when she heard that. She was already a big girl now and didn't need much care. She also wanted to help. Annie, Denai wants to help too. Commander Een looked at his family, all busy and kind-hearted. He felt a bit sad, which made him think of his late wife. If little Dai could understand things earlier, then she would have all of this now. Commander Een crouched down, picked up Denai, and said softly, Denai, let's not bother Auntie and Auntie. Be good, Grandpa will carry you. Luo Yi took advantage of Xiao Xiao not paying attention and took some semi-prepared ingredients from her space. She packed them into 2 bamboo baskets, one for each, and before leaving, she also asked little Bao to lead Da Huang outside. Although Da Huang was very obedient and well-behaved, some people are naturally afraid of dogs. So, whenever they took Da Huang out, they always used a leash. At first, Da Huang was a little unhappy, but later got used to it. Sometimes, when Denai was playing happily and threw the leash away, Da Huang would even pick it up and put it back into Ni's hand. Now, carrying Denai in the courtyard, Commander Een felt very proud. When neighbors came to congratulate him, he even wanted to stop and chat with them, sharing stories and bragging. Not only him, Xiao Xiao was also very proud. Her sister-in-law was a top scholar, and although she herself was second place, compared to her sister-in-law's score, she was far behind. She even suspected that Mo-chi, the science top scorer, scored much higher than the second-place student. Yes, Mo-chi, the science top scorer, was way ahead of the second and third-place students. Loi and Xiao Xiao arrived at the Een family's home and immediately started preparing dinner. After all, today there was a big family meal. Commander Een was watching little Bao and Danny in the yard. Actually, he was just waiting there for neighbors to come and congratulate him. Sure enough, People came by now and then to say good words, making him very happy. He couldn't stop smiling. Soon, Old Ji and Jiang Yao arrived at the Een house, and together with Commander Een, they stood in the yard to accept everyone's congratulations. When Een Nanzhou brought the entire Loi family over, the scene was lively. All the elders stood in the yard, braving the cold wind, happily listening to neighbors praise them in many different ways. Commander Een was most grateful to the Loi family. He held the old master's hand and said tremblingly, "Uncle, I am so thankful to you. If it weren't for your family, you wouldn't be so successful and happy." The old master felt a bit shy from the praise. When he saved Loi back then, he only thought the child was very pitiful. Who would have thought he would grow up to be so clever? After thanking the old master, Commander Een continued to thank Loi Lao and Jinju, then Wang Quan and Hima. These people gave his daughter selfless love, making her so outstanding. Xiao Fan still learned from his teammates that his wife scored first in the arts exam, almost dropping his jaw in surprise. He knew his wife was very talented, but being the top in arts was not easy. Moreover, during the exam days, his wife kept pestering him every night. They stayed up very late. He was worried it might seriously affect her performance in the exam. But, as expected of his wife, Xiao Fan now felt the same mix of surprise and joy as Tan Shirui. When he finally finished his work and rushed to the Een house, his wife was surrounded by a big group of family members, making it impossible for him to get in. Fortunately, his sister was still outside, talking with Hui Xuan. Xiao Fan quickly went over to praise his sister. "Xiao Xiao, you did very well this time. I am so proud of you." Xiao Xiao happily said, "Brother, it's all thanks to sister-in-law's good teaching." Xiao Fan couldn't agree more. "Yes, Yi is really amazing. Xiao Xiao, can't you praise a little more?" Xiao Fan glanced at Hui Xuan beside Xiao Xiao and congratulated him. He remembered hearing them discuss their majors earlier and thought they had passed the passing score. "Thank you," Hui Xuan said with a smile and a nod. Although his score was just barely above the passing line, he was very happy with it. After all, he had only studied hard at the last minute. Thinking of this, he once again said to Xiao Xiao, "Thank you, Xiao Xiao. If you hadn't helped me with tutoring, I probably wouldn't have gotten into college." Xiao Xiao blushed instantly from the compliment. Xiao Fan thought, "So, Xiao Xiao likes Hui Xuan?" Mrs. He also expressed her gratitude to Xiao Xiao, saying, "Xiao Xiao, you're such a good girl. Luckily, you helped Xuan with his studies." "Thank you so much." No, it's not a problem. "Mrs. He, I also want to thank you for taking care of Denai," Xiao Xiao said nervously, a little stammering from being praised by Hui Xuan and his mother. "We're all family," Mrs. He said with a smile, patting Xiao Xiao's shoulder. She was increasingly pleased, but she wondered if her son felt the same. She and her wife both liked this match. Xiao Fan saw that fewer people were around his wife and quickly moved to her side.
Yi, congratulations.
"Your hard work paid off." Luo Yi asked, "Did I work hard?" Xiao Fan was speechless. "Can't you be a bit more low-key?" He wanted to say more, but Luo Er and Luo Shan pushed past him, finally getting a turn to fuss over their sister. "Big sister, you're amazing. Next year, I want to be top scorer too," Luo Er said confidently, pounding his chest. Me too, Luo Shan jumped happily. "Big sister, I want to be a science top scorer and become a really great doctor." All right, stop bothering your sister." Zhenju shooed the two kids away, then helped her daughter and praised her. "Mom is so proud of you." Luo Yi was numb from the praise. At first, she would say modestly, "Not really. It's nothing." Or, "It's okay." Or, "Yes." But now, she was wearing a polite but slightly awkward smile. Outside in the yard, little Bao sat on the swing with Dongzi, swinging back and forth. This swing was specially made by Commander Een for Darenai because, as the saying goes, if you get Darenai, you get Luo Yi. Not just the swing, Commander Een had decorated many things inside and outside the yard that kids would like, hoping Da and I would enjoy them. He wished she would like everything so much, she wouldn't want to go home. Two young children sit on swings. Little Bao occasionally talks to Dongzi, who responds with a few words each time. Although he doesn't speak much, he is slowly opening his heart. Da Ni chases Da Huang around the yard. Sometimes she plays jump rope with Da Huang, and other times she plays with sandbags. Every time, Da Huang willingly cooperates when sandbags are thrown at him. If he doesn't, Da Ni gets angry. When she gets angry, she makes Da Huang play jump rope with her. That night, the Yin family was very lively, even more so than during festivals or holidays. Yin Nanzhou kept looking at Xiao Fan and felt more convinced that he didn't deserve a sister. But then he thought if he hadn't married Yi, she wouldn't have had a peaceful life. Maybe the Yin family wouldn't have had the chance to reunite with Yi. Thinking this way, Yin Nanzhou felt more balanced. Xiao Fan still had some use, even if mostly as a tool. That night, Luo Yi said to Xiao Fan, "If in the future our child is very slow, it's definitely because of you." Xiao Fan. Just as he was thinking about when he could have a child with his wife, Luo Yi suddenly said, "Xiao Fan, I saw a pregnant woman during the college entrance exam." Xiao Fan didn't understand what his wife meant, but he bravely asked, Can we?" Before he finished, Luo Yi nodded and said, "Yes," with a playful tone. Xiao Fan. "Yes, are you joking with me?" He still couldn't believe it, mainly because his wife didn't seem serious. "I should have started having kids earlier. Then I wouldn't have to worry about postpartum recovery or the baby being too small to leave the mother," Luo Yi said with a shrug. "Oh well, it's not too late now. These 4 years of college will settle the issue of having children, and after graduation, he can start his career." Yes, it's not too late. Xiao Fan was now very nervous, afraid he might hold back the child. He nervously asked, How about I wait a couple more days?" Luo Yi. "What? If you wait a couple more days, it will be next month." "What do you mean?" Xiao Fan asked, confused. "Today might be the perfect day. Want to try?" In the dark, Luo Yi's tone was teasing. The next moment, she felt a chill on her body, then was embraced by a warm, heated figure. All night, Xiao Fan kept asking the same question. Is this enough?" Luo Yi. She was almost speechless. This annoying man, who seemed to have learned from somewhere, kept placing pillows under her after they finished. Be good, don't move." "I heard this method works best," he said, pressing her restless hands. When he held her close, his heart softened completely. He was about to become a father. The next morning, Xiao Fan specifically told Xiao Xiao to take good care of Luo Yi before leaving. Xiao Xiao. "When haven't I taken good care of my sister-in-law? Whenever she's home on her days off, she fights with me to do the laundry. But she always secretly washes all the sheets and blankets when I'm not around." When Luo Yi woke up, Xiao Xiao had already prepared lunch and was cleaning. Seeing her sister-in-law wake up, she quickly brought the meal to her room. "Sister-in-law, lunch is ready." Luo Yi. "That's not necessary. At least, let me go wash up first." But when she went to the bathroom, Danai was already helping her squeeze toothpaste. Luo Yi. That evening, Xiao Fan, for some reason, told Xiao Xiao and Danai something, and they started treating her like a pregnant woman, taking care of her this way until university started. Luo Yi and Xiao Xiao both had to go to school, so Danai could only go to the nursery at the military compound. Originally, she was reluctant, but after learning that He Qingqing often took Tuan Tuan to the nursery, Danai wanted to go every day. She would ask immediately where Tuan Tuan was when she arrived. She stayed with Tuan Tuan all day, not allowing anyone else to hold him, claiming he was her only sister's child. Zhou was a bit older, already in elementary school, and her family still had Bai Aunt taking care of her, so Mo Chi had no worries. As for Xiaobao, even though he was old enough for elementary school, he refused to go. At first, the Tang family disagreed, but later, Xiaobao completed all the hardest extra questions in his sister's practice book, and the Tang family finally allowed him to skip elementary school for now. Grandma Tang was overjoyed. She said, "See? A fool is only one step away from a genius." Little Treasure felt relieved, but all the pressure was on her older sisters, 7th sister and 6th sister. Don't think only 7th sister was upset. 6th sister also felt worried. She was afraid that the family would pressure Little Treasure again, and then little Treasure would have to use her practice book to prove herself. On the first day of school, Xiao Fan insisted on going with his wife Yi and his sister. However, he couldn't send both of them to different schools at the same time. The most clever was Yin Nanzhou. He guessed early in the morning that such a situation might happen, so he took a day off just to send his sister to school. Xiao Fan, why don't you take Xiao Xiao to school, and I will take Yin Nanzhou suggested calmly. Before Xiao Fan could answer, Xiao Xiao quickly said, Brother, I don't need a dorm, just the registration. I can do it myself. Ah, Xiao Xiao, you don't understand. The first day of registration must be accompanied by a parent, Yin Nanzhou said convincingly. Or, you can take Xiao Xiao, since she calls you brother anyway, Luo Yi added, stepping in.
Yinansu, punto, fine, xiao xiao no dedigerli.
Although she felt a little nervous every time she saw Captain Yin, she was willing to do it so her brother and sister-in-law wouldn't be separated. No, I'll take Xiao Xiao myself, Xiao Fan finally agreed. Big brother, please take Yi to register. Yin Nanzhou finally got his way, a smile struggling to stay on his face, but he pretended to be calm and nodded. No problem, with me here, you can rest assured, Xiao Fan. When Yin Nanzhou took Luo Yi to the school for registration, they also met Imo Qi and her family of 3. Compared to Yin Nanzhou, Tan Shui seemed even more proud. He even teased Yin Nanzhou sarcastically, Why are you the one bringing Luo Yi, Yin Nanzhou? He just felt proud for a moment and then ran into Tan Shui's sharp tongue. Uncle Nanzhou, Aunt Luo Yi, Zhou Zhou greeted them, then silently followed Imo Qi. Yin Nanzhou didn't want to argue with Tan Shui, who was so sharp-tongued. Anyway, Luo Yi and Imo Qi were going to different colleges, so he quickly helped his sister carry her small bag and left. Tonight, I'll come to your house to check your timetable, Imo Qi called out to Luo Yi before leaving. Loi nodded without looking back and gave her a thumbs up. Fewer people registered at the economics department compared to other departments. Loi even heard several people whispering in frustration, I clearly signed up for the Chinese department. Why am I assigned to this one? Yeah, me too. I signed up for the math department. What's going on? Excuse me, what major did you choose? Someone suddenly asked Loi. This one, Loi pointed to the sign for the economics department. After that, she went straight to the registration area, where people were already lining up. She didn't know how long she would have to wait, so she told Yin Nanzhou to go home first. I came today just to help you register, Yin Nanzhou said, refusing to leave. Loi suggested, Why don't you explore the school a bit? It might be a while before it's my turn. Okay, I'll come back to find you later, Yin Nanzhou agreed quickly. He suddenly remembered that although his sister didn't stay on campus, she still needed to eat lunch there. He wanted to check out the cafeteria first. His sister was used to eating rich food, so he wondered if she would like the cafeteria's dishes. Before he even reached the cafeteria, he started to worry about many things. Suddenly, he heard a cry of "Oh no!" and saw a girl's suitcase fall to the ground. Yin Nanzhou immediately ran over to help. It was a reflexive action, common among soldiers. Whenever they see someone in trouble, they step in to help. Yin Nanzhou helped lift the very heavy suitcase from the ground and also took the items from an elderly person's hands nearby. Auntie, let me help you. No need, young comrade. We can manage, the elderly person politely declined, not wanting to cause trouble. It's okay. I happen to have nothing to do, so I'll help you carry these to the dorm, Yin Nanzhou said, hoisting the luggage onto his shoulder. It was too heavy for a girl and an elderly person to carry alone. The girl, who had just gathered her fallen belongings, looked up awkwardly and said, Thank you. That's very kind of you. Earlier at the school gate, she had met senior students welcoming new students, but didn't want to trouble them. Her luggage was too heavy, and she felt a bit guilty. Now, halfway there, she simply couldn't carry it anymore. Comrade, you're a senior from Qingbei, right? Hello, my name is He. This is my mother. May I ask your surname? He Fanghua said gratefully. Hello, student He. My surname is Yin. Yin Nanzhou explained with a smile. I'm not a student from Qingbei. I came to help my sister register. He Fanghua looked a bit confused. Comrade Yin, maybe you should just take my luggage. I can handle it myself. You should go help your sister. She guessed that Yin's sister was probably waiting for him to carry the luggage. Yes, 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 little comrade. We can do that. He Fanhwa's mother quickly agreed, reaching out to help with the large suitcase on his shoulder. Yin Nanjo stepped forward quickly and explained, It's okay. We're locals. My sister doesn't need a place to stay. She just needs to register with the economics department today. She's still waiting in line, so I came out for a walk. Your sister is really impressive, He Fanhwa's mother praised. Yin Nanjo chuckled happily at the compliment, but He Fanhwa felt a little embarrassed. Since they were all new students at Qingbei, praising her sister was like indirectly praising herself. My major is mathematics. My dorm is the farthest building. Comrade Yin, I really appreciate your help, He Fanhwa said, feeling a bit guilty about bothering others. She kept saying thank you and sorry along the way. Yin Nanjo had never met a girl like her. He smiled and comforted her. It's no problem. Don't worry about it. It was just a small favor. Seeing her keep saying thank you made him feel a bit shy himself. The three of them arrived at the girls' dormitory, where the mathematics department was located. He Fanhwa lived on the 3rd floor. Yin Nanjo kindly helped carry her luggage all the way to her room. Her dorm was a 6-person room. The other 5 students had already arrived and were tidying up their beds. Only one top bunk was left. Yin Nanjo placed the luggage near her bed and asked, Student He, do you need any more help? No, thank you, He Fanhwa replied quickly. She took a handkerchief from her bag and handed it to the man across from her. You should wipe your sweat. The suitcase was really heavy. Her father had originally planned to come with her, but he had gone to the military right after arriving in the capital. He was busy and hadn't shown up even on her first day of school. Yin Nanjo looked at the handkerchief in front of him. Worried that refusing to use it might make her feel awkward, he decisively took it and wiped his sweat. Since he entered the dorm, the other 5 girls had been watching him closely. After all, Yin Nanjo has good looks, a great figure, and a charming presence.